matches, which will mean playoffs, which can also mean eliminations for today. So, as much as I wanted to see the teams compete for more, but something has to be decided. Teams will go, teams will proceed, and more MLBB will be seen.
We have 4 groups of MLBB teams that we see. We're currently in the second round. We're going to be seeing Falcons, the FYG, Team Spirit, Entity 7, Bigatron by Vitality, Foot Esports, Vamos, Bushido Wildcats, Selangor Red Giants, Rune Eaters, Aurora, Mongols, Onic, Geekay Pro, and Alpha 7. That's all the teams. No one is eliminated yet, but there are lower bracket matches to watch out for, while the teams in the upper bracket will both be qualified, but victory or defeat could mean better placements.
Yeah. And we already saw the shape of a draft of the metagame, I would say, through the draft of the teams that we've seen yesterday. And one thing's for sure, we are seeing a lot of snowball fights. It means that whoever wins in the early stages will be more likely to end the game as soon as possible. And even when they get to the late game, usually when they take out turrets, they usually just immediately win the fights. I think that we've seen only 1 or 2 comeback games from yesterday, and most of them are from the top teams in the region anyways. We did not cast any comeback game yesterday, but I did see one from the opposite stream, which was Team SRG coming back from behind and taking down Aurora in one game, then eventually the series. And that kind of tells me that, okay, I don't like that kind of metagame as personally, but at the same time, it means that the games will be much faster.
Oh, for sure. It seems like Turtle 1, Turtle 2, whoever gets to win it and gets a tower after that pretty much already wins the game. Making comebacks is so much harder now with the presence of some really busted heroes that just thrive from the early portion of the game all the way even until the late. And I'm looking at you, Hirara, Paquito, but especially on this stream and even in some games in the other broadcasts yesterday where Lafell and Gideon are casting, we got to see the rise of Melissa in priority, and currently the most high-performing hero in this tournament, at least, is actually the Barretts, with, if I'm not mistaken, the top 3 most picked hero and also the highest win rate at around 7-2, if I'm not being wrong.
Oh, 7-2, but it was about 6-0 from our stream, was it?
Yeah. Oh, it's 8-3 in total. Majority of them did come out in our stream yesterday, yes.
Yeah. So, not only that, when you look at the teams and how they prioritize the Barretts, they eventually become very comfortable with the draft. So it's not like just a hero that you win with just by playing it. You also just make your own draft, your own composition, so fluid. And to add to that, we've seen a lot of good Barretts plays. Teams and players not only are identifying where to put Barretts in the draft, but also they knew exactly how to use it in the actual games. We're seeing how good the sneaky Barretts plays that we've seen yesterday, that it seems like it's not just a trend from MSC or from the tournaments I've seen here locally. It's actually the thing now. The way that you utilize your Barretts is you have to be very crafty with it, and when you are finding good targets and you're picking up your opponents, you're easily making it easy for your team to win.
It has been a very interesting start to our tournament so far. So there's actually a video that we can go ahead and catch. Let's look at that.
Do games bridge the gap between our understanding of the languages? Some think that they do because so many gamer slang words made their way into other languages. Mobile Legends players might just be the loudest crowd to agree with the statement. This raises a question. Which phrase is so easy to understand during gaming that it doesn't need any translation? You might have thought of something like good game/GG, DPS, or even buff/nerf. Or you might have remembered iconic phrases that are probably ingrained in our heads by now, like
Bomb has been planted.
In Counter-Strike. In Mortal Kombat. In Ace Attorney. But back to the topic at hand. Where does the game Mobile Legends stand in all of this? There are many interesting categories in common phrases among Mobile Legends players. Character names, player behavior, in-game actions, and more. Characters whose names are long transform into shorter word collections. Beatrix turns into Bia. Gusion into Gus. Player behavior-related words like noob means someone who is new to the game. Jungler means a person who clears creeps and secures objectives. Or toxic, a player who is not on their best behavior. Am I losing you yet? No? Good. It will be quite important if you are new to the game. Now for the in-game actions. CC refers to crowd control, meaning any action which represses enemy movements. Backline is for ambushing your opponents. Gank, forcing a team fight when you have the numbers advantage. Did you recognize everything? If yes, now you are equipped to understand the universal gamer phrases during Mobile Legends Bang Bang matches on Games of the Future 2026.
You know what? BU editor, I didn't expect as fire as it was. They did a really great job.
I can't believe that it is Games of the Future where we'll see this kind of quality video. Amazing to watch. There's a lot of throwbacks from the previews, from the tournament, and also past footages of hero review, but stitched in a very good manner that it allowed you to. It actually allows other people who aren't from MLBB to actually understand what roles are in MLBB. And I think that's quality.
It's quality. You know what that reminded me of? That reminded me of those old fan edits, gamers with whatever song they would want and just posted it on the internet. But it was a related higher version of that in terms of the timing. On our there was a song. I'm pretty sure back into the live there was but that's really fire. Pretty sure that sets the tone for the action that we're seeing today in just a bit. You're all going to be able to see of matches, but pretty few of the viewers of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports, and you can see the schedule as well for the groups and the matches to expect. Remember, there is another broadcast. So if there is a specific game and match that you're doing, or just when I fell in Gideon because you love them, I mean I love them too, just look for the broadcast opposite of this. It's on the official channel. It's everywhere. Go ahead and look for it. You know what? We already the videos that we've already shown. So let's go ahead and do another one. All right, watch this.
Did you know that Games of the Future has symbols representing it? That's right. There are 4 characters, which are called Guardians, whose purpose is to represent the spirit of competition. iBoat, a robot made out of titanium and neon parts who believes in inner strength and power of friendship. iBot has a special ability too. The robot is able to cut off enemies' power supply and breathe life into inanimate objects. Arlon, a cyber wolf with a rich silver fur and holographic glow, a great mentor and a formidable warrior in the field. He is able to accelerate time and predict the movements of his foes. He is responsible for the territories of Battle Royale and Phygital Shooting. Eileen, she is truly fearless and wild. Her sporty outfit and gaming equipment are truly wonderful, along with her useful backpack that is there to help out in any situation. She keeps the areas of Dota and MLBB to herself. Finally, last but not least, Alum. This eagle is a fighter with golden feathers who likes to wrestle, play football, and basketball. Everywhere he flies, he leaves a trail of petroglyphs. His special ability allows him to analyze the situations at unimaginable speeds. He is a keeper of many areas, and we love him for it.
All right, we are back. Nice little watch, a little bit more information, of course, the vibes that we bring to you for games of the future. Remember, we're marrying actual physical activity with even more physical activity, just in a different form, in the form of esports as we know it. So, we've already discussed a little bit about the meta. We've talked about Barrett's, Melissa, and the Rise. I feel like I keep asking this, but it's a constant question because of this meta landscape. Have we finally stabilized? Are we clear on the trades of like Barrett's, Melissa, Atlas, Valentina, Belleric, the whole relationship with those heroes? And then, of course, the trade for like Fanny's, Heraras. Is that it? Have we stabilized? And we can talk about it as our viewers just look at the schedule.
Yeah. Okay. That's an interesting question because my answer is that, yeah, we have stabilized. That is because the top heroes, and there will be just some pocket picks that will arise that will answer those meta picks. For example, top of my head, that's the Brody, which teams have now started against the Melissa. But we know that the Melissa, the Hirara, as well as the Barretts, they're like the top heroes. And then you also have that Eudora, which also is a top hero. So my answer to your question is that, yep, I feel like that the meta has actually stabilized already.
You know what? Hopefully we do get to see that, because it's really gotten to the point the possibilities is wrecking my brain, and it's starting to be in a bad way. I mean, I love it. It makes the drafts very unpredictable, but yesterday it was an overwhelming feeling of, okay, it seems like there's some very clear trades that we want to take. So hopefully you watching wherever you are, whether at home, whether you're on the way to work or school, wherever country, hopefully you understand that we are on the broadcast that's looking towards Group B and Group D, and we will be opening it up with Vamos and Bushido Wildcats. Team Vamos brought Bigatron by Vitality to their limit. They went to 3 games, and it was a great, entertaining series. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Wolf, Bushido Wildcats, they struggled to show their own identity.
Yeah. Unfortunately, for both of these teams, this is the lower bracket, which means that they will face elimination. But we do know that Clock and Airforce, for Natko, Sizga, and Zakif, are, I would say, they have a great chance at winning at this. And I'm only basing this because of yesterday's performances. Team Vamos almost down. Bigatron by Vitality, and they also managed to show us a little bit of the preview of the metagame. They showed us how to use the Melissa. They showed us how you can use 2 tanky heroes with an assassin and a hard marksman, right? So teams, I think that it was just BTR adjusting more properly and have more experience compared to them. Now they're at this point that they can actually show what they're worth up against Bushido Wildcats.
Yeah, and as we mentioned earlier, Bushido Wildcats, compared to the glowing review that, of course, myself also brought out Team Vamos, this team just, it feels like they couldn't show off what they're capable of, because they were up against a team in Foot Esports, a fellow competitor in the Turkey Championship, who just really looked like they got their number. They knew where they would want to go. I feel like there were some moments where the members of Foot Esports knew what Bushido Wildcats wanted to think about before they could even think about it. That's what it felt like just watching that series. But we'll give it to Bushido Wildcats. They had 2 drafts where you and I both thought, hey, this is good. Maybe even better than the draft of Foot Esports, but they could just not execute. If there's one matchup that I'm going to have to be looking out for, it's keeping it simple, and we'll start into the EXP lane, because Sizka, in the place of Sepat, really got to show off for Team Vamos and look so comfortable with the team. You mentioned a great barrier. He was a great Barrett's player and also handled heroes such as the Uranus and other tanky heroes really well. Meanwhile, Kuntepper on Bushido Wildcats just had a lot of moments of I think the term you used yesterday was overcompensating. And when you're up against like Team Vamos, the risk of that happening again this series is actually so much higher.
Especially because Vamos is a team that is also chaotic in the early stages, all stages of the game. All things considered, so I do agree with you. You can this early game will be so volatile for both teams, especially because Bushido Wildcats can draft properly, and the adverse effect of that is the Wildcats might be in a tough spot because they might not be prepared for this kind of playstyle coming from Southeast Asia, specifically from Malaysia, and specifically from Tamos themselves. I think that there was a time where Sunshine, and I think Sunshine did play up against some members of Team Vamos from before. Maybe M4, maybe yes, or at least experience playing up against Malaysian players. But in terms of familiarity, there will be a lot of challenges for Bushido Wildcats now.
For sure, especially since Vamos really do love that playstyle that you were hearkening to, wherein it's quite smothering. But I feel like, and I think this can also evolve once again to a discussion returning to the meta. It felt like, looking back at some of the replays for MSC, how we talked about teams, checking out other broadcasts, it seems like more often than before, it's like every team now has to be good with aggro, has to be good with the early game, and has to be good with high tempo, which it's really how the game has evolved to, where it's really just about how liquid stampede can you get for everyone.
Okay, my quick answer to that is absolutely yes. Because you are heavily incentivized in this metagame that we have to be aggressive, to be aggro. And I think that you will lose more. You lose more games if you don't catch up with this kind of playstyle, right? Of course, you still have to think about your macro and your late game. However, there is just so much benefit on focusing on your early game, because the teams that you will be playing up against will also focus on that anyways. The way that we're drafting, the amount of heroes that are really good when it comes to early game dominance and early game advantage is just too much. It's gonna be foolish if you don't really think about improving your early game in this landscape that we have.
And I feel like a team that was a really great example of that yesterday, and we gave them a really glowing review as well for their performance in Group D up against Pro Esports, is none other than Onic. Onic has always had that identity of a team that likes to set the tempo, likes to dominate, but especially in this metagame where you really need to make that happen, and it's quite rare to see matches go into that push and pull, mid to late game type. Although we do still get to see it from time to time, it seems like the best teams can pull it off and finish the game 11 to 14 minutes in, you know? Onic seem to have found a new footing in remembering what they're best at, and it's quite deadly. We've always thought of Kelra as the type to play marksman heroes, always been fantastic about that, always been fantastic with it, but the man played back-to-back Paquito games and made it look easy. Kiboy played Bathilda and Network. Lutpi went back-to-back with Barretts, and if that isn't a perfect snapshot of what the metagame is now, then I don't know what is.
Yeah. And again, the biggest proof of that most recent, well, I would say World Championship, but a team with an international championship with worldwide audience, the biggest tournament of this year when it comes to the prize pool, MSC. In the finals, it went 7 games where both teams were just trying to win against each other in the draft. It's more of a tug of war of who's gonna get the much better early game heroes and the compositions. And when you look in the game that they played, all of that just translates and tells us that yes, you have to absolutely win the early game. 7-game series with all stomps that will always tell you that yes, this is the meta game that we're playing now. We have to really think about the early game. So that is definitely the snapshot that we should look at.
To add another layer to it, it isn't just about, of course, like the draft, although that is a huge portion of it. And I like that you mentioned that the tug of war feels like it's really in the first phase bans and first phase picks. You know, that first three that you get really sets the tempo for the entire match, not just the draft in its individual scene. But it also asks so much of every player in every position in the first 3 minutes of the game to not mess up. You better be doing your job correctly or the entire team is feeling it. It's the most punishing meta landscape that we've had in the longest time. Before, there's a way for you to recover. You lose all 3 turtles, as long as you got farm on your gold, it's fine. You can get Lord 1. In this landscape, you lose all 3 turtles, there's a high chance the price to pay for that is that you couldn't get enough farm for either one of your side learners, which, by the way, is so much more important now, especially in this landscape. So I'm expecting a lot more of the same that we've gotten used to in the previous weeks of action that we got, especially since the start of MSC. And that should make it so much more difficult for Bushido Wildcats here going up against Team Vamos. For those wondering, we are just waiting for the draft to begin. So thank you all for your patience. We are once again in Group B matches. We're going to be seeing Team Vamos and Bushido Wildcats first in the lower bracket final. The winner of this will qualify. Later on, the second Group B match that we're going to be seeing is Bigatron by Vitality going up against Foot Esports, representative from Indonesia and a representative from Turkey. And whoever wins that will get a better placement in the bracket. Meanwhile, for Foot Esports or for Bigatron by Vitality, for whoever who loses that matchup, will go into, if I'm not mistaken, with how it should be is, I think, I wish I double checked this, but I think the loser will go into the round of 16 bracket in the playoffs, while the winner of upper bracket matches will advance straight into the quarterfinals. Give me a sec while I math that out.
Okay.
I think that's the case.
Yeah, because it feels like you should not be facing the same people. Yeah, I mean, it's not people, but people, definitely, but the same opponents. So is what I would say. Yeah. I think that is a topic for a different day for sure. Right now, teams will just focus on trying to win. Actually, from what the matches are up ahead. But talking about like Vamos as well as Bushido, I think that there is an important hero that we have to talk about as well, which is the Eudora and the Bushido Wildcats, as well as Vamos. And I'm only saying that because the very first instance of the Eudora being picked and prioritized was actually from when I saw them being played by Vamos, actually. Specifically, it was the first match of the MSC group stages, and I'm sure that you were part of that casting grid, and I'm sure that you guys are also surprised from the Eudora. And me specifically, because I prior to that I wasn't actually paying attention to the metagame of MLBB. Well, I haven't been playing since then. When that happened, actually. So I was surprised about this Eudora, but then I see it just a few minutes into the game, just the first 2 minutes. I saw it in lane, and I already understood, okay, this is why Eudora is really good. It is a lane bully. It matches up well against most of the mid lane mages that we have. It threatens tanks, and it's a big threat to assassins as well. Although it is also threatened by assassins, there's just so many ways for the Eudora to actually find an opening when it comes to late game team fight. So That's what I wanted to say about Eudora. And this is something that Bushido Wildcats also suffered from yesterday.
For sure. I spent majority of MSC being the, I wouldn't say notorious, but very vocal hater of the Eudora. And it's not because I think that she's not a good hero. I see the value. I see the strength. It is quite busted what she can do. If you get the snowball with the Eudora, it feels great. Hell, if I don't know what to pick and I just want a quick, easy win in solo RG and I'm in mid lane, I'm picking the Eudora. It's so underestimated that people just often disrespected it. And we saw a little bit of that yesterday also from Alpha 7 when they faced up against Geekay Esports and Qdora in Quanok. That man made the Eudora look so easy. He was flickering forward, catching assassins at the back, catching the backliners, catching the opposing mid laner in the middle of a whole team fight. There's such a high ceiling with what you can do with a hero that has a very clear optional set of combinations with the ordering of the skills so that you can maximize whoever gets hit when you have the superconductor passive. But my dislike towards the Eudora hero is that how it feels like sometimes it shoehorns you to a very specific type of gameplay wherein you're very close to mid-range, and that's why picks like the Melissa and Vexana popped up, because they had so much range, and a team with the Eudora would often struggle against it because now they're wondering, wait, we cannot get close enough because of the priorities of the Esme, the Uranus, but I feel like it's leveled up. And that's why yesterday I also was very vocal and said, I'm not much of a Eudora hater anymore. I feel like the team's figured out how to balance building around her. She's just so good.
It's just It's just naturally good in the meta. It's just a good hero, essentially. It had enough buffs. It has stabilized in the meta game, especially in the times where there's a lot of assassins. I remember the last time that the Eudora phobia was a thing. We were at the tail end of the assassin meta, actually. So it was between season 8 and 9, early into season 9 of MPL. So that was about 3 years ago.
Oh wow, yeah. Don't remind me how old we are, man. Let's not count yet. We can just say it was quite a while back.
Quite a while back. Quite a while back, right? So what I remember from then was it was a transition from assassin to the tanky meta, and Eudorophobia was definitely a thing in ranked games, auto banned even in tournaments outside of the MPL, and then eventually for MPL. And in relation to that, assassins and hard marks and what was the term, like marksman, traditional marksman, right?
Yeah.
They struggle from that kind of meta games against Eudora. So it's somewhat reminiscent of what we're seeing right now, especially with assassins, Hirara running around, Nolans, because there is a way actually to kind of survive those kinds of heroes.
It seems like sometimes you just realize like time is a flat circle when it comes to MLBB. It seems like we're just working our way around. Give it another maybe 2 years and then we're suddenly back to tanks in the jungle, and maybe someone's gonna bring back Estes. I don't know, but I feel like we're just gonna head down that route. But of course, with newer heroes popping up and Hirara again coming out of nowhere, a lot of people expected her to not become a big deal. She wasn't up until it became assassin focused. Like, it was hard to make her work when you still had the Akais, Bakshas, and Fredrins running around the jungle. But now, with those like pretty much out as an option, and it's very rare to see teams consider them, then hell yeah, welcome back assassins. Well, this is where we are now. Really tanky EXP laners that sometimes. And what I like also about the EXP lane meta is, yes, you have a very clear trade for the Esmeralda, Uranus, but there are moments where you are encouraged, and Barretts, where you are encouraged to get a offensive EXP laner that actually can also set up. You're looking at Arlot, Lapu-Lapu, Engagers. They have stuns, they have crowd control. So for a moment we thought like, oh, it's really just Esme, Yura, Barrett, and tanky EXP laners because you need an anchor in the side lane that's unkillable because you're playing an assassin. But then there are teams who have proven no, you can play damage EXP2 even though you're playing a damage assassin as long as it has the crowd control capability to go along with it with a good mix of like tankiness and survivability. For a quick update for everyone, by the way, we understand that it is taking quite some time to head into the lobby. Team Vamos and Bushido Wildcats are conducting another round of tests. Again, we're just making sure that everything is settled well and properly. We want to make sure that all of our teams and players find themselves in a good footing. Connection is all good, comms are all good. That's why we're just taking some extra time here. We're just taking some extra precautions to make sure that Team Vamos and Bushido Wildcats, all our competitors, have a great experience when we finally hop into the game.
Yeah. To understand the situation, everyone, because we're just waiting for them to start again. Going back to other matches, I don't know, were you able to catch the SRG versus Aurora gaming match yesterday? Or at least we absolutely have to just replay it because we were casting as it happened. But yeah, we're able to watch the game a bit.
Just a few glimpses. I know that it was a little bit more of a back and forth in the second game, although the first game looked like it was just a dominant SRG affair, which is surprising. I mean, they tried to whip out the Kufra also in MSE and didn't work out for them, but this time against Aurora in game number 1, it was able to work out. I believe it was like Kufra Selena in the center of the map, while Aurora had the more typical like Belleric, Eudora. They were even playing Fanny, but SRG got a pretty dominant win in game number 1.
Yeah, and then game number 2 was Aurora Gaming starting really, really strong. They've taken out the turret in the middle of SRG and they were winning. I think they were about 5k or 3,000 gold ahead. Wow. And it was a great clash between two teams. There was a lot of back and forth where almost everyone from each team defeats each other in a clash or wipes them out. But then what really surprised me was that SRG used Rafaela against Midnight. The audacity to use it. Just use the Rafaela in the middle. But I know that I'm pretty sure that they have rehearsed that or trained with that hero before. What's really interesting is that when I told you that it's like there's a lot of like back and forth between two teams, very close clashes that we've seen from them, and sometimes that a team wipes out another or they wipe each other out. But the reincarnation coming out from the Rafaela, which we never really talked about when we're talking about Rafaela. I remember you asking me what the strengths are of the Rafaela. Told you that it's about the early game and the laning stage, and then eventually it becomes there's a lot of damage output coming out from the Rafaela because of the reduced cooldowns. But if you look in the latter portions of the game, there's that additional factor where the resurrection is so important in an assassin meta game. Imagine if your gold laner gets picked off, and they spent so much for that. Maybe they have spent one big suppress or one big ultimate, a couple of ultimates, maybe a battle spell to take out one. You resurrect that guy, that important guy, which usually is a target, right? And suddenly they don't have their flickers, they don't have their ults. You are topped up. You have 5 people against 5. You are gonna win the fight. And I think that's exactly what happened in the fight of SRG versus Aurora.
And to wrap this up real quick, remember, it seems like the most important or one of the more important conditions for playing the Rafaela is that you make sure it's also in Flying Cloud. It just expedites the return of the hero that you get to resurrect, and of course having Uranus and the EXP lane paired up with the Rafaela seems like the way to go. Thank you all for your patience. We have finally made it to the draft of game number 1 between Team Vamos and Bushido Wildcats. Vamos taking out the Selena feels like it's a very targeted ban, although we did get to see it prioritized yesterday by Bushido, and they were able to still round out their draft really well with the Selena first pick on the blue side, just again could not execute it. While Vamos does not want to even consider Marcel in terms of the trading, they just ban it out themselves.
Yeah. Okay. So that means that when it comes to priority, there still is that Hirara and maybe the Paquito. Every time that the Barrett is out, the Paquito can run easily. And the reason why that is because teams are utilizing the Paquito, the Barretts against the Paquito for extra damage, actually. And of course, a lot of control to go with it. So I'm gonna be surprised if the Paquito will eventually be the priority for the red side team. For blue side, I think it's still either Atlas or Hirara as their priority.
Yeah, considering that there's a ban on the Valentina, I think it's going to be one of those drafts where you really see an importance of the trade between the Atlas, Belleric, of course, the roamers of the meta. But let's see if any of them will be brave enough to consider trying something different. I mean, we get to see SRG try something different with trying to make the Kufra work again, and they were able to make it work. But knowing Team Vamos and the type of team that they're up against in Bushido Wildcats, it might not also be surprising if Vamos just goes ahead and locks in something like maybe the Juicin as the first pick, especially as Bushido Wildcats take out the Atlas. But Vamos can also be dangerous with it and just rush the Belleric. But they said, nope, we want to go for the most busted hero right now. We get the Hirara.
Yeah. Belleric available well as the Paquito and Bushido Wildcats. I think it just makes total sense to just secure the Belleric now. It's the strongest roamer that we have. It in the Atlas definitely the top heroes when it comes to the roam selections. And if you don't get it now, it will mean that your opponent can easily just take it away from you. So I don't think that it's a wise. Oh, of course, the Freya. How could I forget the Freya? Freya and Eudora, a strong answer by the Bushido Wildcats.
It's most likely going to be going to the gold lane already. Let's see if Vamos are going to go ahead and pick up the Phoveus. Or, interestingly enough, they find themselves in a pretty safe spot to consider even picking up something like the Eve if they want to just harken back to a little bit more control. But if they go ahead and pick that, Bushido can just quickly answer with rushing a lot of dive that doesn't really care about formations. But we mentioned it earlier, the Juice and potentially is the first pick. It still ends up with Vamos to help control the center, and it's going to be paired up with the Belleric. If Bushido Wildcats want to speed and pick off, they still have a lot of options in the roam. I'm looking towards Cho if they want something to help supplement the Freya and team fights, and a Minotaur would go along with it. They get the Harley in red 3, the jungle pick that has risen up as a pretty much automatic response now to the Hirara and the jungle on the opposite side.
That's right. With the Jushin, I feel like this is a more of an adjustment by the teams more late into MSC, where every time the Eudora is getting picked up, it's either the Valentina that they answered it with it first. Sometimes they'll go for Eve and Lilia. Then eventually teams like Onic, teams like Bigatron by Vitality, more so the Indonesian teams have decided, okay, let's pick up the Jushin once again. That's when everybody else picked up actually. That eventually what happened was they now prioritize the Zushin over the Eudora whenever the Zushin is open, and just mitigate their damage upward from the jungle, just compensate with that from that lane. I think that it's a cool answer to the Jushin, after the Eudora, I mean. However, I think this is also another good adjustment from the Bushido Wildcats. What this actually achieves is a lot of movement coming up from their jungler. Yesterday, they were picking up a lot of Nolan, and they were failing in the early stages, which meant that they had a difficult time winning the game with that. So this is a different flavor for Bushido Wildcats. Okay versus the Hirara, but also very good against the Jushin. So already good answer here for Bushido Wildcats.
Yeah, to mitigate the movement of the jungle that you mentioned, Team Vamos would take away the Uranus. Besides the fact that they don't have heroes right now in their draft that could counter the rampaging early game Uranus, they also take away a great pickup that, especially since we saw it maybe a season ago, Uranus being utilized for handling macro on its side of the map. Multiple cuts, sometimes even turret 3, constant info. It could be quite nasty to deal with. But there's one hero we have to watch out for. Okay. So Vamos decides to change up the trade right away in the EXP. The Esmeralda and the Uranus were both banned out. So we might see a return to heroes such as the Arlot with all of the dive available for Bushido Wildcats. Team Vamos might be keen on picking that up. Plus, you can use a quick final slash to punish the entry of the Freya, the Harley. So a lot of options for them in the EXP lane. We could go back to Lapu-Lapu even, heroes like that.
Yeah. There's a lot of flexibility with the Freya, but also that also can be applied for the Belleric. Although I personally don't like the Belleric to be placed in a different role. But that is an option. Also another idea from Onic Indonesia we see. Oh, Alice. This makes it very interesting for me. A tanky hero in the latter portions. More of a ramp type of hero, which does not really coincide with what the Harley as well as the Eudora wants to do. At the same time, has good synergy with the Freya, hand in hand from both side lanes, where the Freya is really good in the early to the mid stages of the game. Alice is good in the mid to the late game stages, and combined together, they're just a really strong ramp time kind of team. So it's like Bushido Wildcats have mixed in a lot of DOT with their.
Kita na natin may draft na nangyayari, so wag na nating paligoy-ligoy pa. Kami mga pala yung mga casters nyo. Sa community cast natin ng Games to the Future, ako si Miggy, kasama ko si Sonny.
Matik. Okay, legit. Legit na to, tol.
Mismo.
Okay.
Saktong-sakto natin. Chip?
Ano yan?
Uy, Chip Hirara Arlo. Parang lumang bago yung meta natin or yung draft natin.
Ay, di, men. Feeling ko si Error 404 pagka nakahirara, alam niya na yan. Alam na natin yan eh. Hirara ni Error 404, parang sobrang basic na sa kanya yung mga ganyang galawan. Pero tingnan natin kasi may, I think, medyo competitive din naman yung lineup ng Bushido Wild. Sorry, ng Bushido Wildcats. So hindi pala inuna yung BTR.
Yeah, mamaya pa
BTR foot
natin, guys.
After this, okay.
Yes.
Okay, this is
Okay.
Ay, yun nilalaro pala, by the way pala, yung kanina, if may mga sumusubaybay, si Uni pala yung main jungler ng SRG ngayon. Medyo na sidetrack, pero nakita ko lang ngayon.
Ano nangyari si Kais, no?
Siguro na, alam naman natin, nasa pagod na rin yan. Kung may mental toll rin naman, hindi lang sa pindutang physical yung ML eh. Kasi pati na rin sa emotional at mental eh.
Uy, grabe.
Pero
ang daming napipindot ng ML, men. Pero again, guys, welcome dito sa Team Vamos versus Bushido Wildcats for our game number 1 for our bracket B ng ating tournament dito sa Games of the Future 2026. Again, this is the community cast ng Just ML. So, kung gusto nyo manood ng malalupit na English at medyo hindi laid back, dun kayo sa mainstream. No? At kung gusto nyo naman mapanood yung Team Spirit, Aurora Gaming, Team Falcons PH, ano ba, SRG, dun po kayo sa Stream A. Kasi dito sa Stream B, ang nadadaanan lang natin dito is, ayan, Team Vamos, Onic ID, tapos BTR by Vitality. Nandiyan din naman yung Geekay, pero ayan, alam ko naman medyo hindi kayo familiar sa kanila. Pero okay, eto na, first blood agad goal ni Cloco, that's gonna be Contemper.
Ayun na, sakit.
Mabilis agad.
Alam naman natin kasi kailangan talaga ng time ng Bushido Wildcats. Kahit sabihin na natin early timing sila, kung mabigyan na yung early game lineup nila, hindi talaga sila makakaskill na maayos. And all the while, honestly, gusto ko yung Freya chip dito kasi alam naman natin yung chip shortcut pang sagot sa yung lack of mobility ng Freya, pero pinik mo yan into a Belleric, and I'm sorry yung paglabas nila sa portal, maano lang sila mararato na Dryad.
Yun nga parang hindi na kailangan ni Zakewif mag flicker out of Dryad
Yun nga
Parang
eh.
every time. Ayun lang. Teka,
Grabe
parang...
na nun, no?
Ang ganda rin ng ginagawa ni Cloco na using his Sushin. Talagang sobrang na-zone out si Kiray eh. Tingnan mo naman, tol, level 3 siya, 2 minutes. Tapos si Nexus, first blood agad ni Clocun. Nagkamali nga lang siya ng daan, men. Sabi nga ni Looney, anong magagawa mo? Tao ka lang. Double kill by Clocun. Ayan, tapos surprisingly, si Contemporary hindi rin level 4, ha? Ano nangyayari sa Bushido Wildcats?
Nangyayari talaga dun yung may kagustuhan, kadalasan kasi pumupunta at sumasama si Contemporary sa teammates niya. Yung binububog sila, nakita ko may alis dun bigla, kaya nawalan siya ng isang wave or ilang minions, kaya na-delay siya sa level 4 niya. Tapos by the way guys, I believe, nandito na yung bagong patch natin. This is a new patch. And pinasok na rin ata nila yung revamp kay Kaja, kaya medyo kapa ulit. Check ko nga rin, making sure, para fact check ko na lang muna sa ML ngayon.
Yung 5 ba? Kasi if ever 5 na yung pwedeng hatakin ni Kaja, hindi ba na yun? Autoban na?
Oo, pero hindi naman siya autoban right now kasi alam naman natin yung rule natin, at least 2 weeks of play na nilabas yung Kaja bago siya pwedeng laruin sa competitive. So, ibig sabihin nun, kung kawawa si Kari kasi kung magka-carry man sila, kahit walang carry dito, kung may Kaleyang lalabas, pwede mo lang ban yung Kaleya, wala na siyang kakombo eh.
Sabagay. Pero tingnan natin ha. Tapos i-revamp din nila si Kaleya men, no? Pwede na dalawa, basta magkadikit or abot ng range nung niya. Ang OP masyado ng mga ng mga roamers nun, yung mga pick off heroes. Pero tingnan natin for this game naman, again 3-0 na po ang Team Vamos against Bushido. Nahirapan kasi yung tas 2K gold lead pa. So, actually approaching 3K na for Team Vamos. Kasi tingnan mo naman, sobrang bibilis talaga nila mag-farm pre. Tapos yung supposedly na nang mamama ng early game na etong si Bushido, nawawalan sila ng parang ng way to farm kasi tingnan mo naman yung positioning ni Zayquif tsaka ni Error 404, same goes with Clocun, yung trio mid ng Team Vamos. Wala talagang chino-choke nila yung passages ng Bushido Wildcats and nakikita nga natin na dumadating na sa point na parang even yung gold laner and XP laner sobrang naapektuhan na dun sa pang-zone, dun sa trio mid naman ng Bushido Wildcats. Sige mo men, second turtle, wala na naman ka-contest. Yung side ng Bushido talagang binabodybag sila dito.
Dagdag mo pa nga dyan, may final slash pa sa gitna, parang si Kiray ay aaray. At true enough, si Natko pa nga yung nag-tower dive doon. Nakikita na nga natin, ito na yung nakikita natin, or what we'd call a snowball talaga. Kasi nakikita nyo ba, yung wala pa nga yung Freya dito sa bugbugan na to, kasi tuloy-tuloy lang binububog ng Team Vamos ng Bushido Wildcats, na to the point na mas maaga nakaka-rotate pa si Natko. Ayun na nga nakikita natin, walang karespeto doon sa turrets natin dyan sa mid lane.
Grabe men, tumatambay sila, second turret na, inner turret, pero may outer turret pa na available yung Bushido Wildcats. Hindi natin masabi kung draft ba no? Tingin mo?
Oo. Nasa na rin yan, I'd say partly sa draft, kaya talagang gumanda yung galawan. Kasi in terms of draft naman, matchup wise is 50-50, pero mas may synergy yung mga picks ng Team Vamos. Pero feel ko rin, sa pindutan na rin yun eh.
parang sa pindot na no?
Oo.
Pero tingnan natin kasi I think meron pa rin namang signs of life etong Bushido Wildcats. Kasi tingnan mo yung bottom lane, nakakapag-push etong si Sunshine. Nakakahanap siya ng ways dito para to at least ma-even out lang man or mapantay o yung gold lead dito ng Team Vamos. Pero Flicker, sabay shortcut ginamit na dito men, pero Clocun napagamit ng Crimson Beacon and Flicker just to get away. Sinat ko naman naiwan sa Melikoran, pero ang ganda ng Wrath of Dryad tol, maganda pa. That's gonna be a mega kill para dito kay Error 404. Sino ba to? Ako, double kill. Kaya bang makatakas pa ni Conte? Pero hindi na po. That's gonna be double for Ziska. And that's 3 double kill.
Masakit.
Akala ko 4 yung nawala dun. Dalawa yung nag-double kill, di ba?
Oh. Dapat yung dalawa nag-bonus na lang since kakampi naman sila.
Ayun. Si Conteper pala, na-late lang yung visuals. Pero oy, Natko mamatay ba si Natko? Ayun lang, hindi magandang hindi magandang trade yon for the side of Bushido. Wildcats, Siska with the final sweep. Final slash rather, hindi naman din ko connecta yan. And ayun, balik tayo sa kanila mga farm lane, Miggy.
Yun na nga, 7 minutes in, 4,000 gold lead na yung tinitingnan natin, guys. Pero I'm not gonna lie, gusto ko yung performance si Siska. I'm liking the aggressive plays coming from Siska over Sepat no MSC natin. Very passive, pero siguro nga lang rin, ito yung itsura or yung form niya. Pag maganda yung lane nga niya, ano naman magagawa dito? Nakikita na nga natin, binisita naman ng 5 si Siska. At ayun, makaka-hit and run pa ata sila. Pero si Sunshine, ginigreed niya talaga yan. Pero nang zone out na lang, nagkaroon ng aggression. Pinakita na ng Nikiray, nandito ako para lang mailigtas ang kanyang gold laner.
Nandito ako by OGL Casid, very classic. So, tingnan natin kasi again, sobrang laki ng lead actually ng Team Vamos. Sabihin na natin 5k lang yan, pero kung titingnan nyo yung kill deficit and map control, lahat leaning towards Team Vamos. The only way I think na makakabawi dito yung Bushido Wildcats is ma-shutdown nila etong si Error 404 and same goes with Cloak. Teka! Tama ba yung akala ko naka Ice Queen 1 pero Conteper nagamit niya yung Torn of Ruins para lang makalayo. Look at the damage ni Natko, ang sakit! Resist ka naman ang kukuha ng final kill. There's gonna be double kill. Meron pang triple. Tapos ngayon, Valkyrie Descent ginamit na rin. Ito na ba yung pang maniac niya? Hindi. Error 404 gets the monster kill. Tapos kasama na yung Torre sa may taas.
Pakasakit ng pinapakita dito. And all the while, by the way guys, Error 404, may Sky Piercer. Yung nangyari nga dun ay na-punish nga naman kasi alam nila na hindi talaga makakapalag yung Bushido Wildcat with their goal deficit. And nakita na nila, na-shutdown na nila. Early game lineup naman yung Bushido Wildcats. At nangyari dun, early game nga, na-delay nila. Pero ito na nga, sumunod pa with the final slash onto 4. Si Hero 404, nagwawala na nga. Si Klokun lang, nabubuhat na lang dito. Pero teka lang, namali pa ata sila dun sa pag-setup na yun. Ang savage si Error 404.
And that's what you get.
When you let
Sabi nga para more. Team Vamos 21-4. Talagang sobrang nag-struggle yung Bushido Wildcats dito, man. Even they plan to set up yung doon sa may bandang Lord fight, pero wala talagang na-overwhelm sila doon sa damage ng Team Vamos. Hindi kaya, ang sakit ni Siska, ang sakit ni Natko, same goes with Error 404, full stack na yung Sky Piercer niya, so wala silang nagiging choice talaga. And I think ang the best way na lang talaga dito is i-activate na yung stealth mode nila, men, kasi again, si Kiray tsaka si Nexus, I think sila talaga yung pinakamagiging bread and butter ng pinaka-game na to kasi wala silang steady DPS wala silang MM. Si Sunshine, ang dali lang tunawin dito ni Natko dahil sobrang farmed up. So hindi ko alam kung paano gagawin niyo ng Bushido Wildcats na mag-stealth mode, lalong-lalo na sobrang hawak na ng Team Vamos yung mapa, pero I think yun lang talaga yung only way para makabawi sila dito. Pero let's see, ladies and gentlemen, kasi bottom lane yung tina-target ngayon ng Team Vamos, and I think wala naman ding magagawa yung Bushido Wildcats to defend yung kanilang torre, no? Kasi wala silang masyadong pang-clear ng minion wave. Meron lang sila Freya, pero yun nga, close gap hero kasi. Pero teka lang Miggy, sa may top lane kasi dire-diretso na yung Team Vamos, and I think the next target would be the middle lane. Concealed lane is Zake Wave. Teka lang, mag-flicker ba yan? Flicker! Rat of Dryad, pero may Torn of Ruin lang din naman. Shortcut sa may likuran, pero problema yata sino na mamatay, is gonna be Numb. Nako, hindi niya na naramdaman yung mga pangyayari na yon. Kiray ang susunod na tutumba. Nako, sinundan pa siya ulit ni Air 404. That's gonna be a triple kill plus magandang pagtapos ng game. Team Vamos takes game number 1.
Ibang klaseng pinakita sa atin doon. The pressure na binibigay talaga. And talagang Error 404, wag mo na sa kanyang bigay yung Hirara, please. And of course, syempre, yung Klokun combination with Siska, talagang ano magagawa mo sa Arlot at sa isang Dushin nga naman kung hinahata ka lang inaangat ka tapos meron ng may surprise Arlot na magse-setup sa iyo eh.
Wala, ganun talaga. Pero tingnan natin kung loading game lang ba to for the team of Bushido Wildcats or Team Vamos magki-claim na ng victory over this series. Pero once again, this is your Just ML X Games of the Future 2026. Kami nakasama nyo. Kung nga pala Sonic, kasama ko si Miggy. Magbabalik kami and after neto is game number 2 na and tingnan natin kung 2-0. Gaya na sabi ni Miggy.
Oh.
That he has. And of course, error 404. The bet Bushido was on the cloud. It means that there is a launch pad, a runway for error for tie away and just deal with the entire opponent's J2E. So difficult game to play if you're Bushido Wildcats. There was a lot of demands that we suggested for them to be able to win, and they couldn't achieve anything out of that because of their overcompensation once again.
It also has to be pointed out that as we've discussed the importance of like snowball, winning early, and all of that in this current metagame, even more so simplicity is a very important factor. The simpler your lineup is in terms of the idea that it wants to pull off, the much better it is for your entire team. With how the draft for Bushido Wildcats went, as we've been discussing, they needed a steady climb to level 4 for the Harley, a steady level climb to level 4 for the Alice, but then suddenly you see Contemporary going in like that very early on. You see Nom and Kirai not taking care of the vision in that middle bush, overcompensating again in presence for the Alice in the turtle, leaving Nexus to just get spotted out there. And then it started this. Like once it got to this point where Vamos can do this 5 minutes in behind the first turret, that was pretty much the dagger in this game. It was over from the first kill onto Nexus, and then the first kill onto Contemporary leading into the first kill onto Nexus, and then the play behind the tower, that was the dagger. This at this point is just rubbing it in the faces of Bushido Wildcats from Vamos. It's like, let me just show you how over this game really is.
Yeah. You can see when they try to go for a cheeky play, they just get punished over and over again. I think that they will eventually take out, get one kill afterwards, but this time Team Vamos decides, okay, it's time in the game. They initiate with the Wrath of the Dryad catching 2. They have so much gold advantage that they can just use it as a battering ram against Bushido Wildcats under their own base. And such a one-sided game, and I think the Bushido Wildcats, that should be a rude awakening for them. Stop with this kind of play style where you desperately want to win. You can naturally win. They are drafting well. Their first 3 picks, they were able to snag Harley with the first pick Freya as well as the Eudora. And I think those first 3 picks alone is enough for defeating Team Vamos. You just have to be more stable with your last 2 picks. When they decided to go for this chip, well, this Alice, it's almost like a death sentence to themselves. Although I could say that there is a window, there's definitely a window for them to win in this game, but unfortunately they played their hand too much.
It's interesting to see that the theme still continues. It's like overcoming. It's difficult to pinpoint on exactly what. When you have already had a fantastic draft, the first 3 picks, you just need to round it out with some stability. Whereas it seems like they overcompensated with trying to find balance when they didn't need the balance. In this metagame, the clearer your identity, the clearer what you want to do, it's so much better. We're past the time where, oh, you need to make sure there's a checklist of this. Dude, just pack damage or pack hella crowd control and roll from that.
That I completely agree with. Yeah. You don't have to overthink. Simplicity is important in this metagame because you have to really narrow down your win conditions. Of course, it doesn't mean that you will have to just pick all of the meta heroes. Although I would say there was a time, there was a game yesterday. It was Onic. Really good players in the lineup, and what the coaches did was to draft every single meta hero. I think they were able to get Yutora, Barats, then eventually Guinevere Paquito or something like that. But yeah. We're gonna be hopping into a quick break, everyone. When we come back, it's gonna be game number 2. Let's see if Bushido Wildcats can wake up. But for now, we're gonna be hopping into a break.
Sometimes you gotta admit when the broadcast track is just pretty much of a vibe. And I've been vibing here.
Yes.
Good thing y'all don't see me dancing. But it's not a vibe at all for Bushido Wildcats. It's definitely a vibe for Vamos, who are continuing their clear identity of how they want to play. Again, Renmore and Wolf still here. You don't see us, but you can hear us. We speak into your ears. We speak into your soul. Is there anything that you want to say, Wolf? Like, I'm not even going to give you a prompt. Just like anything you want to say.
Don't play chip if you're not if you don't have enough sleep. That's what I would say.
If you don't have enough sleep?
Yes.
Is that our working theory now, that our brother Num from Bushido Wildcats has not had enough sleep to play the chip?
No, this is not related to the game that we saw earlier. Although we can say that the decision making coming out from the Bushido Wildcats weren't as pristine as their drafting pattern was yesterday. Because remember, yesterday we were commending the way that they drafted. In fact, there's a lot of promise when it comes to the hero composition that they were able to do. And even in this game number 1, I still see hints of good drafting coming out from them. But I feel like their decision making is not as good as yesterday. And now that you're looking at how they played that game with the chip, it kind of reminded me of when I played with other people who just played so much and grinded so much when it comes to MLBB. The next day they didn't have enough sleep and they end up losing more stars than they've gained because of, lack of sleep. So yeah, don't play chip if you don't have enough sleep.
Yep. It's really good advice pretty much to... Yeah, I know it looks so fun, folks. We're in, oh, look, I'm a chip. I can bump into someone. Here's my ultimate. Whoopee! Here's the entire party. But there's a level of nuance to it, which I will also admit sometimes I do mess up. I apologize to all of the randoms in RG that I have sent to their impending doom because I mistimed my chip ult. But that just adds even more to the case of it, all right? We've already seen the bans. We're not going to forget Freya this time around because Vamos decided to ban that out. Marcel's gone too. Belric, Valentina active. Hirara's gone. So we're going to be seeing some different priorities this time around.
And that priority should be on the Belric or the Eudora, I feel like, for Bushido Wildcats. No Freya. So instead it will be the Selena. To be fair, there was a time where Kirai started the game with a really good ability to stun his opponents with the arrows. But I feel like this is a hero that they feel is their last resort. It's like a break glass in case of emergency kind of hero here for Bushido Wildcats. And I don't blame them. They could be eliminated from games of the future. And if they lose another game. Team Vamos, however, with a really good answer. The glue. A way to tank the arrow as well as step on the traps of the Selena in case they need to.
I feel like even though we know that this is a comfort, it's, as you mentioned, hey, that's so funny. You straight up mentioned Guinevere and Paquito earlier, and then here comes Bushido Wildcats just prioritizing it right out of the gate.
Yeah.
After seeing the glue and the Harley, though, how do you feel about this?
How do I feel about this? I like it. I like it. There's a lot of skill shots they may have to land. And the reason why I like it is that whenever I see the Selena and there's other supplementary stuns, there's just so many ways to engage with it. You can start with a stun from both Sunshine as well as Nexus. You can start with a knock-up coming out from the Guinevere into the arrow. It could be arrow into a stun follow-up afterwards. There's a lot of chain stuns that you can do. So 3 heroes with a lot of good sources of crowd control, that's gonna be good up against the Harley. But is it good up against the Melissa? That is the bigger question in here. I feel like the Violent Requiem, if you nail it properly, you probably can threaten Natco. But otherwise, it's difficult to play dive against the Melissa.
We saw this a lot as a major component to picking up the Melissa. If you know there's so much dive and not any clear idea of reach to be able to poke the Melissa down, then it's so difficult. But at least the comforting thought is you put in the condition, Wolf, of get the Violet Requiem onto the Melissa. You know it's not gonna have Purify. It will always have Inspire. So at least that if you do get that catch, it's gonna be a great catch. But it's, again, gonna be very difficult to execute and really pull off the catch this Melissa out. Because hypothetically, even if you get to catch her, there are other problems to deal with. So Bushido need to find a way to level this out with some form of reach or really good dive that once they decide to go in, there's no room for Natco on this Melissa to thrive.
Yeah. And this means that for Team Vamos going to be looking at taking away more damage heroes like Arlet. Think about it, there's a good synergy for Bushido Wildcats with the Arlet, but Winivere plus the Paquito plus the Arlet, I doubt Bushido Wildcats will actually pick that kind of composition, because that would mean that their Gwyn is your jungle, and you have the Paquito in the gold lane up against the Melissa, and I think that is not a good lane to play at for Bushido Wildcats. So I think that they probably would have been better if they banned out the Brody, because I feel like Bushido Wildcats will with that one out. But we'll see. Maybe Bushido Wildcats themselves will just not pick up the Brody, put this Paquito in the gold, put themselves in a very tight spot actually.
Yeah, especially since if Vamos decides to round out with like a Farso or a Vexana as their mid laner, then that's pretty much GG for a all dive composition, and you're playing a new game plus hard mode, hardcore mode, one death, and your entire save run is just gone. So they're saving that pick for later. They get the Uranus, and with all of this dive and burst, it's whoa, oh man, this is not gonna be a fun time for Bushido, but hell, if they pull this off, then they pull this off, but it's too demanding.
Yep. You put your Paquito in a lane up against the Melissa, you put your Benedetta against the Uranus. There is a lot that they have.
At kami nagbabalik para po dito. Ayan, medyo malayo lang yung mic ko pero lalapit ko. Ayan. Nagbabalik tayo for the game number 2 ng Bushido Wildcats versus Team Vamos. Kami pa rin at your service, Sonny and Miggy. Kami makakasama nyo sa malalamig nyong hapon at sa mga malalamig nyong gabi. Ewan ko kung may nagpapainit ng gabi nyo, pero sana all. Yan lang ang masabi ko. Si Marcus kasi, yung director namin, ang dami nagpapainit ng gabi niya. So, kung gusto nyo ng magpapainit ng gabi nyo, PM nyo lang sa babahagian kayo niyan. Search nyo sa Facebook, Marcus Gonzaga. Ayan.
Tama.
Yes. Kamag-anak niya si Popeye Gonzaga at saka si Jom Gonzaga.
I like the idea here.
Hindi naman to sinusubay ba yan?
Matik yan. Yan yung mga dapat. Kung gusto nyo ng MLBB skins, guys, PM nyo lang, Jom Gonzaga. Ayan. Pwede kayong humingi ng skin sa kanya. Pero ito bago syempre kayong humingi ng skin sa kanya, syempre support the stream naman po muna, no, by sharing the live stream. Ayan. Maliit na bagay lang yan, guys. Walang bayad ang pag-share. Ang kapalit niyan ay ngiti sa aming mga mata. Gusto mo yun? Ngiti. Baka talaga ng ulam ng kapitbahay.
Yun na lang pala kasi yung niluto nga pala. Kung yung niluluto dito sa draft ay walang lasa. Pati na rin yung adobo ni Sonny.
Hindi ko alam tol kung maalat o maasim eh.
Baka ikaw
ako
na lang
hindi yung adobo. Yahoo! Pero tingnan natin, guys, ha. Uy, parang nako, chin up guys.
Posture check tayo, guys.
Posture check. Wash your face
and do the bumble shake.
And do the bumble shake para ayun, tech pause nga. Grabe, laki ng venue nila, dami nilang audience, ha.
Tipo hindi realistic na eh, ganun karami.
Oo, parang hindi pa ata nangyayari yun. Ay, hindi, nangyayari na yun, men, yung ganun kadami. Saan ba pinakamaraming audience?
Who knows, maybe Bushido.
Nung Malaysia, daming audience no? M6.
Oo, marami yan.
Their animal instincts.
Okay, pero again guys, this is the game number 2. Grabe naman to, Uy!
Ayun na gano. Talagang
galit ang Bushido,
guys. Kay
guys.
Zikif eh.
Grabe sabi ni Zikif, uy, teka lang. Kala nyo naman hindi naman kami naghahanap ng away. Pero, ayun nga guys, dahil sa ginawa nilang yon medyo na-delay ng konti. Etong si Nexus, 1 minute and 20 seconds, level 3 pa rin siya, no? Samantalang si Error 404 naman, level 4 na. Ang bilis naman niya. 1 minute and 20 seconds, kahit may leash.
Ano kasi, hindi ko nga rin alam paano, pero tiwala na lang rin, no?
Rico.
Alam na rin naman natin kasi supposedly, Bushido Wildcats yung lamang sa pagki-clear kasi alam mo naman, Selena yan, Season Hunter ba
Naku,
dapat
patay to.
naman yan? Naku
Patay
po,
ka.
Ay! Ayun na! Kaya pala nagpa-pause.
Matik na yon kapag kinuha pa kasi ni Contemper yung yung catapult. Hindi na lang sana niya erase.
Risky place niya talaga eh. Right now, hindi, nasa kanila nga na dapat medyo aggressive sila kasi alam naman natin, yun na naman yung naging sakit nila kanina na hindi nila ma-activate yung early game lineup nila. Pero even now, early game lineup na naman sila pero it's a hard say kung paano na to kasi you're looking at Paquito and Benedetta versus Ura and Glue.
Yun nga eh. Yan natin. Okay. Ano ba to, direct? 1 minute pause lang, tapos Gina. Baka kasi mamaya. Oo, baka mamaya i-stretch natin to ng i-stretch. Ma-lost thread yan.
Oo. Ano natin?
Ano ba English ng lost thread, men? Alam mo ba yung lost thread?
Ano yung lost thread?
Yung parang garter na na pa-wear out na ganon.
Loose thread?
Loose thread ba?
No, loose thread yun, di ba? Hindi lost thread? Distress thread. Meron rin distress.
Ang tawag kasi ng nanay ko, lost thread na. So, hindi ko alam kung loose thread ba o lost thread, pero...
Wala man na natin, pero...
mamaya. Pero ngayon naman...
natin, yung talaga mangyayari sa garter, lost thread. Loose thread, sabi. English din, loose thread.
Loose thread. Okay.
I-google na natin, kaya may Google tayo eh.
Hindi ko mag-google eh. One screen lang ako eh. One monitor lang ako. Pero this
iba yung loose thread eh. Hindi siya yung sa garter
eh. Basta alam mo yun, na-imagine mo yung bacon.
Yung nagbe-bacon.
Yun. Ano kaya? Teka, mag-search nga rin ako. Guys, kung alam nyo sa comment section, pakisabi na lang din sa amin. Kasi again, one community naman tayo dito. Nagkakatuwa naman tayo. Nag-enjoy tayo dyan. So kung alam nyo, thank you sa information. So, Migs? Lumabas ba?
Hindi eh. Distress na yun. Tingnan natin yung baconing.
Loose garter.
Yun yung baconing clothes. Alam mo yun eh.
Kasi wala ka din, di ba? Oo, kasi wala ka ring ibang term doon, di ba? Kundi bacon, di ba? Wala eh. Wala ka ibang tinatawag doon kundi bacon lang eh.
Ayun, it's an actual tawag doon, baconing clothes or bacon collar. Yun yung tawag.
Baconing
talaga. Ano yung proper English?
Okay, proper English. Formal English para dun sa baconing.
Ayun. Teka.
Ano?
Bacon. Wala eh.
Wala. So bacon lang talaga.
Stretched out neckline is bacon neck talaga. Bacon neck or bacon collar talaga tawag.
Okay. Wala pala talaga. Okay, sige.
Dito si GG Rental Shop. Anong oras po ang Falcons game today? Sa isa pong stream yun. Sa Stream Asia. Pero I believe it's gonna be the second series, no? Second series but of today?
Second series, yes.
Yes.
Ngayon kasi guys, kami, bracket B, bracket C kami. So ang dadaanan naming teams dito is Indonesian teams, Malaysian teams. So ayun po yung sa amin. Sa kabila, nandun yung nagsama-sama yung Turkey ano ba? Malaysia, SRG. Tapos, EECA, Team Spirit, tas Philippines. Andun po yung Team Falcons PH. So, sa Stream A kayo pumunta guys kasi nandun yung PH. Pero kung gusto nyo silipin yung ibang nangyayari for Bracket B, yan, dito kayo.
Ayun na nga. And speaking of, ito na nga na expected bait and switch pero kukulangin ata sila ng damage. Si Sunshine, ginagamit talaga yung bush to his best advantage pero Sunshine goes down.
Oo.
May na-vision check pa sila with that.
Naku, ang hirap. Kaso si namatay din doon. Sino yun?
Si Zekif.
Si Zekif.
Oo,
Ayun lang
yung
ang ilang problema doon ng Team Vamos. Kung anong game number 1, medyo nahirapan yung Bushido Wildcats na makahanap ng mga sagot early on the game. Ngayon, parang medyo sila yung naghahanap ng nagsiset ng tempo onto this game. Grabe si Nob! Grabe naman yung TP mo, tol. Kasi best pick niya daw yun, so...
Hindi, alam mo yun, yung nakita ko to very common siya sa mga throw players Yung pagtitipi na yan, ginagamit nila yun talaga pang rage bait para lahat biglang yung focus mapupunta sa kanila. So, nagiging mental warfare na lang siya na parang tinitipi na ako nito. Sige, bigyan natin. Biglang, yun na yung gusto niya. Yun yung bait niya.
Parang taunt antics na lang, no?
Taunt na lang, no?
Tingnan mo, Ang daming
Yung pagtitipi, nagalit sila.
Naku, baka dito pa madali ang Team Vamos. Pero let's see, guys. Kasi parang after yung taunt antics ni Numb, wala rin naman silang na-trade dun no?
Oo nga.
Parang okay, nagamit yung ultimate ni Zekif, pero after nun, walang naging kasunod. Siguro pwede niya gawin yun almost turtle, no? Tingin mo? Pang zone?
Basta madali kasi talagang nagta-timing sila para si Nexus makasabay. Pero si Contepper, mabibigyan pa ata. Malapit na siya makakuha pero no dice yung nakita natin. Numb right now, still doing the tactics nga na mini-mental warfare na lang niya. Yun naman talaga trabaho niya. Kung yung EXP laner ay wala na, siya, nasa kanya na ang...
Uy, kamali.
At ayun, naku po, tatlo nga naman yung na-stun with the Wrath of the Phoenix. The Fury of the Phoenix pala. Tapos ayun na nga, Sunshine na rin, very aggressive kasi ito naman yung go time and timing na naman ng fighter gold lane.
Nako, parang bumabawi na yung Bushido Wildcats. Actually, they currently hold the lead for against Team Vamos and very unlikely na makita natin to sa Team Vamos sa mga gantong eksena na lamang sila. And even Natco, medyo aurado din siya sa top lane I mean, sabagay kasi ang kalaban nga naman niya is fighter. So understandable na magiging maingat talaga, magiging play safe talaga siya sa mga gagawin niya. Pero tingnan natin guys kasi this is gonna be the second turtle of the game. May sinipa agad pero na-stun naman si Numb. Dumikit kasi siya kay Clocon pero that retry will go dito sa side ng Bushido Wildcats and ang kasagutan lang is gonna be Siska and wala ring teka gusto pa nila sinatko masyado na kayong dyan men.
Medyo hard ass na yun.
Grabe na yung daydream nyo yun kung gusto nyo pa sinatko na nandun sa tier 1 turret.
Ayun na nga, pero ito na nga, hindi niya pinauna yung frontliner niya, pero buti na lang, meron nga siya dong no-no zone. At ito na nga yung nangyayari. Apakalinis ng execution ng Bushido Wildcats dun sa turtle. Pero ngayon, nasusuklian pa at off-camera yet again. Si Nexus naman, binigyan yung Harley.
Ayun lang. Nako, yun yung pinaka mahihirapan tayo. So, let's see guys kasi iba din actually yung nagiging ngayon lang namatay si Error 4. Teka, kakabuhay lang ni Error 404. Ayan. Pero down pa rin siya dun sa visuals natin. Pero okay lang. Kasi ito na yung totoo, buhay na siya. So tingnan natin guys kasi again, grabe yung ginagawa ng Bushido Wildcats. Talagang nakakahanap sila ng way to actually punish yung mga paglalim ng Team Vamos at yung pagiging complacent nila. And tingnan mo, 5-3. Bushido Wildcats, nagalit na sila tol after nung game number 1. So kapag ginagalit pala sila talagang nagwawala ang Bushido, no? Talagang nilalabas nila yung pagiging wild.
Oo nga, pang-download nga lang talaga literal yung first game. Pero kung meron mang lineup na pwedeng mabuhay dito sa ating double gold lane or double fighter lineup, yan na yung Melissa siguro. As much as nandito na tayo, nakita natin, rumaragasa na nga yung Bushido Wildcat dito sa early game natin. In terms of late game scaling, nasa Team Vamos pa rin kasi Clocoon's gonna have the damage, Melissa ni Natco's gonna have the damage, to the point na meron pa siyang engagement tool para lang hindi talaga makumpleto na yung burst down na manggagaling kay Sunshine.
And si Sunshine kasi tol, parang okay, ang bilis mo mag-scale pero at the same time na parang inaabangan lang din siya ng Team Vamos kung kailan siya mag-fail doon sa mga combo niya eh. Kasi once nag-fail yung combo ni Sunshine, feeling ko doon mag-fall off yung Bushido Wildcats. And plus, meron kasing ceiling lang dito yung team yung Bushido Wildcats eh. Kasi lalong-lalo na wala silang marksman. Okay, nakakapatay sila early to mid game, pero I think that's pretty much it eh. Kasi parang wala eh. Magkukulang talaga sila dito sa damage later on. Eh, tingnan mo.
Yun na si Zif. Makakakuha ng kill.
Approaching 8 minutes pa nga lang tayo, pero parang nagpapakita, no, muntik po si Error 4.
Lapit na. Pixel na dream na yun.
Sobrang lapit, hindi pa kumagat eh, no? Kung ako yung Harley doon, kakagat yung panay, sasalawin ko eh.
Alam ko yan, Sony. Alam ko yan.
Sasalawin ko yun, pre, kasi syempre kawawa naman siya pag hindi ko sinalo, di ba?
Sayang naman yung pana, no?
Oo, sayang yung pana.
Bet piso rin yun. Pero ito na nga, ginamit na lahat para lang mapatay si Ziska. Pero it's all for naught, pero na-zone out nga nila. At least bawi nila yung top lane inner turret nga naman ng Team Vamos. At mukhang nasasakal ng slight na yung Team Vamos. 4,000 gold lead onto the side of Bushido Wildcats.
Ako, hindi maganda to for Team Vamos. Kasi again, yung lineup nila pang snowball naman eh. Pero I think ang pinakinatay lang talaga nila dito na mag-online is si Natko. Ang kagandaan naman kasi dito hindi namamatay si Natko eh. 003 KDA niya, and I think kompleto na rin naman yung kanyang Trinity item na kailangan ng isang Melissa. Pero, teka, mali ka ata ng sinipa dyan, men. Ayun lang, nagkamali kayo ng liga, tol. Susundan na lang kayo niyan, and there's gonna be a kill. Contemporary gets taken down. Si Nexus naman dito, wala nang pantakas. And tingnan mo kung sino yung sinashampuhan. There's gonna be Numb. Kahit hindi mo maramdaman ang lahat ng yan, tol, paparamdam sa'yo ng Team Vamos. 20 seconds na lang bago lumabas yung next Lord at walang flicker dito si Numb. Wala ring ultimate actually si Contemporary, wala ring Petrify.
Yun yung masaklit at masaklap kasi you are now playing into the timing na hindi mo na oras eh. It is now Team Vamos' time because they are scaling. They have a really painful, walang deaths on their damage dealers na that is the Zetia ni Clocon at yung Melissa ni Natko. Nakikita na natin, apakasakit and hindi na kailangan ng respetuhin yung manggagaling burst damage sa kanila. Pero ito naman si Nam, nagtatry pa rin, ginagawa pa rin niya yung tactics niya from a while ago to try to get a bit of aggro, pero hindi lang nila alam kung saan si Error 404 naglalurk. Pero andun na nga si Nam. Yun yung nasana yung opportunity. Pero matagal-tagal yung Lord Dance natin dito, Sony.
Oo, matatagalan talaga nila dito, men. Kasi gusto talaga nila, gusto makuha na actually ng Team Vamos to eh. And hindi rin nila pwedeng ibigay lang to basta-basta for Bushido Wildcats dahil ayaw na nga nilang mag-escalate pa yung lead na meron.
Ayun
pero lang, si Kiray. Naku,
Aray. Hindi naman mamamatay. Pero aaray.
Wow.
Rapcast.
Rapcaster yarn. Pero tingnan natin ha. Ay, ang ganda ng Petrify play ni Contemporary sabay. Meron namang Fury of the Phoenix. Mamatay nga na di si Kiray. Red Battle. Si Natko nakuha. Double kill for Clocun. Naku po, hindi naman nakatakas sila Nexus. That's gonna be 3-man down para sa side ng Bushido Wildcats.
Ayun na nga, ito na yung kailangan na umaandar na yung makina ng Team Vamos. Kailangan na nila talagang magpakalma. As much as, yun yung mahirap dito ngayon sa lineup ng Bushido Wildcats, I'd say. Napakaganda na yung timings na hit na ng Team Vamos. May damage na sila, masakit na yung damage nila. Pero sa Bushido Wildcats, kailangan nilang hanapin yung balance ng kung kailan magiging play safe at kailan magiging aggressive. Kasi mahirap na sa lineup nila, wala silang big time setter talaga mismo eh. Pang pick off yung skill set nila eh.
Rico, ang sakit. Men, ito yung sinasabi ko kanina eh. Naantay lang talaga na mag-online etong si Natko. Alam mo, after ng game na to, bibiling ko na yung Melissa na yan eh. Feeling ko yan na lang yung kulang sakit ko tol eh. Grabe, mas ngayon ko lang siya mas na-appreciate. Grabe pala yung snowball potential. And iba din, no? Kasi, again, may go away na. Meron pa siyang needle na tumatagos kahit malayo. Ops. Pero magpe-play dito si Namba. Dami dito tinamaan. Tinamaan naman ng si Clocun ng Abyssal Arrow. Pero basag na ata tong bottom lane, men. Hindi na to papayagan ni Natko na na mabuhay pa, no? Pero, Fury of the Phoenix, nagamit na rin naman!
Baka
si Nexus dito, ayun na, binabaha na ang members ng Bushido Wildcats, men. Yung mid lane na lang nila ang magiging next target ng Team Vamos. And yun lang, very unfortunate yung nangyari dito for Bushido. Teka lang, sumipa na naman. Sino yung pinaka mamamatay? Yung dalawang makunat kasi yung pinaka talagang tinatry nilang patayin pero hindi nyo kaya yan men eh. Wala kayong steady DPS, wala kayong gold laner. Yes, meron kayong gold laner that's gonna be Sunshine pero pag hindi tumama yung mga combo niya, wala nang mangyayari. Pero Cloco tinamaan kanina ng Abyssal Arrow, hindi naman din magtutuloy. And I think mababasag na rin tong middle lane na to any minute pagdating nung minion wave na yan. And that is a very unfortunate, Miggy, para sa side ng Bushido.
Yun na nga, yung kala natin, lamang na lamang yung Bushido. Kanina, they had that 4,000 gold lead. Pero as soon as the First Lord showed up, as soon as nakita na nila yun na more or less yung First Lord, yung timing ng Melissa doon, naka-Trinity na dapat eh. And doon na nila naramdaman kasi si Kiray biglang na deadly magic na halos malapit na mamatay siya doon, halos buhay na siya doon literal. Nangyari nga lang, Team Vamos used that opportunity. Though nabigyan niya si Error 404 doon, I believe, nakuha at least ni Natko ang Lord that time. And ngayon nakikita na natin, ang hirap ng tunawin yung front line ng Team Vamos na literal, pangalan nila, go time na to para sa kanila.
Nako, go time na nga men. Nako, tatapusin na ba nila? Etong game na to, may kasama silang minion wave Pero teka lang, kasi tingnan mo naman, si Natko mamamatay. Uy. Hindi pa tapos.
Teka lang, kalma.
Teka lang. Ayan, binalik.
Kalma guys.
Hindi. Alam ko na yung nangyari. Lumipat tayo ng ibang multiverse kung saan naubos yung Team Vamos.
Oo, yun na nga.
Oo, sa kabilang multiverse kasi, natapos ng Team Vamos yung game Napush ni Natko, tol.
Pero ngayon, medyo baka mabaliktad pa bigla ngayon kasi dahil dun sa kanilang super aggressive play. Pero understandably so naman. Magigets rin naman natin na bakit nila gustong tapusin. May catapult sila Lahat ng skills, lahat ng battle spells ginamit para lang maisalba yung buhay nila. 1 HP, literal, isang tama na lang kung hindi namatay si Natko doon. Kung meron lang Wind of Nature siya siguro. Ibang klaseng usapan na yon. Pero ngayon, bumabalik tayo sa ating game number 2, guys. At hindi pa tapos kasi ngayon, Bushido Wildcats may Lord naman.
Grabe. Oh my God. Hindi ko ina-expect na magiging ganon yung kay Natnaan. Pero teka lang, Namba, hindi, delikado ka dyan. Hindi ka pwedeng... Akala din ng director Natapos na no? Tinransition niya na Sabi niya, okay, GG, WP, thank you guys. Well played.
And that's the game.
And that's it.
The game.
Gumano na siya no?
Makikita na natin dito. Nag-aalangan na ata. Kailangan pa rin pwestuhan malupit galing sa Team Vamos para dito Pero it's a hard ask knowing full well walang passive ngayon si Clokun kaya di siya pwedeng super aggressive maglaro o pumosisyon.
Alam din ni Clokun yan men actually. Pero tingnan natin guys ano ba yung next move ngayon ng Team Vamos. Kasi again parang naagawan sila ng lollipop dun sa play ng Bushido Wildcats and that is a very bold play para sa kanila no. High risk, high reward. Kaya naman ayun na risky na liquidate ang Team Vamos. Pero wala masyadong nag-hold
Pero ayun na, error 404 takes Contemper out. At ito na ata, that's disengaged na para sa Bushido Wildcats. Wala kasi silang pushing power. Kailangan talaga nila yung mga damage dealers na tulad ni na Contemper talaga para nandyan
Alright, so tingnan natin ano ba yung mangyayari dito sa ating game no since nagpakita ng signs of life yung Bushido Wildcats naubos nila yung Team Vamos after that base lock turret na ginawa ng Team Vamos. Pero kasi men ang gusto ko lang sabihin talaga dito, congratulations sa Alex Ayala.
Yes sir. Tama-tama naman rin Congratulations. Palong-palo sila dito, palong-palo rin siya, literal.
Oo, palong-palo si Alex Ayala, men. Grabe, congratulations. Ano yan, Wimbledon ba yon? Hindi ata, di ba?
Hindi pa Wimbledon.
Congratulations sa Alex Ayala. Pero teka lang, conceal play. Nako, alam ni Contemper yung play niya. Pero dahil doon, uy! Teka, maganda yung pagkakatama kay Clock. Kaya naman burst pa siya. Maganda yung setup and that's gonna be error 404 gets taken down. Nako, meron pang play ang mga members dito ng Team Bushido Wildcats. Ito na ba yung play na magbabalik sa kanila sa winning condition? Pero teka lang split na gamit na rin naman. Ang daming Patrick na maliliit. Pero hindi na itutuloy yata ng Bushido Wildcats. Sabi nila, okay, one step at a time lang, baby steps, kahit late game na, tol. Yun ang sinasabi nila dito.
Yun nga, napaka-risky ng ginawa doon ni Nam, pero wala na siyang pake. Manhid na siya kung ano man mangyari. Basta't makuha niya yung magandang sipa na yun. True enough, meron na tayong Lord Dance dito. 4v5 scenario, wala pang jungler ang Team Vamos. So, apakahirap na nito. Kailangan nila i-delay. Pero yun na nga, with the spatial migration to a Violet Requiem, natanggal na si Nam doon. Manhid na at si Nexus rin. Ngayon, wala nang junglers. Mano a mano na yung bagbalagbagan. Pero si Kiray yung makakasecure ng Lord.
Naku, ayun na nga, tol. Even though they got the Lord, pero parang si Kiray, siya na lang natitira. There's gonna be double kill. And hindi na natin kailangan pang panoorin ng game number 3 dahil sobrang imposible na noon. Team Vamos, even though medyo shaky yung kanilang mga naging plays at mga naging decision making, still manages to secure this series win. At sila nga po ang mag-a-advance sa ating lower bracket finals.
Ayun na nga. And that means qualified na sila, no? Kasi this was lower bracket. Ibig sabihin nun, qualified na sila. They are the ones who are gonna be moving forward to our playoff stage na, I believe. Pero nasa top 32 or top 16 pa ata sila.
Hindi ko lang sure kung paano yung mangyayari dito. Pero I think, alam ko 8 teams, di ba? Ay, 2 teams per bracket yung kukunin eh.
3 teams per bracket.
So, maglalaban 3 teams. Okay, 3 teams.
3 teams. Kasi yung nag-first at second na, yung nanalo yesterday, for placings na lang sila ngayon. Kasi ibig sabihin nun, yung iba top 16, tapos yung iba top 8 na, I believe.
Oh, okay. So hindi na sila maglalaro ng lower bracket finals?
Hindi na.
Hindi, kasi ito na yung pinaka-lower bracket finals. Anyways, may explain pa namin yan further, of course, dito sa ating tournament. Pero for the meantime, kailangan muna namin mag-head into a break. Once again, this is Just MLX Games of the Future 2026 Community Cast. Atid sa inyo ni Sonny. Sama naman si paring Miggy. And see you guys later for the series number 2.
Still a big challenge ahead of them in case, but unfortunately for the Wildcats, it's the end of the line.
Fortunately, they did not go out with a whimper. They definitely went out with a bang. In their final game here, in Games of the Future, we thought that Vamos could just coast to it, but Bushido were able to make the lineup work until eventually the reality of playing up against the Melissa, and a Melissa with a Purify at that, just hit them hard. But I'm pretty sure Vamos didn't expect that game to go as it did with Bushido. As you so eloquently put it together, just brought out their animalistic side. And when it seems like when they can just free flow and play without thinking too much about a lot of what they want to do, and they kept it simple. Simple in the sense that, yes, mechanically, they still needed to layer crowd control, but it was simple in the idea that whoever gets hit by the arrow, just go ahead and jump on them. Yeah. Play around the Guinevere, the Cho, and the Selena hit squad.
Yeah. And we can see through the replay how good it was for the Wildcats at the start, but this was the turnaround the Team Vamos were looking for. You can see how separated the members of the Wildcats are. And that Zetian ultimate just is really good against the dive composition. This is the part that we didn't really see. I think this was the defense, right?
Yes.
So it was a 3-man Petrify stun that led into Sunshine just decimating them, and of course Kirai landing the nice stuns afterwards. It's just Team Vamos were clumped up together and there was that to punish. For some reason they took out Air 404. We're gonna see the Lord fight afterwards. And yep, Numb was just too low. The Petrify, the Guinevere jumped into Natko, but Natko was able to purify out of there. And the go away that will be a problem after the fact that the Violet Requiem was over. That was one of the many reasons why Team Vamos were able to win in that specific game.
Yeah, imagine being able to take out the Purify of that Melissa, but I feel like at that point the Team 5 was just so messy. Even Cisco was doing a great job of playing around the other members of Bushido Wildcats who I'm pretty sure really wanted to follow up for Nexus. And I think that's where their discussion was, because I believe I saw Nexus and it was Numb having a conversation. And at one point, Numb like did a hand sign where he crisscrossed. And then looking back at that last fight, I think that's exactly what they were talking about. Nexus probably going, yo, I got that Melissa. I popped this Purify. And then Numb was like, no, they had to split up because the Uranus was here. Let's just go with that. Yeah. I like that theory. And I like it when I sound smart. So let's just accept that as fact. But the fact is, Clocken is the MVP on this Zetian Wolf.
Yeah. That Fury of the Phoenix and the last pick is Etienne as well. That tells you that there's a lot of mastery that is around this Zetian tournament from Clocken. And most importantly, Team Vamos knew exactly what they wanted to do to go up against this dive comp that they've seen. And of course, Clocken played it perfectly. 0 deaths, 81% kill participation, and a lot of damage dealt along the way. It was sad to see Bushido Wildcats go after finally waking up in this tournament. They played 4 games in total. The first 3 games that they played, it seems that they just couldn't really unleash their potential. This game, they were almost there. It's just that they ran out of gas up against Team Vamos, and with that, they bow out of the tournament.
Still a tremendous showing, but Vamos does continue their road. Just a quick update for you from the other stream. Currently, it looks like Team Spirit was able to qualify for the playoffs. They had to forfeit their match against Falcons, but the champions of MSC easily swept through Entity 7 to make it into the playoffs. So Vamos and Spirit are in, and doesn't that sound familiar? Coming up next, the final Group B match to determine better placements. Bigatron by Vitality, Foot Esports. When we get back, we're going to go on a break now. Renmar and Wolf come back later for the next match of Group B.
Үлкіміздер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
here to win. Let the best win.
The playoffs qualification matches here at Games of the Future. Day 2 for Groups B and D continues. However, since Bigatron by Vitality and Foot Esports are both in the upper bracket, they are already locked in for their playoff slots. But what they're going to be fighting for here is advancement. If whoever wins this will be launched straight into the second round of playoffs, whoever loses this still has to go through the first round. Renmar and Wolf still here calling the action. And how are you feeling about this one? Bigatron versus Foot.
Well, we saw a lot of good stuff coming out from Foot Esports, but they eventually managed to show us that they are way better than Bushido Wildcats in the first series. However, for BTR, they have found their stride once again. And it's mainly on how they were able to activate Eman from before. I think Eman was... the story of their first series was it was 2-1 in favor of BTR up against Vamos. And in game 1, it was Vamos that had the upper hand up against BTR. Then BTR by Vitality, all of a sudden, they... I think it was Vamos who actually woken up Eman. And then when Eman woke up, it seems like they're really scary. So, to answer your question of how I feel about this, I think this will be an Eman show.
I hope we do get that great show, as I remember we were saying yesterday, Foot Esports needed a dominant win similar to what they got against Bushido Wildcats to really increase their own momentum and chances of proving Bigatron by Vitality that they can beat them. Because if it was anywhere to a close game, then I'd be worried for them today. Since they sure up dominated Bushido Wildcats and they got to show, as you mentioned, a lot of good stuff, then I like their chances against Bigatron by Vitality. But BTR by Vitality, I remember our discussions yesterday. Number one, they gave Vamos a taste of their own medicine. They themselves picked up the Melissa, rolled with it. Game number 2, despite the game number 3, excuse me, despite the rocky start to it, they got their condition and they were clear with it, as you mentioned, Eman. But Finn, Moreno, Nile, and Shogun, all of them were fantastic in the series. They played yesterday against Vamos, that it's safe to really look at them as the favorites heading into this game.
Yeah, I feel like that's a very safe, a very safe prediction if in case. And the reason why I say that is BTR have performed well in the most recent international tournament, MSC, up until the point that they lost against a Filipino team, Falcons. I think that there was a little bit of a change up when it comes to the priorities of the teams. Like, for example, when they first played with the Melissa in the group stages, they look unbeatable. And then in the playoffs, it seems like there was a tech that Falcons were able to invent up against the Melissa. Apart from banning it, they also picked the Clint against it. And then we eventually saw that Eman could not play as aggressively anymore. But now, with the mixture of Clint, Melissa, and Brody as tech gold lane marksman picks, it allowed Nael to just focus on one specific hero, which is the Hirara. So, BTR, I think they're the favorites in this scenario because of the amount of hero pool that they have up against Foot Esports. And we haven't even talked about the guy who actually has a lot of heroes under his belt, Maestro Moreno.
Oh, the Maestro. He really continued his string of really stellar games, and games that just continued to push his own moniker. He really was a Maestro for Bigatron by Vitality yesterday against Team Vamos. And I think that's going to be a good starting point here for Foot Esports in the center of the map through Psyche and Blotsfet. By the way, I want to say congratulations to Psyche. He is going to be playing at the Nations Cup representing Germany alongside Kid Bomba. So That's going to be his first international call-up, if I'm not mistaken. So congratulations to him and, of course, the entirety of Team Germany. So for Foot Esports, I remember we were talking about it with Monsieur Sultan de Guzman. And we asked him, like, hey, what's it like in Turkey? Do you guys think it's just an easy lock-in for you guys to MSC? And he admitted to us, no, there's a lot of really good teams. And Foot Esports is one of those really good teams that he admittedly see as a team that other teams around the world need to respect.
Yeah, but to be fair, they were battling it out back and forth in the Turkey region, MTC. That's right? It's not MCT, right? It's MTC.
Yes, MTC is for
MTC.
Turkey. MCT is the Champions Tour.
That's right. There you go. You're right. All right. So in that region, we saw that there was almost a rivalry, another Classico in that region. But of course, Aurora Gaming have won consistently up against Foot Esports. That did not stop Foot Esports though from performing internationally when we saw the Wildcats. They almost got to MSC as well, had it not been for other factors. Because that's just very strong competition in the Wildcards, anyways. So what I'm trying to say here is that Foot Esports are not pushovers by any means. We saw yesterday how good they were with the aggressive composition that they're playing with. I, however, feel like they have to work better when it comes to their drafting, because it felt like their drafts yesterday were a little bit not as good as their opponents. And when you're looking at Bigatron by Vitality, there were so many games in the MSC, and yesterday when I felt like, okay, they actually have a better draft. And this is a team that has a good amount of coaching staff with them, including Coach Panda in there as well. But I do know that Vitality, they can well, actually. They can look for the proper heroes in the meta game that will allow them to be successful in each of the games that they play. So yep, Foot Esports has to work with their drafting in order for them to be able to have a chance against Vitality.
We start by looking at the EXP lane. Shogun for Bigatron by Vitality. His Barretts, he was one of the key Barretts players that we got to see yesterday. But Shogun, I really like how he plays the map and how he plays his role, especially with someone like Finn in the roam. We've always talked about how EXP and roam are very interchangeable. They're the ones taking turns in terms of which one of us will initiate, which one of us is entry to get vision. You can juggle that around, and Shogun just has always, to me, delivered a great balance of being able to do both, no matter the situation. It's like whatever you need him to do, he'll be able to do it. On the other side, for Xe, when he played yesterday against Bushido Wildcats, he also showed off some key heroes which will be key in the trades in this matchup. Barretts, Paquito. For Bigatron by Vitality against Team Vamos, they had Uranus, Ruby, and the Esmeralda. I had to be reminded that, okay, it wasn't Shogun that played the Barretts, actually. It was Sizka yesterday. So we haven't seen Barretts on Shogun yet. But if I'm Foot, I'm going to start off by making sure Shogun does not end up with that hero.
Oh yeah. There was the very first performance of the modern day Barretts, the 2026 Barretts, the sneaky Barretts, and it was definitely Shogun that showed us how it's done. And I fairly remember there was a time where BTR by Vitality was already losing significantly against their opponents, and what Shogun did was to play the Barretts in a way that you target a specific hero and you make sure that you will be able to eliminate that hero. So there's that kind of Barretts mode. There is the idea is you pick maybe a roamer or an EXP laner, which is a vital piece of your opponent's draft. It doesn't have to mean you always target the jungler or you always target the gold laner. Sometimes it's just even the mid lane. The idea is just to identify which hero can easily be eliminated and will actually take away the nature of the composition of your opponent. So there was a time where he went for the roamers, that he targeted the mid laners, and it was wonderful to watch because they slowly whittled down their opponents to a point where they can now win team fights despite playing from behind. So that's one way to play the Barretts, and I think this is Shogun special. There was another Shogun special, which is a sneaky Barretts that we first saw, and actually allowed Vitality to destroy their opponents and win the team fights easily because of the pickoff. So Shogun, definitely the Barretts virtuoso of MSC.
Barretts virtuoso. I never thought you could actually put those two words together in the same thought. A virtuoso and then it's Barretts. Big stompy boy, but of course with how they changed up this their ultimate. Honestly, very welcome change to death and as welcome. And it still makes sense in the lore. For Foot Esports, they did ban out 2 heroes against Bushido Wildcats. And I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to ban out, especially against Nile today. They took out the Fanny. But even with the Fanny gone, we saw Nile, of course, 2 Hirara games, plays the Harley, and I'm pretty sure in terms of the jungle pool, we're pretty much stuck with that. Hirara, Harley, Nolan, Fanny, and just trading out those heroes.
Sometimes there could be Suyo in the mix.
That's true.
There are specialists for Guinevere, like what we saw from Kyrie, and I think eventually it will come up, especially when Hirara as well as the Harley is bad, and then Nolan is no longer good, or Soyo is too much. Sometimes the option is to go for the Guinevere, and this happens when good marksman gold laners are available, when reliable marksmen are available, because what that gives you is the option to have the late game intact. And still, heroes like Brody, heroes like Clint, these are heroes that are great in the late game, but also very good in third turtle, in practically the mid game, which allows teams to be more creative when it comes to their overall hero compositions.
I think we can latch onto that thought then. You mentioned, okay, with those gone, you still have heroes like the Guinevere. Would it be good for Foot Esports if they decided to try to call it back to maybe back to utilities in a way? I'm sure there's still always going to be one assassin let through, but if they can somehow manipulate the draft to make it look good for Bigatron to pick up something like the Guinevere or any other utility, do you think that'd be good for them, even if it's like a Barretts in the jungle for now? Or do they just play assassin?
So for Foot Esports, I think it's okay to play utility. Now for Vitality, I feel like with how Eman is playing recently, I think it's way better if they focus on assassins. And I'm saying this not because I don't trust the late game options for Eman. I still do. I think he is amazing, but whenever I see Eman be aggressive in the third turtle, second turtle, first lord, and just get 2 items, just get Sky Piercer and he's okay with the Brody, or when he plays the Paquito, he's just so disruptive. I feel like Vitality feels more like a Vitality team when Eman is playing aggressive heroes, which typically happens if you have assassins. So yeah, for Vitality, Nael and Eman, when they play together, when they play with their strengths, I feel like they're a treat to watch. So yes, assassins for Vitality.
It'll be a tough task here for Foot Esports, how they're going to manage, because even their own jungler is assassin coded. It seems like when Kazue can pop off, do his own thing, and really set the tempo alongside his mid trio in Psyche and Blodsfed, then it becomes so much easier for Foot. But they are going up against Bigatron by Vitality. It feels like it's the classic question of, do you try to dance the same dance as your opponents, who by most accounts should be better at you in dancing that, or do you force them to dance something different, meaning that you yourself have to change? I feel like that's always like, now, especially in this current meta game, it's difficult because as much as teams would always want to go like, all right, everyone's just going to be leaning towards early tempo, aggro, snowball, this the way. But there might be teams crazy enough here and there to try and change the mold just a little bit, harken back to an older style, just to shock their opponent and get them out of their comfort zone and in their system. And that might work out for Foot if ever.
Yeah, and then what that generally means is they should have figured out their identity by now for esports. Especially with how the nature of tournaments like this go, it's relatively a quick tournament. It's just a week, right? So you are not incentivized to hide what your strategy pools are, especially if your strategy pool is smaller. And the reason why I'm saying this is because Foot Esports will have to claw their way into the tournament up against the top teams in the region, like BTR by Vitality. Eventually, they will face like the likes of Onic, the likes of Team Spirit, so even the Falcons, right? So it will be difficult for them to bounce back in the tournament if they don't know their identity yet. If you know your identity, it means that you will have a much better mastery with their hero pool, with your strategy. So that means that you have a better likelihood of winning in the tournament.
Know your identity and keep it simple. It's good to be able to show that you're flexible and you can do this and that, but in this current age and metagame, it seems like it's not just about being able to do everything. It's being able to do one thing, one simple thing, very, very well. Again, distilling MLBB back to its purest form. Let's see who between Bigatron by Vitality and Foot Esports can do that better. Remember, these two teams are already qualified for the playoffs. They will be fighting for qualifications, whether the loser will go to the round of 16 or the winner will go to the quarterfinals straight up, skipping a step in the playoffs. Team Spirit, the latest champions of MSC from just a few days ago, beat Entity 7 with a dominating 2-0. However, since they had to forfeit their match against Team Falcons PH because of a schedule conflict, Spirit had to fight that in the lower bracket, meaning that they'll be crawling from the round of 16. Later on in Group A, we'll see Team Falcons PH go up against Tianfeng Hawaii. And in Group C, Selangor Red Giants, Rune Eaters in the upper bracket finals, while Aurora Gaming and the Mongols will be at the lower bracket finals.
Wow. Unfortunately for the Entity 7, it's a choice between the M5 World Champion and the MSC 4th placer, or the MSC Champions. Yeah. Very unfortunate for them. But and they will not be moving on to the Games of the Future as well. You know what's crazy? You put the MSC Champs in the round of 16 no matter what because of that default. And they also have another MSC semi-finalist, which is Aurora in the mix, right? I hope it's not Aurora versus Team Spirit after the draw. Is it even possible to be that way? Don't think so.
Actually,
But
that's a good question.
Are you looking at the...
Yeah, I'm trying to say I think it's really just a draw.
Oh, it's a draw, so it is possible.
Yeah, it could be a possibility, unless like a cross bracket thing. Let me. We were given some supplementary files. I remember I scoured through them before, but I don't remember seeing anything. But maybe, just maybe, I might be able to draw up that information in terms of like how we're gonna decide which teams face each other in the playoffs, where they land. But it would make sense if it's just gonna be a draw, because if there's gonna be some shenanigans about being able to pick one or the other, that might be a little bit too much. Right now, we're just waiting for the teams to start up. So while we wait for Bigatron by Vitality and Foot Esports to set up and make sure everything is all right, let's go ahead and watch this.
The Games of the Future are a very challenging ordeal. It is a competition aimed at evaluating performance both at the digital and physical stages, which encourages strong ambitions, drive, and spirit. Today, though, we have gathered our athletes to take a quick break and try out Kazakh national food. Let's see what we have here. Bowersock, a delicious fried dough snack that is often enjoyed in the Central Asian region. What do our athletes think about it?
Yummy.
Fluffy inside of fried.
We love to see these reactions from our participants. Let's move on to Gent. It is a sweet dish made from roasted millet, butter, and sugar. This yummy snack usually cooked on holidays and special occasions.
It is very good.
Man, this dish is absolutely enjoyed by everyone who tried it. Now, our participants will try out court. Dry, hard cheese, often formed into balls or chunks. Let's check out these reactions.
You are very strong. It's very fried as well.
These reactions were absolutely awesome. Let's move on to Kuimus. This traditional Central Asian drink is made from fermented mare's milk, and it holds deep cultural significance to nomadic cultures.
Pour me up 5 glasses. I'm trying to get wasted.
Thank you so much, guys. Good luck on the tournaments.
I'm gonna take this and then I don't even have water. What do you say? Asbulsin.
Great to see teams from different countries and nationalities get together and try out some new things. Beach Robot Vitality and Foot Esports are still getting situated, so while we wait for them to get ready, let's take a breather for ourselves as well. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Stand by because this game could start at any moment. See you in a bit. every one of y'all got to get a great breather, quick little break, maybe grab some water, whatnot. For finally back, a pregame discussion on Big Trial by Vitality Foot Esports. We are set. We're going to be heading into the draft in just a little bit. Maybe we can get into a little bit more specifics in terms of what to expect. You know, Wolf, there's something that I noticed looking at the drafts from all of the games. There's one hero who's popped out a little bit more in terms of the picks, and that's Glue in the Roam.
The Glue in the Roam. And is it because Atlas and Beleric have always been like the matchup that we always look at, and then whenever one of them is banned, the other one can run free? Like when Atlas is banned, of course Beleric becomes, you know, his tier becomes very, very high. It becomes S tier. But the way that you mitigate that is to look for another option, which in this case is the Glue. That probably is what is happening now.
Yeah, actually, looking back at it, good thing you pointed that out. Looking at the bans where we saw the Glue pop up, it's in games where one of the two are gone, whether it's the Atlas or Beleric. So it seems like it might be the third string option. There's one main option that we must not forget, of course. The Marcel does pop up a lot in the bans and in the major trades, and I feel like generally it's just a good hero to get for yourself. But if any team on the blue side decide to let go of it and would be willingly giving the Marcel to the red side team, I would be scared of that.
Yeah. And in this scenario, both of the Atlas, well, not only the Atlas as well as the Beleric, but also Marcel is open. BTR just straight up ban the Hirara. Kind of understanding that there is no positive trade for them. And look at how people are now reacting against BTR. After watching that first series, Melissa is now a priority ban for BTR. Against BTR, I mean. This is not a thing, definitely, because there's a lot of things that you have to consider. You still have to think about Marcel. You still have to think about the Atlas, as well as the Beleric, and the Valentina at a certain regard. So that is a free ban that BTR will always enjoy whoever they face.
That's going to make it a little bit tougher, the trading too. Well, come to think of it, taking out a hero that isn't exactly one of the S tiers that you want to chase right out of the bat opens up a lot of options very quick. It went straight from banning out the Selena to an instant Fanny ban by Foot Esports, one of the heroes that we mentioned. And again, we should be very scared of the team willingly giving up the Marcel as the first pick, especially when it's the Valentina they choose to prioritize instead.
Yeah. How crazy BTR has been drafting, and definitely Foot Esports will be shocked in this first pick. Atlas, Beleric, Marcel. What do you pick now? And BTR felt like there were way too many options. Let's pick a hero that will answer all of that, and that definitely is the Valentina. I like the idea of the Uranus, though. I believe that Foot Esports have chosen the perfect hero to be the perfect blind pick hero, in fact, which is the Uranus, because it really is not scared of anything just yet. The Marcel is a good pick overall, so that means that BTR, even when the Barrett is available, they will second guess picking that up. Without any Hirara, Fanny, Nolan, as well as the Harley might be the priority here for BTR. Instead, they go for the Paquito as well as the Atlas. Atlas, way really understandable. I wonder why they went in for the Paquito, because it does not answer both the Uranus as well as the Marcel.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious now that you're most likely going to consider this for either one of the carry positions in the gold or jungle as the main go-to here. Might be too tough to play in the jungle that you might have already just shown your Eman card. Let's see if they have anything else to pull out of the bag. Foot Esports, I guess it will also make them think twice about banning out the Esmeralda, even though it'd be great against them. You mentioned the Harley, it does get picked up. They have the Uranus and EXP. I guess it's like just for a quick hezzy for Foot. It's like, oh, do we still ban the Esme? Are we confident that this Paquito can still go XP? It doesn't really need to. They still have mid and gold that they need to pick up. They will be the first pick on the swing back. might be good for them to lock in their mid laner and then just adjust their gold lane pick depending on how Bigatron by Vitality rounds out their draft in the blue side.
Yeah. Harley, overall, the good pick. I think the Foot Esports have managed to find their first 3 picks really well. What really just is scary is, will they find a good gold laner to finish this off? So they will ban the Brody. That means that we might just see a typical Moskov going up against the Claude matchup. At the same time, the flex is scary for BTR because this Paquito can be played in the gold as well. Now, that being said, BTR can just take away the roam. Oh, no, not really the roam. Actually, the mid lane
golds. Yeah.
Against the Valentina, you think always Gord or Jushin.
I actually like options. Yeah, I like those two. Those would be really good for Foot. Gord Harley has always been a terrific combo together, so that might be the prio. They take out the juice in. Maybe they might just commit both bans into the mid laner, but might be a little bit overkill. They'll need to consider at least 1 gold ban, I think.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it does not reveal anything. Well, one thing that will benefit them if they do focus on the gold lane bans, like Claude, for example, is that you will really panic if you're a Foot Esports. You might not have enough options in the gold lane. Let's just say the Claude is taken out, then where do you go next? You don't know where the Paquito is going. You can't just go for a carry because carry 4th pick, for example. That will not happen. They might even be required to last pick their gold laner because of how limited their options are and how scary the Paquito can be. So Hanabi ban, of course.
All right. Let's take a closer out with our Arlot Hanabi ban. Makes sense. And wow.
Yeah.
I mean, they won with the Hanabi
for BTR.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it feels like. It's, the trauma is real, but I mean, they were able to show up with it. Oh, here's a classic combo. I wonder if Foot Esports will think about just doubling down on all the combos for the Marcel. You get like a Kimmy in the mid, then you just get a Granger to round it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That could be an option.
And we're back. Sabi sa inyo, madali lang yung quick break namin di ba? Nakapagsaing na kami, nakapaghugas na ng mga plato, everything. Nagawa na namin doon sa short quick break na yon. Pero kidding aside mga kaibigan, again, this is Just ML, X Games of the Future 2026, community cast, of course, by yours truly, Sonny, and si paring Miggy. So kami makasama nyo. By the way, this match is the match between Foot Esports and Bigatron by Vitality. Ayan.
Ang paboritong team, kaya nakikita na nga natin, bias cast na nga naka-red na yung isa dyan
BTR! Pero feeling ko, maganda naman sana yung draft ng Foot, pero mas maganda sa BTR, pre.
Nakikita ko medyo, nung bago tayo pumasok, binabasa ko na yung draft. Medyo nilaro talaga ng BTR yung first 3 picks With the Valentina pick, ang ganda ng drafting The first pick, Valentina sila, knowing full well may Beleric at may Atlas pa sa ating hero pool. Even adding that yung Marcel. Pero alam naman natin, once the Marcel was picked, insta kukunin na agad ni na BTR yung Paquito na yan. And true enough, ayun na nga. Aray ko po. Medyo parang Paquito jungle pero parang pabor pa rin ako sa BTR right now in terms of draft. Kahit sabihin natin maka-counter na yung Harit
Alam mo, yung BTR kasi ewan ko parang nasa kanila na talaga Alam mo yun. Bias na bias no? Grabe Pero let's see guys kasi I think yung Foot naman based doon sa laban nila kahapon, yes na 2-0 sila pero I think kaya naman kaya if ever yung game kahapon. Wait lang. Sino nga ulit?
Yun lang pala sasabihin ni Sonny. Yes na 2-0 sila kahapon. And that's a game.
And that's the game, no? Ay, hindi. Nang 2-0 sila kahapon. Yun pala, sorry. Kaya ako medyo na-confused. Nang 2-0 sila kahapon, pero kasi Bushido naman yun. So, medyo super rookie pa sa international scene ng MLBB. So, tingnan natin guys. Ngayong katapat nila, MPL Indonesia Giants. Tatagos ba ang Foot Esports or Team BTR? Nagmamadali na for a quick dinner. Kasi, ano bang oras sa kanila ngayon? Russian time sila, di ba?
Hindi, nasa ano sila naglalaro kasi sila sa Kazakhstan ata sa Astana sila
sa Astana. Okay.
Astana.
Ano oras?
Time. Tingnan natin. Magdi-dinner na actually, 4:47 PM na doon. So
4:47. So magdi-dinner na sila, guys. Onting oras na lang, di ba? Tingnan natin kasi I think yung Foot naman dito nagiging ano rin sila. Sumasagot sila sa pagiging aggressive ng BTR. Ngayon, tingnan mo, si Nael nga low HP agad eh. Grabe naman yun.
Yun na nga Tingnan natin kasi right now ang weird ng galawan ng ng Foot Esports kasi nakikita na natin 5 na sila dito sa both side. Nilakad talaga. Hatid sundo si Exy.
Grabe yung Foot Esports parang sabi nila sa BTR, oo, kayo ang champion ng MPL ID pero kami ang tatalo sa inyo.
Kaya sinumbong sa mga kapatid, nandito yun ng away sa akin, dinala buong barangay.
Ganun talaga. Kung gusto mong labanan itong team ng BTR, shutdown mo na sila ng early. Diba? Para wala na silang maging bawi pa sa mga sa mid game or kung kaya hindi na makaabot ng late game. Pero Bloodspet, nako. Ayun lang si pare natin Bloodspet, medyo naging bloated kaya sumabog siya doon at isa pa. Mas gonna be Nael. Ang ganda nung aray ko, double kill for Psyche. Ay na nga sinasabi natin guys, yung Foot Esports hindi lang daw sila kasi nakalusot nung Wildcards pero kung nakalusot sila, ganito rin yung gagawin nila sa Vitality kung nandun sila sa main stage.
Ibang klaseng pinakita nila doon Talagang kahit napuruhan na nga sila doon, alam nila na meron pa rin silang damage at kitang-kita na na-limit test nila na ito pwede tayong pumalag dito pero with that golden hour, sakto kay Nael. Tuloy pa rin nga naman yung eksena dito with RX tanking so much hits pero si Finn na lang ata yun. Hindi pa nagle-level 4 si Finn guys kaya pa walang fatal links ang BTR.
Grabe yung Footmen Tingnan mo saan sila nag-i-invade.
Oo nga Hindi talaga nila bibigyan tong si Nael para lang ma-punish nga lang yung Pakito jungle niya.
Grabe sila si Moreno na-pa-flicker out pa.
Aray ko po, parang gising mukhang tama ang Nostra ni Direk ata, makaka 2-1 pero di pa natin sure. Hindi pa tapos nga naman ang laban. Pero itong Ruby na to, nakikita naman natin na ang sakit ng damage ng Ruby ngayon Sony, pero aram naman natin yung I'm offended niya, ang tagal na ng cooldown
Yun nga parang hindi, ewan ko bakit nag-opt pa rin yung BTR sa Ruby. Kapon nagro-Ruby din sila So hindi ko sure kung ano yung meron, what's the deal with Ruby ba ngayong patch. Dapat ka nag-kaja na lang to pero bawal sayang bawal.
Bawal pa mag-kaja guys kahit may revamp 2 weeks ata of pro play muna or like
pero tingin ko doon sa recent patch ni Kaja parang mas pwede siyang i-jungle.
With the recent patch?
Oo. Tingin mo?
Uso pa naman dati talaga yung Kaja jungle pero feel ko kasi doon sa looming threat kasi talaga siya pag makita mo lang yung Kaja na may ulti ngayon, 'di ba? Parang immediately disengage ka kasi or mag-scatter, hindi mo na alam kung saan ka pwesto or pick off Much like yung nangyayaring pick off dito, si Moreno ata mahatak pero may golden hour para lang makakonect mismo pero nakagaya lang. Gaya-gaya si Moreno at ayun na nga naiwan na naman si Shogun. Buti na lang makunat nga naman si Ruby. Kasi ito na with a Fatal Links follow-up. Tuloy pa rin bigla BTR pumasok. Pero si Exy at si Kazue, ang dala nila ay damage. At ito na nga, tatlo na wala dun sa side ng BTR.
Grabe naman ang Foot Esports. Team BTR, tinry nila mag-setup. Nice initiation by the way from Finn. Pero ang hindi nice doon na dumikit si Nael eh. Na-chain damage tuloy sila, na-chain CC sila dito ni Saiki. Same goes with ni Blotsfet at dumating sa point din talaga hindi na nakatakas pa yung mga members ng BTR at ngayon grabe yung pag-invade ng Foot Esports ha. Talagang minamama nila yung BTR by Vitality ngayon. Ayun lang. Yun yung hindi maganda doon.
Buti na lang si Kazue yung nabigyan doon. I think yun yung nakuha, no? Si Kazue yung nakuha ni Shogun doon. Pero ito na nga, tuloy-tuloy pa rin. Nararamdaman na natin paano nga nakaka-counter ni RX si Harit. Pero ayun na nga, buti na lang nandun. Dala-dala yung mga kapatid niya. Nakabawi bigla ang BTR.
Nako. Parang kailangan ko ata magpalit ng t-shirt, tol. Ano ba ang kulay ng Foot Esports? Ano ba kulay ng jersey?
Yeah.
Football jersey. Wala akong football jersey dito. Meron lang ako wala pala. Kahit wala. Pero tingnan natin guys ha. Kasi sa ngayon yung team ng BTR talagang nahirapan sila no. Parang ang pwede lang naman kasi nilang sagutin dito is late game na lang. Late game Marit, late game Nael. Yun na lang kaso pagdating ng late game naman late game kaso Saiki na rin yun. So baka hindi ma-overwhelm naman sila sa sa damage. Pero teka lang, Fatal Links. Also, may damage nyo. Enough daw, tol. Ayun lang, may Golden R. Meron sa left, meron sa right. Si XC kailangan tumakas pero hindi na yata. That's gonna be a 3-man down para dito sa side ng Team Foot Esports.
Ayun na nga, nakikita na nga natin yung na-establish ngang playstyle from the drafts na ginawa nga naman ng both teams natin. BTR talaga, alam naman natin, meron silang Harith, yan yung mid-game power spike to potential late game damage naman. Pero mas nararamdaman natin na medyo magpo-fall off yung Foot Esports talaga sa damage kasi si Kimi na lang yung aabangan nila for the damage. Pero si Finn pa nga, yung Atlas pa nga yung makakasecure ng turtle. Pero todo disengage na agad yung BTR kasi alam naman nila hindi pa ganong kalakas yung kanilang lineup right now kasi 1K to 2K gold lead, dehado sila. Kaya kailangan muna recovery mode muna.
Recovery mode, nako parang cellphone lang yan. Pag hindi mo matandaan yung password, ilagay mo sa recovery mode o kaya sa safe mode at pwede mo nang gamitin ulit. 6-6 ang ating scoreline in an instant. Parang pag-snap ni Thanos, boom! Balik ulit yung BTR by Vitality. Walang nakangiti ngayon muna. Lahat seryoso, lahat nakatutok. And tingnan mo naman si RX and Blotsfet. Sobrang lalim nung invasion nila on towards Nael and hindi maganda yung KDA ni Nael ngayon yes siya 0-2-5 pero ang pinaka nararamdaman natin na nag-i-step up talaga is gonna be Moreno tsaka si Eman tol. Yes, 103 KDA, 411 KDA from both of them. Pero iba yung iba yung positioning nila talagang alam mo yung hindi okay, wala pa masyadong damage yung mga members ng BTR pero kasi yung positioning and yung pang-aura is present na. So, yun yung nagiging dahilan kung bakit talagang medyo nag-hesitant yung yung Foot Esports na mag-commit dun sa mismong team fight natin. Ngayon lalabas na yung next Lord, less than 40 seconds. I think this is the perfect timing for BTR na talagang kumuha ng mga members from the side of Foot. Teka lang ayun lang. Na-fatal links nga yung isa pero that's gonna be Blotsfet naman. Mamapatay pa rin nila. Walang flicker, walang fatal links, walang golden ore. Look at this. Saiki, muntik pang mapatay ni Moreno kahit medyo scattered yung team fight. Parang mas napapabor pa sa BTR by Vitality yun. Si Kazue ang susunod na mamatay. Golden ore naman ni Moreno and sino yung naiwan? That's gonna be RX. Nako, hindi na siya naresetahan pa dahil kulang yung binigay na pera ng mama niya ngayon. Lord is available for BTR by Vitality and Miggy. Grabe, ano to? Roller coaster ba to, men?
Okay, so ito na yung nangyayari guys kasi ang rami nating nararamdaman na up and down emotions nga naman. Pati na rin nakikita natin up and down nga yung damage na pinapakita sa atin dito ng both teams natin. Kahit nakuha nga yung Lord na yun, nararamdaman na natin na very reactive yung draft ng Foot Esports. Napariyak nga sila na, uy, magandang counter to sa ganto, sa ganyan. Dahil nga sa apakagandang show, it all boils down yet again sa draft natin. Kasi nakikita na natin, dun na natin nararamdaman kung bakit gumagana to. Kasi napariyak nga yung Foot Esports to the point that they know that, okay, maganda ang Esme sa Harith, maganda ang ganto sa ganyan. Alam nila, mag-scale yung Kimi. Yung nangyari nga lang is, hindi na nila napagsama-sama, tumpi-tumpi, yung mga draft or playstyles ng mga heroes nila.
Yun lang, yun ang pinaka nakakaba talaga dito, no? But let's see, ladies and gentlemen, paano mag-pan out to for Foot and BTR. But let's see, kasi yung Lord naman, kasama na ni Eman yan sa top lane, siya ang maghahatid niyan papunta mismo sa base ng FUT Esports. But for now, I think ang kailangan munang gawin ng FUT dito is to reclaim lang muna yung some of their territories, kasi once na makontrol at tambayan na yan ng mga members ng Red Robots, talagang hindi na sila makakahinga pa. Sa ngayon, Golden Ore nagamit na naman sa Baizama Force. Sinasayawan ni Eman. That's gonna be a mega kill para dito kay Exy, ay kay Moreno. Nako, hindi ko na nakikita na maganda to, tol. Parang Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good.
Mismo, at alam naman natin, it is Spider-Man, a brand new day. At ito, yun na lang hinihintay ng Foot Esports, a brand new day, a brand new opportunity. Kasi right now, yung kumakatok sa kanilang pinto, BTR, the Red Robots are at it. Pero si Bloodspet mukhang madiscarding, agresibo, ang ipapadpad. Pero si Shogun goes down. At ito na nga, ito na naman ang Foot Esports. Parang pinu-football na lang, tinahabol nila yung bola ng BTR.
Men, grabe yung pagsipa pabalik ng BTR. Alam mo, dahil doon sa penalty kick ng Bigatron by Vitality kanina, nakabawi agad eh. Sabi ng Foot Esports, ano ba yun? Hindi nila inaasahan yun, men. Pero feeling ko ano din eh, parang magpo-fall off din yung Foot Esports eh. Kasi wala nga silang gold laner eh. Wala silang damage. Oy, pero teka lang, tinamaan si Nael. Grabe naman si Kazu eh. Ang tapang niya, no? Talagang wala siyang pakialam. Okay, sige, kahit mas-tan nyo ako dyan or kahit ano man, basta ma-burn ko lang or ma-force ko lang yung mga flickers or spells nyo, okay na ako. Pero kay Nael kasi, ang lambot. Sabihin na natin, yes, may shields yung pakito na yan, pero still, malambot pa rin naman yan eh. Kung tatamaan siya ng deadly magic at saka nung poker tricks dito ni Kazu eh. But let's see, ladies and gentlemen, 12 minutes na and etong next Lord na to, sobrang importante na neto, Miggy. Hindi na to yung Lord na basta-basta ibibigay mo sa kalabang team mo.
Ito na nga, may napakaganda naman na golden hour na pinakita sa atin doon. Pero si Moreno pa yung lumang pinatay nga niya si RX, yung gold laner nga nila ng Foot Esports goes down. Esmeralda, isang frontliner mawawala pero ngayon sinusundan na nila si XC. Talagang gusto lang nilang bugbugin yung frontline ha. Ito yung ibang klaseng front to back kasi ang layo-layo ng mga frontliners sa mga damage dealers ng Foot Esports. Ito na nga si Bloodspet para lang ma-distract. Pero ito pa rin si Nael, pino-focus fire nga lang niya si Psyche and boom, they get that disengage at ngayon hawak-hawak na ni Eman ang Lord.
Alam mo, yung BTR, sabi ko na parang sabi ko kanina, ano mali sa BTR? Baka ang ginagamit lang nila tol is FPJ strategy. Siyempre may Pinoy dyan eh. Nandiyan si Eman, di ba? Okay, FPJ strategy muna tayo, tol. Magpapabugbog tayo sa una dahil ganun ang mga tunay na bida. Ngayon naman, sabi ng BTR, okay, nandito na yung Lord. All we have to do is clear out lang yung mga minion wave flow. Freeze muna natin yung mid lane. Tapos after nun, mag-claim na tayo ng mga bushes na magiging advantage natin later on. Sa ngayon, ang pinaka-nakikita lang talaga natin mga kaibigan is parang hindi pinagpo-focusan ng BTR yung bottom lane kasi syempre hindi nga naman nila kailangan yan mamaya eh. Ang pinaka-importante is gonna be the top lane dahil nasa bottom lane yung spawn nung next Lord Finn nakatikim ng damage dito on towards Kazuhe. The next thing we know talagang magkakabigay na to. Bloodspet sa may likuran. Ako po, Golden Ore. Sino yung unang mababurst? I think there's gonna be Shogun. Na-stun naman dito. Pero kaso sumabog yung buhay. Grabe si Emma, sinasayawan. Fatal Links, hindi pa rin nagagamit yan ni Finn. So, straight pa rin siya dito. I'm offended, Duke. Si Exy, ang daming namatay. Sama mo na si Psyche. Naku, ayun lang, yung team ng Foot Esports na psych, wrong number sila dun tol, and that's gonna be a wipeout. 14 minutes mark, tinapos na ng BTR Vitality yung serye na yun.
Ang ganda ng
pinakita. Pala, sorry.
Oh, hindi pa, 0-1 pa, 1-0 pa lang.
1-0.
Ang ganda ng pinakita ng BTR doon. Yung gusto ko lang i-highlight yung sa last play, yung knockout ni Moreno doon sa golden hour. Kaya hindi namatay si Shogun. Nakita na natin may golden hour na may deadly magic full stack na yun eh. Alam mo kung mag-pop yun, patayin na siya. sumakto yung Golden Hour, nasalo dun sa area na ni Shogun. Sumakto, nung nag-pop yun, since hindi ka pwede ma-damage inside the Golden Hour, nabuhay pa siya.
Nabuhay pa nga. Pero still, that's gonna be it for our game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. May kita pa naman natin ang Foot Esports for the game number 2, no? So hindi pa naman tapos ang laban na to. So tingnan natin kung magkakatotoo ba yung sinabi ni Direk o talagang susunod ang kapalaran para sa side ng BTR. Once again, this is Just MLX Games of the Future 2026 Community Cast. Of course, kami pa rin ang nakasama nyo, Sonny and Miggy. Magbabalik kami, and after this break, game number 2 na.
Very tailored to them and their own understanding of this metagame. Wherein, yes, this lineup does well in the early, and there's a chance you could go snowball out of control here. But if you want to do that snowball, I was wondering, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there was not a single Sky Piercer built by anyone in the team. I believe they were thinking, okay, you don't need to build Sky Piercer because there's the Harley anyway. In a way, it's sort of the same. But if you really want to double down on the idea of winning it early, you gotta put that Sky Piercer, though greedy as it sounds, on that Kimmy. Get those stacks, and it makes it so much harder for Bigatron to eventually turn it around. Like, around this moment, imagine if they had a Sky Piercer, it'd be way too risky for them to try and take. And this was the moment right here, where Fit, with a flicker and fatal links, slowly then got to bring Bigatron by Vitality into this game to this point, where Foot Esports just could not get a footing anymore.
And afterwards, it's just a slew of -1, -1, -1. Foot Esports just cannot regain their composure. Golden Hour were on point anymore, coming out from Blood's Fit. Moreno just copies it, throws it back to Foot Esports. It's been ever so reliable on this, at least once. 0 on this BTR are at that level right now of confidence. Should be difficult for Foot Esports back from. Well, at least this is harsh less all of those and kind of composition. It just can't.
Over time, again, look at that. Radiant armor, Radiant armor, Radiant armor. And that was it. That was game. It was so difficult for Foot to get one. They needed to commit a lot of damage onto whoever gets hit by the Deadly Magics. The time Shogun got picked off in the mid, they needed a little bit help from the turret as well, alongside that. And then they didn't have any more resources onto anyone else. If you want to make this work, you have to have Sky Piercer in someone. There's no way of skirting around that. Get the glowing wand, sure, but after that, get the Sky Piercer. Hell, rush the Sky Piercer if you have to, because it's a clear idea of what you want to do early on.
Yeah. Very unfortunate, and I hope that this is the last time that they will try this. We already know that this is not the best way to approach an MLBB match. There's a reason why there are items like Kiras as the Radiant Armor. This you from focusing on the damage source overall. To be fair, let's not deny the fact that Foot Esports were winning up until Radiant Armors were picked up, until Finn, you know. So what I'm trying to say is that this kind of composition, it's not impossible to win with it. You just have to really stick with your win condition. There's just way too much on the list, right, to think about when you have this kind of lineup. It's not impossible, it's just very difficult.
So this is the other side of the coin we're talking about in terms of leaning towards one very clear and specific idea. You still have to have respect for damage profile values. Let's see if Foot Esports can force the issue and go to a game number 3, or will Bigatron by Vitality end it in game number 2 with a sweep? We'll find out after the break.
emestер, әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Magic! It's a way you can describe what Bigatron might have to do in game number 1, the damage profile of Foot Esports in game number 2, and what they might need to pull from inside their hats to force a game number 3. Again, still, clearly, Foot knew what they needed to do. Pedal to the metal. They were winning early, but it just hit them. And that realization of this isn't going to work in the mid to late. This is where now we look towards balance. Not in terms of identity of what the lineup needs to do, but just damage profile. Have some physical in there. Even just one. That's why we were looking for the Granger at the end of the draft for Foot.
Yeah, it seems like for Foot Esports, what did they were they able to achieve in that game was to just make it a difficult mid game. Like literally the third turtle as well as the first lord. That's the sweet spot. Even when you're thinking about their lineup of having only magic damage, just an opening for them, and even the late game. When they found the kill onto Shogun, they can do it quick. It's just that BTR are just way better at the identification of their threats, and most importantly, have just a way easier composition to really pull off. They went in for the Paquito jungle because they flexed it as their blue 3 pick. Went in for the Harith, expecting the Granger. Actually, I think they were literally expecting the Granger. They couldn't pick it up for themselves, but they can definitely counter it with the Harith in case. I think that's what their mind was at as well. They kind of conditioned Foot Esports to be so tunnel visioned into that Harith that they had to pick up that Esmeralda just to counter it.
Yeah, to be fair, you also did say that maybe they would be wary of picking up the Granger into the Harith, and yeah, that makes sense, honestly, like as a theory that they just decided, let's just pack the Esme. And then I don't know if they realized that with that decision that their damage is all skewed towards magic, or they leaned in on it. I'm leaning in more to the idea that they leaned in on it and just accepted that it might be tough. But again, if you want to do that, I will die on the hill. Someone needs to build a Sky Piercer. Foot Esports decided to take away the Hirara, left open here. Instead of picking up the Marcel, instead of picking up the Valentina, so many high-profile heroes, so good for this meta, are available for the taking. I think Foot Esports are banking on the hope that they might be able to get away with the Barretts in blue 2-3, considering that Uranus has been banned out by Bigatron.
Yeah. Already though, Foot Esports have secured an important hero in the meta game. BTR, how will they answer this one? I think that a third pick Brody might not be too far an option, maybe even a priority with it, but of course the Valentinas, the Barret, as well as the Barretts, ever so reliable in the meta game that we have. Foot Esports, this time they will have to look for another source of damage. I feel like not only just the Hirara, so maybe, just maybe, they're the ones to pick up the Brody themselves, or if they want to be really safe with it, I think a Paquito will not be as bad. Although there's a Barretts on the opposite end, I think that you're okay against the Valentina.
Ooh, it's gonna be really tough here. Foot Esports, they thought that maybe they could get away with that gambit of getting that Barretts for themselves, as it would make sense for Valentina Marcel to get locked in by BTR. But again, it's a Valentina with them. They're happy of letting go with the Marcel. They'll still end up with the Esmeralda. And of course, the aforementioned Roamer. By the way, it seems like so far, similar picks for Foot, except for that Hirara. So, and they don't really have an answer for a Barretts just yet, and they need to start building around that Barretts.
Yeah. Marcel is not as effective as most heroes up against Barretts, but I think the Valentina priority pick coming up from BTR just allowed this to happen. So it will be the Harley this time for their side. Really just self-explanatory in a way that this is a typical pick now going up against the Hirara. So what you're looking for Foot Esports is to deny strong side laners for BTR. So I think both the Brody as well as the Paquito might be their two heroes that can be piloted by Eman. and two heroes that will be a problem for them in the upcoming game.
Good pick up there on the Harley. The Dora gets taken out by Bigatron, so that would have stopped the Harley in its track, but I might have been okay with letting that through, considering that well, no, to be fair, that the Valentina might also want another option for the mid lane ultimate to take, instead of just taking the Golden Hour over and over again, so that they have a little bit of a better layering and options, instead of being so one-dimensional around it. But it worked out well for them in the previous game. Atlas getting taken away by Foot makes sense. No roamer yet for Bigatron. They have the Valentina, so definitely you need to take that away. I still do not see answers for the Barretts, and as I'm trying to run them through my head, they might actually just not be able to get it unless they somehow outplay Shogun as a team to get those Barretts down to 2 deaths very early on.
Yeah. So the Atlas maybe actually, you know what? Maybe they should be the ones to ban the Paquito as well. I mean, I'm talking about Foot Esports, but for BTR, they just have to take. Okay, of course, the Hanabi. Always think about it. Oh, trauma response. PTSD is what this Hanabi means. I'm gonna stick with that. That story. I will stick with that analysis actually, because I mean, all things considered, they have a lot of tools to deal with Hanabi. They even have
they do.
Barretts.
They just decided no, never again.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so do they pick up the Paquito now, or will they just go for their own choice, which probably is somewhere along the lines of a Badang, or what else is there for their own? Because there's no glue.
Minotaur, if they want the heal.
Oh, that's good, because they don't have to be worried. They have the Barretts as well. They also have the Valentina, so they don't have to worry about that. That's a good call actually, Redmar. I hope that's their choice.
I hope so too. Again, I like it when I sound smart. Okay, no Minotaur just yet. That's fine. They do get the Brody. You did, if I'm not mistaken, you called this like early.
Yes,
in the draft earlier
for sure. I thought Foot Esports should have banned that, but also understandable that they banned out all of the Finn heroes, and now Foot. Oh wait, this opens up another.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, para dito po sa ating Games of the Future 2026. Of course, atid sa inyo na Just ML. And syempre kami pa rin nawasama nyo, Sonny and si Miggy.
Yan ako, nakalimutan na ako. Parang wala tayong pinagdaanan, Sony. Sakit.
Meron pa tayong pagdadaanan bukas. Meron pa tayong pagdadaanan bukas, men. So, tingnan natin kung papaano magpa-pan out to. Pero, let's see, guys. Kasi BTR, ito yung infamous Shogun Barats na tinuro ni Flap.
Ibang klase. Pero, surprised ako dun sa comfort pick nga nila, si Psyche nga naman. Pero right now, we're still currently waiting. Pero I'm liking BTR's draft. Yung naging issue ko kasi sa first 3 picks ng Foot Esports kasi is meta picks nga, sabihin natin, meta kung meta, Hirara, Esmeralda, at yung, alam mo na, yung Marcel na yan. Pero parang wala silang synergy at first kasi parang pumapasok kasi pareho si Esmeralda at si Hirara, tapos anong gagawin mo? Igo-golden arm mo sila.
Yun nga parang hindi mo rin magets no? Siguro okay kung ngayon sila feeling ko mas okay pa ata YSS no? Tingin mo? Kesa sa Hirara?
Kung YSS kasi, mahirap kung against ka ng assassin jungler. Pero kasi, mahirap rin sabihin. Kasi iba naman rin yung iniisip. Baka may plano for sure kasi wala naman teams nga naman na nagda-draft para matalo Pero dahil dun nga sa very responsive, reactive, na parang gusto lang talaga nilang kunin lahat ng meta heroes, nakalimutan nga nila. Much like sa game number 1. Pero na yung parang overall image ng team nila.
Pero by the way guys, again wag niyo pong kalimutan na i-share yung ating live stream to help of course yung broadcast no, na maging aware kayo sa mga nangyayari sa mundo ng MLBB. Pero let's see guys, again, we welcome you no dito sa FUT Esports, FUT Esports versus Bigatron by Vitality. Of course, this is gonna be the game number 2 of this series. Tapos meron tayong Series 3 and Series 4. And makakasama natin dyan, of course, si paring Yenvi. Alam ko nandito na siya sa Discord natin. So mamaya mag-join na yan siya sa atin. Pero for the meantime, eto muna tayo guys, no? Kasi kung kanina very aggressive yung FUT Esports, dun sa game number 1, I think gusto nilang dalhin yun, no? Dito sa game number 2. Hindi nila inahayaan na ang dadalhin ng BTR is yung momentum nila. Nung game number 1, ang gustong dalhin ng FUT Esports is yung, of course, yung kanilang aggressiveness pagdating dito sa game number 1. Kasi kaya naman I mean, naging effective naman nung game number 1. Sadyang kinulang lang talaga sila, I think, doon sa pag-close out ng game. Pero ngayon, tingnan mo naman, mechanically gifted naman si Kazo eh. Kaya nga lang, ang kulang lang talaga sa team na to is yung yung decision making. And I think experience na rin talaga kasi again, medyo sabihin natin rookie pa rin naman itong FUT Esports sa international scene, no? So hindi ko sure kung ano ba to, Mongolian team ba to or
Turkey rin ata FUT Esports eh. Ang palong-palo talaga yung mga Turkey. Turkey yata rin to FUT Esports eh.
Yung sa Turkey walang MPL Turkey, di ba?
Iba yung sa kanila eh, parang tournament. Pero halos lahat, 4 sa miyembro ng FUT Esports Turkey except Germany ata, si Psyche.
Okay.
Pero wild yung guys, pinapakita nila, Sony. Talagang balagbag. Tapos yung jungle lang ni Nael yung kinuha nila the whole time.
Yun nga parang pinaka nahihirapan talaga si Nael katapat tong tapat tong, ayun lang.
Pero
nagkamali ng retry dito si Kazo eh. Pero I mean, that's fine naman. Kaso ito na kasi yung pag-retaliate ng BTR after nung aggressiveness na pinakita ng FUT Esports for the first 2 minutes ng ating laban. Kaya naman hindi na makakuha ng turtle si Kazo eh. Hindi na siya makakuha ng purple buff. Kung kanina nagawan niya ng green beetle etong si Nael, ngayon naman si Nael na yung talaga nag-aagaw ng hindi lang mismo green beetle pati na rin yung purple buff dito. Hindi ka lang inabutan ni Shogun doon ng Detones welcome. Siya yata yung mabibigyan. Pero with the use of guiding wind, makakatakas naman siya and luckily nandun din si Finn, no? At saktong-sakto yung guiding wind niya para wala lang mamatay muna sa side ng BTR. Pero teka lang, Migs, meron yatang nangyayari sa mid.
Para talagang malabrol nga yung nangyayari dito. Gusto talaga magkakitaan talaga parehong teams natin dito sa River. And of course, nakikita naman natin dahil dun sa lineup nila kung saan kailangan talaga nilang prioritize yung aggressive plays. At yun nga, kailangan nilang i-choke out yung opponents nila. Pero yun nga, again, another off-cam kill, guys. Si Exy yung nakakuha. And FYI guys, kung meron kayong comment doon, hindi naman kami yung nagko-control ng camera na to. So wag niyo naman pagsabihan yung director namin dito.
Kung may reklamo ka, itawag sa LTFRB.
How's my driving?
How's my driving?
Iba rin yun, LTO.
LTO ba yun?
LTRFB, yun yung para sa sinehan.
Nakakamiss sa Hindi, LTFRB meron sa sa mga sa mga jeeps,
meron
meron. Pero sila doon, pero teka lang, parang nadaanan ng rumaragas ang jeepney etong si Blotsfet. Mabilisan na agad siyang namatay. There's gonna be a 1-1 KDA for him. Tapos, na-force out pa yung flicker out dito, yung flicker ni Psyche. Ngayon naman, nagtitry si Kazuwe na to at least put some an ample amount of damage dito sa mga members ng PTR, no, para pag-isipan nila ng 2 beses kung mag-go ba sila dito. Pero Eman versus 4, yun lang yung hindi magandang nangyari doon. Pero Psyche, siya ata yung susunod na mamamatay. Yes, indeed. Sa may kabilang banda naman, sina El ang ginugo. Miditones welcome, nakain dito. Who's that? Si Bloodspit.
Who's that? Pokemon.
Who's that Pokemon? It's Bloodspit.
Pero ibang klase talaga Yung nakikita talaga natin dito, sabihin na natin lumamang na dun sa team fight na yun yung BTR as soon as Shogun was able to escape and force the flicker out of Psyche. Tapos tuloy-tuloy na nga yun dun sa Turtle. Kahit sabihin na natin nabigyan nga si Eman dun, pero saktong-sakto yung kanyang torn memories na burst down nila. Tapos nakuha pa, dahil dun nakakuha pa sila ng mga picos para masecure nga naman yung Turtle fight na yun. Tapos nakikita naman natin magandang rotations immediately. As soon as that happen, na alam na ni Eman na bibisitahin siya, pumunta na siya sa top lane. Pero eto na, may Sky Piercer na si Eman. So alam mo na, kailangan mo na magbilang.
Oo, alam mo na by Just Hush, yun na yata yung next nasasabihin dito ng BTR. Pero tingnan natin, ako si Bloodspit, medyo delikado talaga yung mga positioning niya. Tamang Dura naman dito si Moreno. And I think yun lang muna yung pwedeng gawin ng BTR kasi wala pa namang objective eh. So bakit nga naman sila papatay? So bakit sila mag-risk ng kahit ano? Actually, pagka mga gantong mga downtime, kaso nga na sa may top lane, direct, ayun na. Sakto-sakto lang yung pagpunta ni Direk at pagdating doon, that's gonna be Eman. Kung yung mamamatay, and ngayon, Bloodsweat naman, chasing down dito si, pangalan nito, si Finn. Pero I think parang okay lang ata yung for the side of BTR kasi tingnan mo naman ano yung mga nakuha nila. Orange buff, and at the same time, yung turret sa may bandang bottom lane, yun yung mga nagiging kapalit nung pagkamatay ni Eman. 0-1 na yung KDA dito ng ating kababayang gold laner, pero still parang hindi mo pa rin naman masyadong hindi pa rin naman masyadong worrying yung mga pagkamatay ni Eman kasi again, wala pa naman siyang Sky Piercer na talagang pinoprotektahan eh. So okay lang kahit mamatay siya na mamatay dito. Pero let's see.
Hindi naman pala mamatay. Mahirap na nga yun. Alam naman natin ang hirap.
Okay lang. Ayun, pero teka lang meron na naman.
Sakit. Ayun na nga, yung golden hour nga yung nangyari doon, tapos na burst down. Pero eto na talaga parang hindi mo akalain ito yung mangyayari or ito yung magiging resulta ng mga engagement na nakukuha natin kasi talagang alam naman natin yung Matilda nandiyan panligtas. Nakikita na natin may burst potential naman si Kazue pero yung the fact that she can burst down or yung si Kazue nakaka-burst down talaga ng mga heroes ng BTR kahit sabihin natin makukuha sila or nakakahanap siya ng angulo para makakuha ng burst damage sa kanila kahit gaano ka-mobile sila. Hindi mo ina-expect yung mga movements and turnaround sa ganito.
Yun lang. Sabay tambay na si Shogun samantala sa may bandang top lane na still hindi pa rin nagpapahinga dito yung BTR, no? Hindi pala natin napansin, men, no? Na 3K, almost 4K gold lead pala ang BTR dito. Kasi, again, kahit sabihin na natin na parang hindi nyo nakikita na team fight lang ng team fight, etong sila Shogun, sila Moreno, sila Eman, freely kasing nakakapag-farm. Etong si Nael, tingnan mo, 11, yung level niya. Though medyo pantay naman sila dito ni Kazue, pero I think most of all people dito sa BTR, siya yung mas may hawak nung mas may hawak nung gold lead ng BTR, no. So wag lang siya mamamatay kasi once na namatay itong si Nael, feeling ko biglang swing yung gold lead na yan at biglang lipat yan or hindi nga lipat baka pantay lang pala. Yun lang ang pinaka magiging sagot natin. Pero a diversion play papuntang bottom lane. Di ko sure kung ina-expect ba nilang may nagtatago doon or what. Pero I think medyo sayang ata yung kanilang skill doon kasi tingnan mo no. Yung top lane na clean up ng BTR.
Oo nga, kasi kailangan talaga natin i-expect the unexpected. Kasi ito na nga, meron na si Eman. Kumonek pa nga yung SOD. Buti na lang meron nga guiding winds doon para tumuloy. Pero pumasok ulit si Eman. Naghahanap ng iba burst down. Pero SOD ko-connect. Yun pala yung kinuha. Moreno, ang lalim. Pre. Back away lang. Kalma lang. Pero yun pala, ginagawa nila to. Tingnan mo yung nangyari. 200 IQ play yun, Sony. Kasi tingnan mo, pinorse out lang nila. Kasi gusto lang talaga nilang kunin yung dalawang mid lane turrets.
Nako, actually hindi nga lang mga mid lane turrets yung nakuha nila. Nakuha rin nila pati yung holy shields ng FUT Esports. Nako, hindi ito maganda for the side of FUT. Maraming malulungkot na mga fans ng FUT and marami namang nakangiti ng mga fans ng BTR.
Yung mga red robots at yung mga footer.
Mga footer. Hindi ko alam kung anong tawag sa fandom ng FUT pero malalaman natin yan later on. Oops. Teka lang sino yung nakain. Ganda nung Ang ganda ng setup sana. Pero si Saiki pala yun dun. Na-delete agad. And tinan mo si Nael. Nagamit niya yung retribution. Na dito! Hindi maganda yun. That's gonna be Kazuya getting the kill. Tapos pasok na rin yung mga members sila dito. Wala pa si Eman. Actually, nandun na. Pero wala pa siyang masyadong damage na binabato. Naku, medyo risky yung play naman doon ni Nael. Sa kanila na sana yung Lord eh. Napatagal pa tuloy. Migs.
Yun na, ito na yung sinasabi natin. Sabihin na natin nakuha na nga ng Bigetron Alpha, Bigetron by Vitality nga naman si Psyche doon. Na-burst down nila yung isang damage potential nga naman manggagaling sa Foot Esports. Pero at what cost? Ngayon, natama ka, na-delay nga yung ating instance for the Lord take. Pero ito, may backdoor play nga manggagaling doon. Eman takes Bloodspet out. Pero bigla na naman, nandun na naman si Psyche, yung bibigyan. Again, kakabalik lang niya. Tapos pagkabalik, pinauwi na naman.
Ayun lang. Pinauwi agad ng BTR yung tol. Pero tingnan natin kasi this Lord, makukuha naman na yan ng side ng Bigetron by Vitality. And sa ngayon, hindi natin masyadong nakikita yung presence ni Psyche with the use of his Luyi. Siguro sabihin na natin kasing parang sobrang dali niya kasing abutin because of the Circling Eagle And wala rin actually, teka, Golden Door! Nakapag-flicker out naman si Eman dito, pero tingnan natin Falling Storm connect naman. Pero on the back row, ano kaya yung gagawin nila dito? The Toads welcome! Inabot ang lahat. Nagkakapalitan sila ng mga skill. Na Elmontik mamatay, pero that's gonna be Psyche, XC ang mga mamamatay dito. Sabay yung Lord nasa may gitna na rin naman. Kaya bang depensahan to ni RX? Ito na yung pinaka sinasabi natin kanina na late game power spike na actually hindi pa nga late game mid game power spike pa lang ng BTR. Bloodspet nakakatikim ng mga poker tricks. That's gonna be Eman getting the kill. Unstoppable na siya dito tol at dinediretso na ng BTR and Team Vitality take this series in a 2-0 clean sweep.
Ayun na, ito na yung parang kanina, naghintay na talaga si Derek doon. Kala nila, hindi na tayo early finish. Hinintay niya talaga makita pumutok yung crystal. Pero, ayun na nga, just goes to show. They just dealt with Psyche. Talagang hindi siya pinalaro. Halos gray screen, 0-5 nga naman yung score. Pero nonetheless, malinis na victory sa BTR.
Matic. Pero I think that is it from us, mga kaibigan. No, nakita naman natin how Team FUT Esports managed to fight their way. Kaso nga lang, wala Kinulang lang talaga. Pero okay lang kasi again, rookie pa rin naman sila sa international scene and hindi naman biro yung kalaban nila. It's still BTR by Vitality. So tingnan natin for their next set of series kasi may round 16 pa naman sila na mapaglalabanan, no? I think kasama nila dyan yung sino yung nanalo sa Bushido kanina? Team Vamos. So makakasama nila dyan yung Team Vamos and hopefully makita natin na mag-soar high pa ang Team FUT Esports dito sa ating tournament. Pero I think that is it for this series, mga kaibigan. Of course, alam ko lahat kayo nag-enjoy, lahat kayo natuwa, lahat kayo nakibias kay Eman. Pero syempre, this is it muna from us, no? Sonny and Biggie. And babalik muna ang Just MLX Games of the Future 2026 after this break. At pagbalik natin, series number 3 na, it's gonna be Onic. Ay, hindi pala muna. Pro Esports versus the team of... Wait lang. Bago tayo mag-closing, sino ba yung magkalaban? Pro Esports versus the team of Alpha 7 North. So, si Kuzen Coily versus Nuts. Ayan po ang mga abangan natin. Pero, again guys, kita-kits. Bye-bye and see you sa Pro Esports and Alpha 7 North.
Sometimes they do it point blank. Sometimes they eat a flicker. Sometimes they go from bushes. It's just so many ways to approach it. And because of their mastery with the Barretts, they're able to pull it off time and time again in important team fights as well. It's always it's always fight winning is what I want to say. The first blood going into Shogun, and look at this, he finds Psyche through it all. If not for the nail death, this will be BTR just securing the fight for sure. Was a good stun coming up from Foot Esports, but how about that? That's from the parking lot, literally. Able to glide, find Kazuya. Scrambling, Foot Esports were running away. And because of the fact that there was a quick -2 from BTR, there wasn't any chance at all for Foot Esports to get back to this fight. They eventually lose the game off of that jump coming out from Shogun.
Barrett's, I think the best way to describe it, he's a literal wrecking ball, you know?
Yes.
And
yes,
it's crazy because even though, let's say, you get a big lead, Deton is welcome, being a -1, and the fact that even at the deficit, you still have to use a lot of things to finally take it down. It's the perfect hero for this meta where the really high burst heroes are back, which is good for Barrett's. And then at the same time, it's like, oh, we've used all our burst. How are we going to take it down? Is the marksman still alive? And if the answer is no, you're not taking that Barrett's down. It's the perfect storm for his return to the metagame.
Yep. The stars have aligned for the Barretts to be back in this meta. And I'm just so amazed on how good Barretts players make it. How do I say this? Like, they make bad Barretts player look really, really bad. You know what I mean? Like, because of how good Shogun was and Lutpi eventually, they set the standard on playing the Barretts to the point where it's hard to keep up if you're really bad at Barretts. If you just barely know how to play the Barretts, if you just know how the skills operate, if you're not on the elite level of how Shogun and Lutpi and others play it, you look really bad, right? Whereas these boys, like, it looks like they look like assassins actually when they see them play.
That's a good way to put it. It's like they know their one big target, whoever that they're gonna get, and then it just gets followed up so well. And of course, supplemented by our MVP of the game in Finn on that Mathilda. It was a great wrap-up to the draft and a great wrap-up for this series where Bigatron by Vitality will move on to the playoffs alongside Foot Esports. But this means, again, Bigatron by Vitality secures the first quarterfinals slot in the playoffs. And I'm not sure if this bracketing is actually correct, but it seems like, based off of this one website that I'm sure we're all familiar with, Foot Esports will be facing off against Team Spirit. So I don't think it's a draw, but it might be set placements. So that's going to be an interesting matchup there.
Yeah. Foot Esports need to just regain their composure. I think it's just the bad decision making that they're able to but of course they will have to wait for their moment out there. They're drafting well. It's just that their impulsive decisions get the best of them in this series.
Coming up next, we're going to go on over to Group D. Onic and Geekay, Pro Esports, and Alpha 7 North. One for an upper bracket slot, one for an advanced slot, the other, of course, for tournament life and for just making it through the playoffs. Two more matches to close out the day. We'll be back after a break.
Үлкіміздер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
We're here to win. Let the best win. future.
So in case you missed it, we got to see matches from Group B. Big drawn by Vitality swept Foot Esports. Of course, Foot still in the running for a playoff slot. It seems like right now, with how it looks like, they might be facing off against Team Spirit. Team Vamos moving forward, sending Bushido Wildcats home. We now move on over to Group D as Onic, GK Pro, and Alpha 7 North are going to be fighting for placements and tournament life. Renmar here with Wolf. And checking in, and Matt, how you been? It's been a while. You've had almost
a while
break this time.
Yeah, I was able to catch a little bit of the tail end of the Falcons versus the FYG match. And I guess for a Filipino, it was too close for comfort, actually.
Yep.
That ending coming out from Falcons is more of a sigh of a relief than a celebration, is what I felt like, right? But they still won, so that's good for Team Falcons. Nevertheless, I think that we should be now focusing on to what's next. It's Pro versus Alpha 7.
It's lower bracket final here in Group D. Whoever wins this moves forward to the round of 16. Whoever loses this will go home. So, a Cambodian representative, a representative from the Americas, one of them at least, as Entity 7, the South American representative, was sent home by Team Spirit earlier today. So the hope of the Americas now lies in Alpha 7 North, which I do have to say, they are going to be given a run for their money. Pro Esports are a terrifying team. Even though they went up against Onic and we didn't get to see the best of them, we've already seen the best of what Pro Esports has to offer during the MSC.
Yeah. They still managed to get into the playoffs when everybody else was not even looking at this team to support the team because of, there are... The reason why that is because they are new to the international scene, especially with Coily as well as Kozen. This is just the second international tournament that these two players will ever have participated in. Kozen has been playing since, I would say, late 2021. Yeah, that was late 2021, early 2022. Coily is also very new in the scene. I believe that when it comes to pro scene, have been there for only 2 years at most. So yeah, there are a lot of newbies out there. But Alpha 7, these guys, they have been in the scene for quite a long time, except for Cold World. Best Player 1, long-time representative of NA. You have Shark and Zia, has been there since NA MLBB was actually started back in M3. And then Nats, of course, MSC champion himself, MPL champion himself, and has been in the scene for a long time as well.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that Alpha 7 heading into this matchup against Pro is actually the more experienced team if you look at it from like role to role in terms of the achievements, how long they've been at this. And on your screens right now, of course, the members of Alpha 7, the draft will be commencing soon enough. Of course, just making sure everyone's getting ready and situated. Pro Esports already locked in, looking like they're already talking about strategy and what to do next here for Alpha 7. Again, I feel like in their previous matches, in the upper bracket semifinals in Group D, we got to see a little bit more of Alpha 7 against GK. But there were some glaring things that they needed to improve on, especially with executing. Especially in team fights, they seem to drop a lot of discipline, losing their formation, losing their grip.
Okay, I get what you mean. It seems like they're not as rigid as what you should be aiming for compared to other teams. Like I remember when Vitality, there was a time where they were behind. All they had to do was to stick together, and they managed to get back. Even DFYG, some semblances of that kind of playstyle where they're just really good at staying as a unit. The best example I feel like for this tournament was Team Onic Indonesia, and at some point Team Spirit, when you saw them earlier, I caught some of their matches were so dominant again, but they're also like very coordinated, and it's also the reason why they are winning continuously whenever they participate in tournaments. So yep, Pro Esports there are the opposite of that. And surely they were able to win a lot of series from the previous tournaments when they are scattered, where they're trying to make their own plays, when Sorian Felix makes his own and Okoili makes his own plays as well. But I guess now that the meta has stabilized, you really have to work as a unit.
As the unstable meta begins to stabilize, as you put it, I feel like this is going to be one of the more unstable matches of the day. With the type of teams that Pro Esports and Alpha 7 North are, their tendencies on both ends to make some very aggressive plays at questionable times, but sometimes it's just the right call for them, where they're able to make magic out of what looks like a very risky play, making it work. Oh, this could be a really fun one. But you can see it where it might also be equal parts frustrating. Where as a viewer, you're just watching it and wondering, why is this happening? How is this happening? But also, why do I like it? Why am I enjoying this? This sometimes a bit of the things that they're doing goes against what I feel like should be right in terms of what we expect. But it's entertainment, and I feel like that's one thing that we can take away by the end of this series. This will definitely be an entertaining one.
Yeah, and it's because of how good the players are, all things considered.
Yes.
There's a lot of superstar material from both teams, and I'm gonna name one per team. And it's Koili for sure on the side of Pro Esports, has proven himself as one of the uprising talents in the world of MLBB when it comes to jungling, especially with assassins. Scary with the Fanny as well when he gets his hands on that, and of course ever so rebel with the Hirara. And on the other side, it should be Nats. However, I feel like there has not been any Nats kind of gameplay that we've seen for a long time. And I'm saying that because I was so used to seeing Nats just dominate in games and make crazy outplays, win from the laning stage, and then take over afterwards. We have not seen that in a long while. So for the sake of Alpha 7, I think they really have to wake Nats up.
Get Nats activated. Similar to, of course, you mentioned Koili for Pro Esports. Another superstar there is Sorian Felix, and you did touch on it earlier. As long as he can be active, proactive, and has his presence felt in the lane and in the portions of the game where everyone starts grouping up together as team, then that's good. For Nats, it's I feel like, weirdly enough to say, you just gotta find that balance. There are moments where he's flickering forward when he doesn't need to be as a Uranus, trying to cap off kills, or even trying to initiate with the burst of the first and second together, and the rest of the team aren't ready for it. I know Alpha 7, individually, they all have the chance and they all have the potential to be very competitive and to be very strong. But you just really have to point them together in the right direction, mold them in the right direction, so that all these stars, all of this potential can be brought together into a cohesive team unit. Because despite all of the instability of this meta, despite all of the more confusing aspects of it in terms of the draft, the priorities, actual timings, throwing off even the most experienced teams, similar to with what happened with Liquid and Falcons, at the end of the day, cohesion, discipline as a team, even crazy moments as a team is what wins you games this time.
Mm-hmm. And where will you get that from each team? I'm sure that there is some crazy shot calling coming out from Nats. I mean, crazy gameplay coming out from Nats. Talking about like those chaotic team fights, but I feel like it has to come from a shot caller's perspective. That's why I feel like maybe those kinds of plays that you're looking for might come from Pro rather than Alpha 7. As unstable as chaotic as Alpha 7 is, I think that Pro Esports, the way that they decide, those the times where they just snap and just do something that's really weird. We see like Koili, like everybody from Pro Esports just going onto the Lord fight, where Koili will be in the middle just pushing the lane with an assassin, and then comes into the fight all topped up, no resources for the opponents, then he wins it for the team afterwards. So things like that have happened in MSC, and it's also part of the reason why it's always fun to watch Pro Esports play.
What I hope that Pro Esports has got to work on and improve, although it might be difficult, is that from what I've heard, their comms can actually be very quite messy. They do speak to one another, and there is a little bit, of course, of that barrier, but ultimately they are able to communicate with one another as a team. But there are moments where it's like they all kind of want to do a lot of different things, where Coily and Kozen just default to speaking in Filipino to another. Then Soriam, Felix, Sa, and PP are all speaking to each other in Cambodia. And they're all saying a bunch of things, not realizing that you have a duo speaking in Filipino and a trio speaking in Cambodian and Kamaya, excuse me. And now they're all just wondering, like, wait, what? What'd you say? Huh? How did that happen? I said this. You said that? I didn't understand it. So hopefully they got that sorted out. But hell, they were able to win MPL Cambodia even with that. So you could definitely tell that there's talent, raw talent in the squad of Pro.
Yeah. I guess, they were able to end the dynasty in there, in Cambodia, against the competition and with this kind of gameplay. You saw that even with a lot of problems when it comes to their communication and the fact that everybody's just very young in this squad, they don't have a legitimate veteran in there. So there's a lot of things that they have to really control. And the fact that they're still winning and showing us how it's done in the international stage kind of tells us that there is definitely a lot of talent in this group of people. Makes me wonder, how can they match up against Alpha 7? Because I think Alpha 7 themselves, they're like they are veterans there. Some of them are old by esports standards. I'm not saying that they're old, they're just kids actually, but in MLBB esports standards, they might be considered old.
Yeah.
I feel like they're still, some of them are really just, they think like younger players. That's what I feel like. It's what I also heard from Alpha 7. It's very chill. Maybe it's the culture of their region. And the fact that they're not always together because they're not boot camping together compared to other teams out there.
Yeah, of course. Members of Alpha 7 North have been very vocal about it in the past, especially when we get to know a little bit more about their stories, where compared, of course, to the other regions, like MLBB isn't completely their lives. They still have to balance MLBB alongside, for some of them, going to school, working, especially. We know how the work culture is like in North America and how much effort you have to put into work. Whereas for majority of the people that are facing, MLBB is work. It is their life. It centers around playing this sport, this game over and over again and hitting your peaks, while Alpha 7 need to make time in their busy work lives and day lives already just to make this work. And I think that's why maybe a little bit I could see why, alongside this being, of course, very valid path to go through in life, to be a professional esports athlete, or maybe just deep down, it's a little bit of an escape from them. It's a little bit of an escape from the daily lives that they already live.
Yeah. And the reason why I will agree with that is because, unfortunately, this is the landscape that they have to play in. This is what they have to deal with from that region. And we've heard a lot of good stories from just different parts of the world, like in the Philippines, in Turkey now, in the case of the Team Spirit members, it's also different. In the case of Myanmar, it's also totally different. And in the case of the North American region, where you can see Alpha 7, it's also very different. And of course, there are so many things that we wish that they will have, like more players in the scene, more chances, but it's just how life is. They just, like a boot camping is just not sustainable in that region as of this moment. Maybe in the future, if they get. That's why I feel like every victory for Alpha 7 or whoever is representing NA, it's always sweet. I don't know if you feel the same way.
It is, yeah.
Because it feels like they need that, they need that for their region.
Yeah, and which is why, like, every time we get to see any team from North America eventually get a good run in an international tournament, win against teams that have like established leagues already. If Alpha 7 North beat Pro Esports today, that is a wave the flag, cue the fireworks and eagles up in the sky, maybe send a jet out, levels of celebration. Because Pro Esports, again, they come from a region where they have their MPL, long established at this point. They are the champions of MPL Cambodia, so this will be massive. Thank you all for your patience, but very soon, around 2 to 3 minutes, the draft will begin. We are getting close and close to that point. We've seen Bigatron by Vitality now constantly ban the Hanabi. After what Onic and Geekay did to Alpha 7 North, will Alpha 7 North now go aggressive in terms of taking away the Eudora from Pro Esports?
My answer is yes. And it's not only because of that effect from yesterday and correlating it to what BTR has, BTR's reaction was. I believe that Eudora is always going to be relevant when there is an assassin that's available. So if you will see the draft pattern, and if let's just say that they see Fanny as well as Hirara being banned by their opponents and they couldn't get their hands on it, they're better off banning the Eudora because they will not have a good assassin to kind of force that Eudora out. Or maybe take it away, maybe use it, maybe Cold World can use it, and Alpha 7 can just focus on that one. I feel like Eudora is so relevant in this meta game because of the nature of the jungle heroes. And if you think about it, Coily as well as Best Player 1, both of them will not appreciate facing against a Eudora.
You know what? Yeah, if they can't ban it out, even consider it as an option for them. Although they did play really well around it, they got to utilize at the second game against GK when they even picked up a Rafaela in the mid lane, paired it up with a Harith in the gold, YSS jungle, EXP Esmeralda, which was up against a Uranus. They were doing really well. It just took one team fight where they dipped in the comms, dipped in the execution, that it just didn't work out. It makes a lot of sense for them to want to take the Eudora, considering, of course, the type of players that you mentioned, the two junglers are. Yeah. Besides that, what should be the other priorities we should see? Because Alpha 7 was trading Uranus and Esmeralda. Would you want to see Nafs on something a little bit more active and high damage, considering he's up against Sorry I'm Felix in the EXP lane?
My answer to that is always a yes. Esmeralda might be the only hero that I want to see him that is sustained in nature. I don't know if the Barretts is a good hero for both of the XP laners in the two teams that we have. There is one hero though that I want to bring up, which is in a different lane. In this, it is the Ruby. Technically, it can be played in the EXP, but I feel like both of our gold laners actually like to play the Ruby.
Oh, that's a good point.
Zia as well as Kozen, they play it. And I feel like that will be part of the second drafting phase considerations for both teams. I feel like that's a good hero. It also fits the assassin meta well. It works with the assassins and it works against assassins. I think it's a good hero to consider.
Yeah, and knowing that you're up against someone, you can imagine of these two teams as maybe somewhat of a mirror, in the sense that you have players who have great individual skills that at some points they really just want to able to show up and show off like what they can do. Pro Esports, Alpha 7 North, they're both like that. Ruby is a great stopper to that. And maybe heroes such as the Ruby that you mentioned, Badang might come into the equation. But in terms of the bans that, as we already are pretty neck deep into the draft, pretty similar bans that we've seen in priority. Barretts, Paquito, Atlas, Freya, Fanny, Hirara. The Valentina is up as an option for Pro. However, they don't need to take it up for themselves as the Vexana's already been taken. They need some poke damage to reach that Melissa. Maybe the Gord or the Farsa even is in consideration.
Yeah. And then when it comes to their jungle option, like again, here are Fanny Ban here for Alpha 7. I guess you can pick up the Nolan now. Oh, they went for the Harley. I thought I will consider the Nolan over the Harley, but the Harley makes a lot of sense up against the Melissa. The Nolan, it has no synergy with the Marcel, actually, think about it, so now it makes total sense. Now, best player special, it's going to be the Guinevere for Alpha 7. They're going to be focusing heavily on this Melissa. So, yep, unfortunately, the Ruby pick will not be the option now for Pro Esports. I think they're going to be thinking about the hero that Kozen can play that will be able to win against the Melissa. So I'm thinking Clint or Brody. Fortunately for Pro Esports, it's the Claw that was banned out. So they will have either Brody or Clint as their options for their last pick.
Very good pickups, if ever. I know Pro Esports were looking at the EXP lane and thinking, okay, we take out the Esmeralda, but I think you also have to consider banning out the Arlot here. Maybe even the Phobius? With the Freyagon, Arlot, Fove, really good with the Guinevere. Both can help trigger and feed into Violet Requiem for the Gwen at the same time. Even the lockdown basic attack. Although maybe the Phobius would rather not go up against the Uranus and lane. With the Arlot, we've seen it. And it gets banned out by Pro. That is a great ban.
Tora. It's the Arlot. What do you pick now for Nats is the question. Well, you can consider going in for the Shark hero. For now, they picked up a Matilda. I hope Kozen does not get tempted into picking up the Esmeralda. Of all the hero, I think the Brody is the perfect fit. I remember back then when I was with Kozen, we all like to play the Brody against a Matilda because even when you save people, you still get the torn apart memory up. You can chase down heroes. And the burst damage of the Brody is too much for the Matilda to save. But instead, they will go for the Granger, which is a good synergistic hero with the Marcel overall. And there goes the Farsa. And Farsa has great synergy with the Granger, with the Uranus in objective teamfights, and of course with this Harley for supplementary damage. Overall, a good pick. Alice for Alpha 7 though.
I feel like this is a little bit more tunneled into the matchup, right? Against the Uranus, but in the big picture, it doesn't really fit.
Yeah. That's a weird decision, I would say, for Alpha 7. I'm not sure if this is the right decision to go for. But then again, they're stuck with this. It has okay synergy with the Matilda, I would say. It's a good front line for to allow them to make sure that the Guinevere will have a good time. And then, of course, Melissa needs a lot of bodies to protect her. But this time, the heroes of Alpha 7 that they decided to play around with the Melissa are not tanky dudes. They're more like low HP heroes with high sustain or resistance that eventually becomes tanky as the later the game goes. So this might be a problem because now they're going to be faced up against a Farsa Harley with the Granger. So let's see how Alpha 7 will survive the onslaught of Pro Esports.
There really is a good chance that they'll be...
Alright, tayo nagbabalik mga kaibigan para dito sa Pro Esports versus Alpha 7. Of course, this is gonna be the last series for today. And syempre, kasama natin si paring Yenvi. Woo!
Hey! Hey, well, thank you so much, Don Boss Sonny, Don, sa pag-welcome sa akin dito. And hopefully, makakita tayo ng napakagandang bakbakan dito. Pero I think yata, blaglagan serye na to between Pro Esports and Alpha 7, tol.
Well, alam mo kasi yung Pro Esports na yan, tsaka Alpha 7, ano yan tag dito, hindi natin alam kung sino sa suportahan Sa kabila sa Alpha 7, nandyan si si Nats, di ba? Sa Pro Esports, si Coily, tapos si Kusin. So, ang hirap tol, paano natin
Hirap, no?
di ba? So,
Totoo.
di ba? Hindi ko alam kung sino ang pinakasusuportahan dyan. Pero for the meantime, guys, tingnan natin kung sino nga ba yung pinaka magiging ano dito. Sino nga ba yung pinaka magiging panalo. Again, tama si NV, no? Laglagang match talaga to. So, tingnan natin, guys. Kasi sa ngayon, nagiging aggressive yung Alpha 7. Ayaw talaga nilang bigyan ng opportunity etong Uranus ng kabila, which is si Sorry, I'm Felix. Pero for the meantime, balik muna sila sa pagpa-farm, tol.
Ako, balik muna sila sa kanilang mga regular program, trying to at least scale down yung mga camps papunta rito kay Coily. Kung okay, balikan natin kung sino yung susuportahan natin dito na Pilipino. Siguro nakadepende na lang kung sino mas madaming Pilipino sa kanyang team, which is Pro Esports. Dalawa sila dun so palag na lang. But regardless, I think Alpha 7 still trying to take control onto the turtle. Mukhang hindi yata kakagat ang Pro Esports muna.
Hindi mo na sila kakagat, tol. Kasi alam naman ng Pro Esports na tawag dito. Okay, but tayo magiging aggressive? I mean, meron tayong late game insurance. Nandiyan si Sa, nandiyan naman si Coily, di ba? So, in terms of high ground defense, I think hindi naman din masyadong kailangan pa yung mga aggressive na plays, no, sa early game. So I think okay lang yan. Pero for Alpha 7 kasi I think ganun din no. Pero ititweak lang natin ng konti kasi nga yung lineup nila built for built for team fight. Kasi nakabilis Alice tapos itong si Guinevere. So yun talaga yung mga pinaka magiging mahirap natin. Habang nagkakatestingan naman sila dito, YNV, I think hindi talaga nila kayang patayin yung isa't isa at this point of time. Siguro pag lumabas yung next objective, lumabas yung mga importanteng bagay katulad na lang nung Last Turtle or Lord Objective, feeling ko doon na talaga tayo makakita ng mga totoong balagbagan for this specific match. Pero sa ngayon, tol, ano ba yung tingin mong dito? Ano ba tingin mong kailangan gawin ng Pro para ma-activate yung early game nila?
I think patience lang talaga muna. Like this early game, hindi pa talaga nila mahahawakan dito. So, as much as possible, huwag sila masyado magpa-pick off. Kasi Alpha 7, maganda ang kanilang engage, malalakas ang kanilang pamasok puwersa. Pero if Pro Esports naman magiging scale lang, may pag-asa naman sila sa ngayon. Kasi Nats nga gagamitin ng kanyang ultimate throne of ruin with mismo ang buhay doon ng isang alis.
Nako, yun talaga yung magiging problema doon, YNV, no? Kasi yung lineup dito na Alpha 7 built for talaga team fight centric. Ang problema nga lang talaga early game kasi I think medyo magkukulang talaga sila ng damage. But siguro ang pinaka best option na lang ng Alpha 7 dito is i-force out na lang talaga na mag-react etong Pro Esports. Kasi kahit anong gawin nila hindi talaga magre-react yan. Tingnan mo nga naman si Saa pa nakakuha ng kill and gusto ko rin yung in and out actually na ginagawa nila Coily doon which is built naman talaga yung lineup nila for that. But this one Golden Orb magagamit na rin sabay yung Turtle hindi naman din makakapag-contest pa yung side ng Alpha 7 North. And after that, balik ulit sila sa kanilang pagpa-farm dito pero the real question here is hanggang kailan kayang tiisin ng Alpha 7 to na hindi tumitim fight?
Siguro bigyan tayo ng oras before at least 10 minutes dyan. Pero gigil sila agad na humanap ng kill para makabanse at bigyan ng konting picture dito si Coily and they will be able to at least deny a possible scaling for that Harley for now. Pero si Cousin, delikado din naman at mukhang may ispatan siya ni Shark. Kagagataba ang pateng pero pinipicturean ulit sila dito ni P and that will be the disengage. Maganda pa rin naman ang panakas puwersa dito ng Pro Esports.
Oo, and alam din actually ng Pro Esports na, hindi na, again, chill na lang kami, hindi namin kailangan na magpapakita ng dito ng kahit anong pangil. Pero teka lang kakasabi lang natin na napangilan isa. Tapos ang ganda pa ng Circling Eagle diversion on towards Kozen, pero ang real target pala is going to be Felix. Kaso ang problema dito, YNV, kunat yan, hindi kayang patayin. Pero si Nats, dalawang Pinoy nagkapatayin sa bottom lane, tol.
Nagsuntukan dalawang ipimen. Sino mas malakas sa kanilang dalawa? At si Coily ang babawi doon. Si Best Player 1 naman ay sumusubok kumontes onto that purple side. But sorry, I'm Felix will be able to take down yung Vexana onto the back lane at may ganti naman ang Pro Esports despite that. Alpha 7 naman, nakakuha naman sila, nakakapag-deny din ng mga camps dito against the jungler pero sa kill bumabawi ang Pro.
alam naman natin na early game talagang nasa Pro Esports yan. Sabi nga natin kanina, yung high ground defense okay na sa nila sa kanila check na yan Tapos yung early game pa na-checkan nila yan. So talagang ang hirap noon kung ikaw ay Alpha 7 North. Sa ngayon si Nats talagang tinatry niya na na magbigay ng damage dito sa side ng Pro Esports to at least mang-aura man lang pero ang pinaka question talaga dito, YNB is hanggang kailan kayang aurahan ni Nats to kasi again, 0-9 yung kanyang KDA and hindi yan maganda kung ikaw alis sa early game.
So to, may lalambot na ialis dito at hindi na magiging enough yung kanyang mga higop puwersa para at least makakuha pa rito yung mga squishy from Pro Esports. So, magiging tulong na lang niya pag nagtuloy-tuloy yung scaling dito ng Pro is mag-i-engage na lang siya at dapat yun na magiging connection niya. Maganda, hindi siya makakuha ng magandang lifesteal. Pero ito naman, yung magandang setup, Coily getting the turtle with the golden hour pa, nakakuha ng puwersa doon kay Nats na naman at the Ionic Edge from Sorry I'm Felix. Medyo masakit, medyo makate. Si best player 1 nga lang ay tatakbo na lang kasi nahanap siya rito ng Pro Esports at hindi pa rin natatapos ang Uranus sa pangungulit sa buong miyembro ng Alpha 7 North.
Nako, grabe naman ang ginagawa dito ng Pro Esports. Parang sa lahat ng anggulo na meron yung teamfight na yon, lahat sila nandun Pero ang pinakamagandang nangyari doon, is talagang itong side ng Pro Esports. Even though nanalo sa mga teamfights, still ayaw nilang ayaw nilang mag-overcommit doon sa mga skirmishes na yon. Ayaw nilang mag-rest kasi again, sila may hawak ng lead dito actually. Hindi naman ganoon kataasan pero pwede nating sabihin na lead pa rin naman yan. Sa ngayon kasi ang pinaka nagiging dilemma ngayon ng Alpha 7 North is yung scaling na Granger kasi unti-unti nang naabot ni Kuzen yung kanyang ceiling, pero do take note mga kaibigan ceiling nga yung naabot ni Kuzen, so hanggang doon na lang siya. Unlike dito kay Melissa sa Zia ng Alpha 7 North, baka mamaya-maya hindi na siya makapalag dito. So yun yung mga yun yung mga angles na pwede nating tignan for this specific match. Actually medyo sumasakit na nga talaga si Zia, nakikita mo naman, di ba? Si Uranus na napakunan yan, pero half HP agad, ilang hits pa lang dito ni Zia with his Melissa. Nako, dive in na sila sa may likuran na golden hour pa, pero ganda nung Elder Guardian sana ni Cold World. Circling Eagle na gamit na rin. Tapos gonna be P gets taken down. P into the square of ilan yan? 5? Square of 5? Square of 4? Parang ganun pala.
O square of 1 na lang. Nakasya lang din mga sinamatay doon. A little bit aggressive from the Marcel. Better airstrike from Sam. Papipilitan ang mga flicker at least dito ni Shark para makaiwas sa kanyang range. Nats is already onto the fray na gusto niya makipagsayawan against Pro Esports. Andyan pa rin naman si Sorry I'm Felix sa pwedeng maging mamba at bouncer for Pro Esports na magpa-frontline sa kanila.
Yun talaga. Pero this point of time, 9 minutes in, First Lord is activated na yan mga boss, So let's see kung sino nga ba kukuha niyan. Team Pro Esports, evidently sila naman talaga ang unang puposisyon, but can they contest this? Wala ning flowing blood. Oy, red pill ba yan ni Coily? Samantalang si Coldward sa may likuran. Hindi natatagal yan. That's gonna be Sa getting the kill. Tapos si Shark, hinahabol ngayon with the Deadly Magic at siya yung susunod na puputok. Ngayon, 3 na lang ang natitira dito sa side ng Alpha 7. Could they do a difference para dito sa kanilang team fight? I don't think so. Kasi, ang pinaka frontliner lang talaga nila at ang pinaka magbibigay ng damage sa Alpha 7 or mag-a-amplify ng damage is etong si Shark. Ngayon kung wala siya, parang sobrang hirap ata gumalaw kung ikaw ang Alpha 7. Now, best player 1, maganda sana yung positioning. Pero YNV, hindi ko alam kung ano yung kailangan gawin ng Alpha 7 dito. Pwede mo bang sa amin, i-map out? Ano pa yung mga possible options ng Team Alpha 7 North? Kasi parang nahihirapan na sila
Nahihirapan nga talaga indeed kasi hanggat buhay dito si Sorry I'm Felix, hindi sila masyado nakakatagos. Maganda sana ang pasok doon ng isang Alice at mahanap si P ang malambot na support, pero hindi pa rin sapat yun kasi nga napipicture at napiprease frame sila dito ng Marcel. Meanwhile, Coily getting the kill on Sa getting the kill on that Harley, and I think ito naman si Zia may gante. Yun yung naging magandang party doon for Alpha 7 na okay, nahirapan sila doon butas pero pinilit pa rin nila na makapag-get through onto that gate. And despite nga yung load na medyo mawawalan na ng power dito onto the bottom lane, may bawi ng kaunti ang Alpha 7. Siguro yung question mo kanina kung ano ang kailangan gawin ng Alpha 7 is they really need to break through onto that front line. Wag na nila pansinin si Felix, but rektahin na lang nila yung mga malalambot dito like Coily really like Kozen kasi right now Kozen is 1-0 at meron siyang Skypiercer that is a little bit stuck, little bit pa nung naman, pero magi-snowball yan.
Nako, snowball is the king nga talaga ng Alpha 7 North, pero let's see kung yung snowball potential ba na yan ma-activate pa nila once na nakuha na ng Pro Esports yung kanilang mga power spikes. Let's see. Nako, sakit ng damage yun ha. Ang ganda naman ng spatial migration na ginamit lang panakas actually. Pero again, 11 minutes and 40 seconds mga kaibigan, 6-4 pa rin ang ating scoreline and lamang na lang ng 3,000. Actually, 2K na nga lang yung kalamangan dito ng Pro Esports. So, let's see kung papaano to. Kasi again, pinag-usapan natin to kanina, may ceiling yung Pro Esports and once na naabot nila yon, I think hindi na nila pwede pang dagdagan yung kanilang mga damage output. Dahil nga yung Alpha 7 dito, men, sobrang sakit netong ni Zia once na nakapag-free hit to. And at the same time, kapag nasetapan pa ni Nats and Cold World, the Golden R na gamit doon, and I think that is a wasted energy, wasted utility para dito sa side ng Pro Esports. Kasi hindi naman kailangan yung mga ganong klaseng shenanigans, no? Galing dito sa side ng Pro Esports. Pero tingnan natin, kasi Team Alpha 7, they're very being very aggressive. Makati na talaga, hindi itong side ng Alpha 7, lalo na si Zia. Pero I think perfect execution na lang ang inaantay dito ng Pro Esports. Tingnan natin, best player 1. Siya yung pinaka napopoke dito. Samantalang si Zia naman, free hit pa rin. Yun pa rin naman yung kanilang mga objective dito, no? Samantala yung bottom lane and yung mga side laners ng Pro and Alpha, I think pantayan lang sila sa bottom lane. Medyo lalamang lang ng konti sa mid lane dahil medyo leaning towards yung Alpha 7 dun sa mid top lane at yun talaga yung pinaka binabantayan nila kasi ayaw nga nila ma-stun. Golden R nagamit naman dito pero teka lang, sino pinaka bibigyan? Flicker nagamit naman ni Sharka para lumayo. It's gonna be a for win. Connecting on to 4 pero wala yatang follow-up damage from the side of Alpha 7 dahil plus sila kaso Kozen gets the kill. Sino yung unang mamamatay? It's gonna be Shark. Ang ganda sana nung next step ng Alpha 7 pero na-overstep nga lang etong si Zia. Violent Requiem. That's gonna be Coily taking down. Pero si Nats, siya yung naipit sa likurdan. Naku po, si Best Player 1 wala na rin. That's a double kill para dito kay Kusin. Ang dami sana magandang nangyari, ENV, pero wala, kinulang talaga yung Alpha 7 North.
Totoo, Alpha 7, kumakabig sila pero not really fully committing onto anything. Pero once na nag-commit na rito si Nat, medyo man naging malayo din ang kanyang setup doon and Kozen still raining down the bullets para makapag-preheat. Sabi ko sa'yo, yung isang stacks ng Skypercer na yon, parang sa kanta na yan, malita butas, lumalaki, konting gusot, dumadami. That's basically what happened on Kozen, just firing down the range, triggering the Skypiercer, at despite the effort of Zia na, alam na natin, makate na si Zia. Pero Zia was also way too far forward. Kahit na meron siyang, parang yung ultimate niya na hindi na siya masasalat doon, pa rin outrange pa rin siya dito ng Kozen. Yet, the ceiling, still, hindi pa rin naman nare-reach ng Pro Esports, pero mataas pa rin naman ang kanilang nakabig doon.
Yun nga, kabig is the key talaga para dito sa side ng Pro Esports, no? Pero tingnan natin, tol, kasi etong Lord na to, I think malaki yung damage na may iwan sa base mismo ng Team Alpha 7. Nanakit yung buhay dito ni Felix, pero mapupush naman yung middle lane. Diversion lang pala yun, pananggulo, para mabuksan na yung mga tarangkahan ng Team Alpha 7 North. Now, tingnan natin, Kuzen sa may kabilang banda, yung Lord malaki pa rin ang buhay. Golden R nagamit na rin. Pero teka lang, si Best Player 1, siya yung unang mamamatay dito sa side ng Team Alpha 7 North. Now, si Nats na nanakit yung buhay on towards Kuzen. Oh my God, unstoppable.
Nako, nahuli nga lang yata dito si Coily. Ay, actually, kala ko napatay pa rito si Coily Min Nakatakas pala siya with that hat-trick. Masakit sa mga damage ng Vexana, able to clear the wave, at least giving a little bit more room to clear the base.
Pero Tol, Yenvi, alam mo, ito yung ine-expect natin talagang pag nakuha ni Kuzen yung kanyang mid-game power spike, at yun na talaga yung death sentence ng Team Alpha 7 North. Pero si Sana naman, ayun lang, pero that's gonna be it for team number 1, mga kaibigan. Nakita naman natin, Team Alpha 7 North did tried everything actually. Kaya na nga nilang ipanalo sana yung mid game na yun, but wala eh. Naiwan kasi si Kuzen sa kusina tol, nakapag-farm, tumaba, ang sakit
Let him
yung kanyang
cook.
mga itemizations. Pero I think for that game number 1, hanggang dun muna lang tayo. Dahil for game number 2 mga tol, marami tayong inaasahan na pagbawi. Of course, ng Alpha 7 North. Syempre, nandiyan pa rin naman si kababayang Nats. And pagbalik natin, again guys, tingnan natin kung mata 2-0 ba na Pro Esports o Team Alpha 7 North, may chance pa to push this series into a game number 3. Once again, this is Just MLX Games of the Future 2026. Kami nakasama nyo, Sonny and Yenvi, and magbabalik kami.
To complete their tournament run here, winless, at the brink of elimination when there were moments where it looked so good for the squad. They just couldn't get those strings of events to work out for them.
It was very close up to a certain point. They could have taken it. Oh man, I can't. I feel bad for Alpha 7 because I think that there was just some miscommunication that happened in between. We can see that they're really team fighting hard. You can already feel the damage output coming out from Zia. Even Sorry and Felix is feeling it. Lord Tans eventually went in favor of Pro Esports. Alpha 7 are able to still equalize, I would say. They still managed to defend after this one. They lost all of their outer turrets, but they can still team fight. We are feeling it already. This was the fight. Shark, first one to fall. They will want to go on to Coily, but Zia was just too far forward, too far away from his teammates. There is some damage from the other members of Alpha 7, but not having the Melissa in the team fights meant that they just couldn't recover afterwards.
You could see why he tried. He did chunk down Kozen a considerable amount, almost taking him down. But again, it just wasn't the right time. If the other members of Alpha 7 were much closer to respond to it, then we would be celebrating the 100% because they would have been able to trade it out. He still would have ended up falling down, but at least they get Kozen on the Granger, stopping it. But it ended up just becoming the catalyst to those long-range pokes, the bombs from this Granger, the bullets, the long-range feathered airstrike as well by Sa. They closed out the draft really well. They know that they're playing with a Marcel, despite Soriam Felix struggling in lane in terms of getting his presence felt, because Nath was always just so, forward with it, trying to delay Soriam Felix, really just, in our terms in the Philippines, we brusco him, not the player, but in terms of just he's bodying him in lane, just to show him who's stronger. He would overstep, and other members of Pro Esports would come in at the right time to punish the Alice for being so aggressive.
Tough break for Alpha 7, but it was close. All they have to do now is to just make sure that they get their agency back into the game when it comes to their shot calling, when it comes to their decision making as a team, because it feels like they are not as coordinated as one would want in this specific scenario. Then again, that's game number 1. In game number 2, we also have to start with the draft. I feel like for Pro Esports, they got everything that they wanted to have. They have this Marcel with the Granger, so that there will always be that golden hour into the Granger bullets, DPS, for them to guarantee a pickoff. But they also have this mode where they have the Farsa and the Uranus to scout out where the enemies are and chunk them down enough for the Granger to finish off the kills. So that's a pretty solid foundation out there we've seen from Pro Esports in terms of their hero composition. I cannot say the same for Alpha 7 though, although their lineup makes a lot of sense. I feel like that Alice is just not a hero that you give to Nats so that they will have some control of the early stages of the game. That's something that they have to fix, I feel like.
We talked about synergy by the end of the draft that you mentioned. There was a lot more synergy for the side of Pro, and it showed in game. Alpha 7 need to find that same level if they want to force game number 3 after this break. The champions of MPL Cambodia look to end the run of Alpha 7 North here to qualify for the playoffs in this lower bracket finals for Group D. But it is a best of 3 and there is still that chance that Alpha 7 will bounce back and force a game number 3 and take us all to the edge of our seats. Welcome back to this series, our third one for the day. Again, it's the final qualification through the lower bracket for Group D. Renmar and Wolf still your casters here. But if we could sum up real quick what happened in the previous one, starting first with Alpha 7, without saying Zia dashed into 3, how would you summarize it, Wolf?
Well, a good way to look at it is that the Granger was protected properly by the side of Pro Esports, and Alpha 7 tried their best to pierce through that protection and take out the damage dealer of Pro Esports, but they just can't. And there were 2 important damage dealers out there for Pro Esports. I'm going to be including the Farsa as well. But the way that the Pro Esports have positioned themselves around the neutral objectives, Alpha 7 just can't find the opening. And this is despite them having Nats on this Alice, which is a hero that can actually bypass the front lines and get into the back lines. Even with that, even with the Matilda, they just couldn't find the proper opening to make it a little bit difficult for Kozen to hit them down in the neutral objective team fights.
I guess we also have to look at it through the lens of Pro Esports that look at how Alpha 7 play all you want. Sometimes you look worse when you're playing up against a team that's just really good and that's just doing everything possible. Sometimes when we want to look and what needs to be improved, we tend to overlook the other team. But I don't think we overlook the other team, honestly. We've been doing really great so far today. We've been tremendous with our jobs. But Pro Esports, definitely tremendous with their jobs in game number 1. What were some of their key highlights and key strengths that they showed off?
Well, I guess the fact that they're not too stingy with the feathered airstrike is what I feel like is good, because the idea that I saw how they play the Farsa is to really just for poke. Like, the feathered airstrike is not your team fight winning ultimate. It's more of information, more of zoning, more of disrupting your opponents and forcing them to react to what you're doing. It's what I feel like. So maybe that's another key factor in there. Now, of course, we still have to commend the golden hours during the neutral objectives. It seems like Pro Esports have focused utilizing a big ultimate just to get the retribution up in the first few turtles, and that was enough for Coily to be comfortable as the game goes by. And this is what I asked for yesterday. First picked Melissa, and we're seeing it right now.
Finally, you get your wish. And I think people are going to start realizing just how much of an important trade tool in priority this Melissa is. How will Pro Esports respond? There are a lot of poke heroes still. They can continue still building around the Farsa and the Melissa. But let's see. Sorry, not Melissa. The Granger, excuse me. But even if you decide to go ahead and get that really early on or try to prioritize that, Alpha 7 can quickly answer. So we get to see what has been a pretty stable answer to this. Barrett's is great. The claw dive is going to be important, but you got to make sure that they have some long-range bombs to pair up with it.
Yeah. Oh, so that being said, they might just take the Uranus now. I think they're required to pick it up, Alpha 7. And with that, a Beleric and the Uranus and /Or. So they prioritize the Guinevere and the Selena. I don't like the Selena when there's a Barrett already in the opposing team. But the Guinevere makes a lot of sense for the knockup against Kozen on the Claude for sure. But the Selena though, I wonder why they picked this up. Maybe Colward is just feeling it.
Yeah. Well, they're going up against the Barretts. Well, you know what? Why not? Why not, right? Maybe they'll end up packing it up with a Cho and we get the Selena Cho Guinevere combination again, right? And then they can just string it together. We saw the concept of it somewhat work earlier for Bushido Wildcats.
Yeah. Now, Pro Esports, if they pick up the Beleric, And it will be really bad for Amazon. Or maybe just ban it. Maybe just get your Coily hero, which is now going to be the Nolan instead of the Harley.
Welcome back to Just ML X Games of the Future 2026. Kami makakasama nyo kami, Sunny and the Envy. At ngayon, game number 2 na tayo ng ating laglagan serye. The Group D, which is Pro Esports getting the 1 game win to make it through sa susunod na round. Pero susubukan pa rin man ata ng Alpha 7 na bumawi pa.
Matik yan eh. Siyempre, pag mga may dugong Pinoy tol, hindi naman basta-basta magpapadali ng ano yan, ng 2-0 yan, di ba? Pero tingnan natin. Pero kasi ang hiling ni Marcos Gonzaga, ewan ko kilala mo na tol si Marcos Gonzaga, ang hiling niya 2-0.
Ano pa?
2-0 daw ng Pro Esports. Kasi maka Pro Esports talaga yan. Fan talaga siya ng Pro Esports. Ewan ko lang kung magkakatotoo yun kasi ako Alpha 7 ako, Kus. Ewan ko, ikaw.
Magdilang Angel ka.
Oo, magdilang Angel. Ikaw, YNB, based lang sa first 3 picks na itong Alpha 7 tsaka Pro Esports, sino sa tingin mo, tol, yung may advantage?
Ako, para sa akin dito, medyo maganda na agad yung late game ng Pro Esports. They got Claude already and the Barat sa pwede pa mag-scaling. Although the Nolan is somewhat parang hit or miss pa din para sa akin eh. You have to really be precise. But then again, with the Parsa, malaki na ang kanilang zone control agad. So, I guess I'm kind of leewaying in the Pro Esports sa kanilang 4 picks, pero pwede pang mabago for Alpha 7 and that was a good response.
Nako. Ang aga naman yan para sa side ng ng Pro Esports. Pero sa bagay, wala rin naman kasi silang ibang magiging option na. It's either i-reveal namin yung roamer namin o yung mid laner muna. Pero again, getting na dito yung kanilang gatot. Tapos tingnan natin ano naman makukuha ng Alpha 7 as for their explainer, which is Wildcats. I mean si Terizla. Pero parang nababagalan ata ako sa setup nila, no? Tingin mo?
Ano din, parang okay yung Gatot Kacha for me. Kasi either way, kailangan pangontra niya sa mga papasok eh. The Terizla though is still na depende pa eh kung ano yung makakatapat niya. So, pwede karan dito. Tataputan ba ng babalik ba tayo sa Phobius or pag-set better dito ang Pro Esports like the Freya, which is parang mas papabilis din. Kung magkasabi Alpha 7, medyo parang mabagal pa kanilang setup. Pero no, Pro Esports Blue. I think napakakunat ng Pro Esports dito. Ang hirap butasin na naman.
Pero again, sa mga ganitong laruan, may risk din yan eh. I mean, pagka nawala kasi yung dito, pag nawala si Claude tsaka si Saa, si Kuzen tsaka si Saa, parang mahirapan na sila eh. Wag lang tatamaan ng pana ni Cold World. Yun lang naman yung gusto ata ng Pro Esports dito eh. Na pag wag kami tatamaan ng pana, pero once na tinamaan kami, ayun na. Matik na yun. Pero again guys, wag niyo pong kalimutan na i-share ang ating live stream. Ayan, konti show your support naman ng konti of course sa ating mga Pinoy. Ayan, si Rosa hindi yan Pinoy pero yung nasa kanan si Kyrie yan. Yonip yan. So pakita niyo suporta by sharing the live stream tol. And syempre, ENB ito na game number 1. Ano bang mga thoughts mo diyan?
Okay, game number 1. Game number 2, actually.
Game number 2, sorry. Game number 2, sorry.
I do agree doon sa sinabi mo din. Selena yung lason dito eh. Ang nasabi ko ang maganda ang frontline, may madaming sasalo for that Abyssal Arrow. Pero once it connect, kaya mag-shred to. Kasi Alpha 7, they have the damage. Actually, parang they really have the damage though. And if magko-continue to, malaki ang chance nila for a game 3.
Oo, yun din talaga. Pero tingnan natin kasi ang pwedeng gawin lang talaga ng Alpha 7 dito is maging aggressive, no? And doon sa labanan nga sa Little Wonder ang nakuha pa noon is going to be best player 1. Tama ba? Baliktad ata yung ating baliktad nga mga boss. Pero syempre ayusin naman nila yan later on. Ang titingnan na lang natin is okay, sila Felix naman dito, I think ang pinaka magiging tagpuan lang talaga nila is wag mapana, ayun lang.
Uy.
Na-force yung flicker ni Felix, na-force din naman yung flicker dito ni Coldworld. Ang lethal, ang problema nga lang is mas kailangan kasi ni Sorry I'm Felix yung kanyang flicker para sa Detones welcome later on. Tapos napauwi pa siya dahil dun sa pokes. So I think slight advantage na yon agad para kay Nuts. Pero tingnan mo naman si Kuzen tsaka si Zia. Tinamaan na skill 1 and skill 2 ng Farsa, but I think that's pretty much it, no? Wala nang makakasunod na labanan pa, pero nakakuha ng gold grab na yon. It's gonna be Coily.
At least, Coily, may konting gunto naman siya. Si P naman, sinasalo nga lang lahat ng tinatapon sa kanya. And as expected, that glue will just be the front line. Siya na ang magiging knight in shining armor mo. Siya nang sasaktan mo. Wag mo na ako na lang ang saktan mo rito. Wag na lang ang baby ko. Ganun yung gaming dito ng glue. And although he will be pick up, I don't know kung ano naging decision na doon na lumakad matatag between 4 members of Alpha 7. Pero gusto yon ng ating South America.
Nako, teka lang kasi napaka-aggressive na ng Alpha 7 dito, men. Getting sa in the process. Tapos may Detones welcome. Kanino niya babanggayan? AOG naman. Ang ganda ng setup. Kaso nga lang, may penalty zone na pangsagot. Wala pa kasing mga damage yung taga Pro Esports. Kaya naman talagang binabaybay lang sila ng Alpha 7 dito all throughout the mid game. I mean, all throughout the early game. Pero tingnan natin yan kung mag-iiba ba ang storya pagdating ng ng mid game and late game. Kasi again, sinabi ni Envy to kanina, ang ganda nung lineup ng Pro Esports pagdating nung late game. And wala rin silang problema kung magiging lamang yung Alpha 7 ng early game to mid game, kasi kung defense lang ang pag-uusapan, nandiyan naman yung Farsa na si Saa.
True. Okay naman. Di na rin masama kasi malakas ang zone control nga ng Farsa at malakas din to sa kumbaga sa mga zone objectives like the Turtle and the Lord. So malaki pwede nila may pushback ng Alpha 7 yung Pro Esports doon. But okay, tama na ba tayo? Okay na pala. So Pro Esports rather will try na, sige, sa late game tayo bumawi. Hintay lang natin, tayo ulit pala. Sila ulit pala yung magiging parang stable lang, wag tayo masyadong mag-commit, let Alpha 7 do their work kasi kaya naman nilang counterin yan. And if that load will just be continuously farming onto the late game, ang lakas niyang tumunaw.
Yung tunaw factor talaga ng Pro Esports is sobrang lethal pag nakarating na tayo sa latter parts of the game. Pero at this point of time na turtle muna ang kukunin ng mga teams, I think dun lang muna tayo pinaka magfo-focus. 4 minutes in, 2-0 na po ang kalamangan ng Alpha 7 in terms of kill. Pero in terms of gold naman, teka, ang tapang ni Cousin Min nakikipaglaban. Grabe, hindi, alam niya kasi na wala ng skill 1 So, diretso na siya agad dun sa pag-poke, no? Pero I think Alpha 7 sa kanila ata tong turtle na to, Yenvi.
Hindi na yata to i-go pa ng Pro Esports. At wala rin naman talaga sa sa kanilang plano for now. Let those first turtle na bigay na lang nila, mag-farm lang muna sila as much as possible, pero si P ay sasaluhin na naman yung mga Abyssal Arrow, everything connecting onto the Alpha 7. Gusto pa nila na magbigay ng pressure doon habang nahanap nila. Andito na Swell ka na may kinain na pala na isa dito. Si best player 1 ay sa mapa. Si Shark ay kumakagat din, pero siya ay lalayo na lang with AOG. Ginamit niyang panakas sa kanyang ultimate with the Blazing Duet mula kay Kosen. Harap-harap ang pinag-battle dito si Z, pero may ibigay na damage pa ang Cloud.
Nako, ayun lang ang problema. Tol, yung kaninang defensive na team is parang sila ngayon na online na bigla, Tol. Sabi nila dito, kahit wala pa kami mga damage, babalagbagin na namin kayo, and mukhang yun nga yung nangyayari ngayon, no, Tol? Pero tingnan natin kasi again, kung medyo sabihin natin nakuha na ni Kuzen yung first item niya ng first part ng Holy Trinity. Pero sa ngayon kasi parang ang pinakakailangan talaga nila muna is yung item ni Coily and Saa once kasi kakasabi ko lang, Tol, nakuha na dito yung Ogre and papunta ng Blade of Heptasy. So hindi na din masyadong hindi na nakakatakot, I think, for team na Pro Esports na mag-dive in. Tingnan mo, nakikipag 1v1 si Nuts, Tol.
Tingnan mo, palamang pa ng level dito si Nat. So, siya pa yung tumatakbo, nagbibigay respect dito kay Kosen. Mahirap din naman kasi hulihin. Tong Claude dahil nga may BMI naman din siyang panakas lang din. So, back to the drawing board ulit ang Pro Esports dito on how they're able to move on onto the map, which is ang Alpha 7 naman ay gumagawa ng movement onto the bottom lane with the feather airstrike na ginamit agad din sa preemptive. A little bit early, pero okay na rin naman na daw dahil na-secure nila yung defense sa bandang baba.
Tapos ang isa pang maganda dyan, tol, free farm. Si Coily sa may top lane, tingnan mo, lamang na nga siya ng level dito on towards best player 1. And pagkakuha niya nung isa pang troll dyan na buff, jungle, I think magle-level 11 and sobrang laking advantage siya para dito sa Turtle team fighting na natin mga kaibigan. Nag-aabangan na lang sila dito, pero I think the real question is that the Trolls welcome setup, tapos nakuha na ni Coily with the Retribution AOG. Grabe naman yun, Blazing Duet sa may likuran. Ang dami nagkakapalitan dito, pero ang pinaka napuruhan is going to be Shark. Wala na sang AOG papalayo and double kill. Best player 1, tsaka si Shark, sila yung mga namatay.
Sila yung mga dapat mapasok tol, pero siya nila yung napagbigyan. Colward naman itatama ang kanyang Visal Arrow. Hinarap lang ng ni Patrick. Kinain ng buong buo yung mga balasa dito ni Colward. And this will give Pro Esports that huge mid lane power spike. Open agad ang mapa for the red side and Alpha 7. Mukhang sila naman ngayon ulit ang maghahabol na kanina. Sila yung nagsiset up ng tempo. Biglang binaligtad yun. Na bigla din sila dahil nga nag-umpisa ang Detona's welcome and yung glue na pumasok, giving and rather getting best player 1. Hindi nga nakagalaw dito yung Guiriver, kinain ng buong buo ng Pro Esports yun.
Yun nga kumbaga parang sabi ng Pro Esports, okay, sa inyo early game, sabi ng mid game. Hindi pa nga parang hindi pa nga may nag-enjoy yung Alpha 7 sa lead nila kanina, bigla naman binawi ng Pro Esports ngayon and parang dito lumalabas yung yung draft difference nilang dalawa, no. Si Pro Esports kasi more on more on scattered yung damage output nila. Same goes with their crowd controls. Meanwhile dito sa Alpha 7, yes may AOG ka, yes may penalty zone ka, pero the most important damage of them all kasi is etong sa mid laner. Siya naman kasi talaga yung magpupoke, pero teka lang, ang ganda ng setup, BNB.
Ang ganda ng follow-up din doon with the Ballet Requiem, but the damage, medyo kanina lang ng kaunti. Si Sorry ang Felix na lang unang tutumba for the Pro Esports, pero si Sa may gante against the roamer of Alpha 7 as well. Despite the good effort of Alpha 7 na makahanap ng magandang engage, they only got a trade off.
Nako, yung trade-off na yun, tol, hindi yata napaganda. Pero kasi ang wala dito na pinaka-importante habang merong Lord is yung flicker ni Nuts. So papaano sila si setup ngayon, tol? Wala silang ka-flicker. Wala rin naman Purify si Kuzen. Pero I think mas maganda sa... Ay, teka, muntik na po tamaan dito si Sa. Pero YNV, ito na naman!
Ginamit ang feather airstrike pero nakaabang ang penalty zone doon ni Nuts at wala na siyang nagawa kundi pumalag at nalusaw siya doon sa mga bala ng Claude. Sorry, I'm Felix being onto the frontline once again and the Beliza is dealing the damage, pushing that nail into the heads of P, pero sapat na ba ang kanyang damage with the first kill? Yes, indeed! Nakuha nga ang kill na doon po, nagwawala na si Zia, make it a 3x4. The side of Alpha 7 will Colworld damage be enough? Wala na ang Nolan doon. He goes onto the no man's land. Although Pro Esports got the Lord, maraming namatay sa kanila.
Nako, 3 nga yung namatay sa kanila, YNV hindi magandang sign yun for Pro. Kasi sila na yung may hawak ng lead, sila na yung nagko-control ng mapa, pero sa isang maling play lang na nangyari doon, no? I think ang pinaka dapat kainin ni Sorry I'm Felix doon is gonna be best player 1 para hindi na din pressured si Coily na bantayan pa yung Lord, para hindi na rin siya ma-stress pa, no? Pero I think dahil doon sa Lord na nakuha nga nila, still na-manage pa rin naman nilang makabalik agad doon sa kanilang mga posisyon, no? And kung titingnan natin ngayon, tol, pa-cooldown na yung flicker dito ni Nats, and yan na yung isa sa mga pinaka-importanting dapat bantayan ng Pro Esports, yung penalty zone. Kaso nga lang, mga tol, parang mahirap ata to for Alpha 7 kasi sumabog na yung kanilang mga Holy Shields, pero magta 12 minutes na rin naman so I think hindi na rin naman nagmamatter yan. Ang pinaka nagmamatter na lang dito next time is yung side lanes. Yun pa yung isang problema dito ng Alpha 7, wala silang pang side lanes, tol, and once na mag-try itong si best player 1 na mag-push ng minion wave, baka yun pa yung ikatalo nila kasi lahat ng setup nila kailangan yung ultimate, yung violent requiem, yung AOG, same goes with the penalty zone. Lahat yan kailangan in sync. So kung magkulang man yung isa dyan, may ang hirap palitan eh.
May butas. Kumbaga, totoo, may butas. Kumbaga, Alpha 7. Nakita mo yung engage dito ni Nats. Ang ganda sana ng huli niya kay Kozen. Pero despite that na nahuli siya doon, nahuli si Claude ng penalty zone, naging pa yun, powerful pa for Kozen kasi nga, pre-hit siya kay Nats at nalusaw agad yung Terizla doon. So, dapat talaga in-sync sila lahat. Dapat tuloy-tuloy. At maganda sana ang kanilang chemistry. Pero bigla na lang nalasong si Colward. So, wala nang ambisal araw na pwede magbigay ng threat for the Pro Esports at libre na nila i-siege ang kanilang mga base once again.
Nako, ayun na, yung top lane talaga, yung pinaka-target nila dito, may na-conceal play, naka-activate yan, pero look at Kuzen, wala siyang pakialam sa damage dito. Wala namang Ginitons welcome si Sorry I'm Felix. Pero okay lang ata kasi wala naman ding masyadong magiging kapalit yung Pro Esports doon, kundi yung Torre na lang na yon. And hindi lang naman Torre yung nakuha na nila yung advantage doon sa Lord Dance. Dahil top lane nga naman yung kanilang nabasag. So tingnan natin, Yenvi 6-6 ang ating score, 12 minutes in. And can Alpha 7 do the miracle pa rin ba dito sa game natin? Kasi against all the odds na sila dito, tol. Nako, meron na namang setup. Ang ganda ng penalty zone sa Blazing Duet. Roy ko. AOG on the back row. Hindi na natulog. Tino mo si Nats. Siya yung natutunaw dito ni Kusin. Dalawa agad yung namatay dito sa side ng Alpha 7 at hindi lang basta mga members yun. Yung mga frontliners. Lucas Zia. Tinamaan ng pana. Ayun lang mga tol. Actually, kahit hindi na nga yata i-lord ng Pro Esports to, pwede na. Naku, may istakan pa si Best Player 1. Ayun po ang kalungkutan, Yenbi.
Ang ganda sana ng setup ng Alpha 7 doon. Ang ganda ng huli ni Nats. That was 83 to 4 man penalty zone. Good follow-up din mula kay Best Player 1 at kay Shark. Pero na-free hit kasi dito sa side lane si Kozen. Nakita mo, binabaril lang niya si Nats and Nats cannot do anything against Kozen on the point-blank range na harap-harapan. Best Player 1, nahati din nila yung laban doon going on through the mid. Pero open na open kasi dito si Kozen. At Zia doon, parang nahuli yata siya or hindi siya masyado nakapag-create na maganda kaya hindi niya naibigay yung definite damage output na kailangan nila doon. And Pro Esports was given another Lord to siege through once again, and Alpha 7 needs to do it again, yung ganung magandang setup, but this time much accurate pa sana at mahanap nila si Kozen kasi if Kozen was just preheating onto the backline, wala rin sayang kanilang magiging mga setup.
Ako, yun nga, ang pinaka-importante talaga dito is yung quality nung kanilang mga dinideliver dito. Tingnan natin kasi na-deliver na yung Lord sa gitna, ENV. And this might be the last team fight na makikita natin. Nag-aabang na sila dito ng positioning. Look at Kozen. Look at the fracture. Ang ganda ng feather airstrike. Napakasakit yung damage on towards Zia. Pero wala pa silang binibitawan ng isang ultimate, mga boss. Meron ng penalty zone. Pero ito na, Dito's welcome. Pero AOG, wala nga lang tinamaan, nakaiwas. Pero it's gonna be Zia gets taken down. Naku, si Shark ang susunod. Hindi na rin kayang isustain. Blazing Duet na napakaganda sa likuran. And that's gonna be 2-0 para sa side ng Pro Esports.
Wow, Pro Esports men did it again. Same fashion from the game number 1 na bida kami, magpapabugbog muna kami, FPJ moves, then bigla na lang kukumpi ang dalawa with the 12 punch combo doon sa dibdib para makuha yung panalo. Ang ganda ng kanilang patience on the early game. Alam nila na that is not our time yet. Hayaan mo lang silang gumawa ng play yung Alpha 7 dito. Mag-move lang sila kasi ganoon naman talaga ang kailangan gawin ng Alpha 7. They need to be proactive on the map and let the Selena free flow yung kanyang abyssal arrow para sana makahanap ng setup. Pero once na nahanap na nila yung setup, sana it was already way too late because Kozen already got the item. Nakakapag double lane, nakakapag pre-hit siya. Nahihirapan ngayon yung maraming crowd control ng Alpha 7 na i-disperse dito si Kozen. And just like that, sa 2-0 win, Pro Esports will move on sa susunod na round.
Matik. Pero syempre, again, guys, tingnan natin kung ano ba yung mga magiging next set of matches ng Alpha Esports dito sa ating tournament. Kasi again, hindi pa rin naman sila laglag din talaga sa buong esports, no. Dito lang sila nalaglag sa ating tournament. May pag-asa pa rin naman sila. Pero again, guys, don't go away kasi may laban pa later yung Onic naman versus Foot Esports ba tama? Ay, hindi pala Foot. Sino ba yung kalaban nila? Geekay yun, Geekay ang kalaban nila, pero Geekay, pero yun nga ang magpapaalam muna is going to be Alpha Esports, and yun, and congratulations to the team of Pro Esports for getting in doon sa play-ins natin around number 16. And this has been it for the series number 3, mga kaibigan. Kami nakasama nyo. Ako nga pala si Sonny, and kasama ko naman si NV, and kita-kits for the next round. And next series, mamaya lang din po yan, no? Of course, dito lang yan sa Just MLX Games of the Future 2026. Of course, hatid sa inyo ng Lupon WXC and ng The Armory. And again, samahan nyo mamaya si Miggy and Yanvi. And pagbalik nila, it's Onic time versus Geekay Esports.
Eventually fall in this, but Coily gets the neutral objective, gets the Lord, which is the most important part of that trade. And look at this ultimate coming out from Nats. However, Zia wasn't able to just supplement the damage, because I think the idea is you pick up the glue so that the Melissa will always be threatened. And even after the Win of Nature, even after the go away, they just won't have enough to protect Zia in this team fight. And on that push, we can see Sa again popping the ultimate, forcing out the members of Alpha 7, forcing them to scramble. And it was more than enough of a disruption that the entirety of Pro Esports will now win the team fight afterwards.
Yeah, once that Melissa went down, it's pretty much doom and gloom already for Alpha 7 North. They needed that Melissa to stay alive as long as possible. Again, this lineup was built for it, and without it, it would be too difficult. Meanwhile, for Pro Esports, they had a lot of options. 3 of them specifically. You had this Nolan, the Cloud with the Skypiercer, and this Farsa, which was, again, a terrific game by Sa. But Soriam, Felix, and PP, 100% they were so linked up with their initiations. With this Barret's the glue, of course, doing that great thing that you can do with the glue where you flicker forward, get that slam, trigger that little goo on the floor. It was just so good by the frontliners of Pro.
And in that last clash, PPPP was the problem for Melissa, but in the tail end of that fight, before they were able to push, I saw Sa actually land a nasty 2-man stun with the Curse of the Crow and the MVP 4-0-8 Kozen from Pro Esports as the Claude, first pick Claude, in fact, and with, yes, the Skypiercer. You are not getting fooled by the graphics that you're looking at right now. This is absolutely a Skypiercer in the Claude, and don't try this at home is what I would say.
It's he decided to go for the 5% discount on the shop. He went DHS, build components for Golden Staff, but completed the Skypiercer. And then after he got his first stack of the Skypiercer and they got a little bit more gold, was the perfect power spike for the Golden Staff. And then once he got even more, he got the Corrosion Scythe pretty freaking quickly also. So maybe Kozen, let him cook. He might have just discovered something. But I feel like it's a case-to-case scenario. This cannot be the automatic play for sure for Claude.
Oh yeah. Because you saw how it has to, it kind of stops the Claude from naturally getting into that critical mass of the Trinity. But I feel like they had enough of a leeway for that. It's case-to-case basis. You're right on that. In this game, it was successful because they were looking for that kind of elimination, and it feels like they cannot have that on the Nolan because the Nolan has other things to think about. He has to have an actual item that can slow down his opponents. Like when Teresa comes in, there must be some way to pierce through that. And he picked up the Blade of Despair for that specific scenario.
Yeah. Now, that's going to be it for this matchup. We're down to our last match of the day here in Group D. In around 30 to 35 minutes, we're going to witness the upper bracket final between Onic and GK. They are both already playoffs qualified. But which of these two teams are going to go right ahead into the quarterfinals and the other one going to the round of 16, meaning that they have to take an extra step? We'll see when we get back.
жеңістер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолда сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкімен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
We're here to win. Let the best win. future. Games of the future. Games of the future.
These two teams are about to compete. Onic from Indonesia and of course Geekay Esports both already have their playoff slot secured for games of the future. But what they're fighting for here today is whether or not they can skip the round of 16 first round and go ahead straight into the second round. Renmar and Wolf, we've been here the whole time and we'll be here to close out this series again between these two who did get sweep wins in their previous matches, but if you ask us which of these two teams looked more dominating and impressive, it was definitely Onic.
Not gonna take anything away from DK Esports. When we saw them get the 2-0, there were standout performances and there were really good plays, but Onic, you're right, they were just so dominant and everybody's playing so well. You gotta start with Keyboy and Sons. Was actually there were a lot of criticisms for Keyboy Lippy as well as Sons in their MSC performance, but yesterday when we saw them, they were actually playing so well that the trio is looking good. But then, of course, Kelra playing the aggressive gold laners. You have Kyrie, ever so reliable assassins, and of course, Coach Yeb for some reason is sitting down. Um, hopefully, not the one to actually play this upcoming game.
Remind me. I know Yeb played, right? What position was he?
So back then, it was mid lane, but you know when during that time the mid laners were the
Carries, right?
carries. Yes,
Yeah.
I think he technically is the technically is the jungler. I feel like, or maybe just a mid lane mage. You know.
Well, let's see. I don't think it's going to be Coach Jeb playing today. I'm pretty sure he was just sitting in the seat, knowing that Sans probably just went off to the bathroom or something, or is getting ready. But here for GK, it's Aizen, Quanok, Shen, Isido, and Yaga. And yes, if you missed it yesterday, me and Wolf were losing our minds over Quanok and his Eudora. Definitely something that Onic need to watch out for, because the man was sharp with it. He was flickering forward and getting all the right targets all the time.
That's right. And not. I think that you have to really watch that series for you to appreciate how GK was, how they performed basically. Because I feel like they are really coordinated. It's fun to watch. All things considered, it's fun to watch Geekay Esports because of how coordinated they were up against their opponents, and that actually is a treat because we have not seen as much from GK. But then again, you remember, this was the team that actually became champions in the region, and there were a lot of improvements for this team, and it's the reason why they managed to get into international tournaments, including this one.
And y'all, don't worry, we haven't started the game yet. You're just seeing the players, of course, testing things out, making sure everything's smooth before we head into the draft. Remember to recap here in Group D, and actually pretty much on our stream, we've seen a majority of sweeps. Specifically, Onic got the sweep. Pro Esports, very dominant with it. Get the call back to it. Double Paquito games for Kelra. Double Loopy Barrett's games. For GK, had a lot more variety. Played a completely different set of heroes in each game. I think now for GK, they have to try and double down and looking at what Onic do really well, which is that huge early game tempo. Definitely start from taking away the Barretts away from Lutpi. He's way too good with it.
Yeah. I guess the trade-ups will be like the Eudora that we saw from Quanok, and how comfortable he is with that. After the bats, you have to be very prepared about the upcoming assassins afterwards, as well as the Paquito, because if you do take away the barrels by banning it means that that there will be a lot of options in the EXP as well as the jungler role to be available, because you eliminate one of their threats, right? So Paquito, which Kelra really likes to play, you have to think about. And then the Hirara will always be a consideration for Onic Indonesia, as Kyrie plays it so much. So there will be trade-offs. That's really what is scary about these Barretts, and especially Barrett specialists like Lutpi as well as Shogun. They make it so that the draft will drastically change if you deny it, if you ban it, if you pick it, and you really have to be wary of the adverse effects of banning out the Barretts when it comes to the overall shape of the draft.
So first off, we start with that. And don't lean in too hard into it, or you might just end up slipping and losing a really good pick, or losing the draft big time if you look too closely into the Barretts. Now, I took a moment to look at the playoffs brackets. With how it looks like right now, Foot Esports, we mentioned, are most likely going to be going up against Team Spirit in the round of 16. Yanfeng Yagai will go up against Team Vamos. And here's the juicy part. Number 2 of Group D. If ever, somehow, Onic end up losing the series to GK, they will be going up against number 3 of Group C, which is none other than Aurora Gaming. So, gotta watch out for that. We might end up seeing the rematch right away.
Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. But as it looks like right now, if we are gonna follow, of course, the expected result of many, which is Onic are gonna be taking number 1 in this group. Their most likely opponents is gonna be either Team Vamos or Jianfeng Yao Guai. It's gonna be a while actually until we see some heavyweight rematches across the board. Most likely not until the semifinals.
That's right. And if I remember correctly, this is it will be is it a double elimination bracket in the playoffs?
No, it's all single elims, but there's a third place match, and grand finals is only best of 5. Semifinals is best of 3.
That's right. So it will be quick eliminations if in case. Now I'm trying to recall what happened in the first the first time we saw the games of the future. Aurora Gaming PH and Aurora Gaming Turkey almost met at the grand finals, but Aurora Gaming PH got taken out by Onic Indonesia, and then I believe it was Team Spirit that Aurora Gaming Turkey faced. So anyways, what I'm trying to say here is that there will be a lot of good reunions. Like it could be Onic versus Team Spirit eventually, or Onic versus Aurora, which will be the third time that we'll see Aurora Gaming go up against Onic Indonesia in later. Fourth time, in fact, if you count MCS twice. So that will be interesting. And then Team Spirit, the champions, obviously you want to if you're Onic Indonesia, you want to get back at the eventual champions of the MBC after getting 3-0'd by them just a few days ago. So a lot of good and upcoming fights that we are about to see.
So it's going to be really interesting to see the final look at the bracket. On the other stream, we're already waiting for them to start as well for their last series of the day. Selangor Red Giants and Rune Eaters in Group C is closing out the Group A to C stream, where, of course, our friends Gideon and Lafell are at. If you're just joining us now, as we've been mentioning, Onic and GK will be closing out the Group BD stream for today. I'm going to look back at the heroes. We talked about the Barretts, of course, having a huge impact. I feel like GK is in a really tough spot of whether or not, how are they, or let's look at it from one thing first. Are they going to try to force Keller into the fighters? Or are they going to try to force them into marksman? Because it seems like wherever route you go, it's going to be really difficult to deal with Keller in the gold lane, whether it's Paquito Freya or any of the other long string of marksman options that he has available for him.
I think if you're Geekay, you're better off forcing Kelra into marksman. Right now, Kelra has found a new kind of playstyle, playing the fighter gold laners, and he can be very aggressive with it. And if they keep on doing that, it will be good for their team. Look at this though, Redmar. Barrett's banned by Onic themselves.
Wow, that's a hell of a signal here for Onic. I think it's one of the things that teams like to do is like they know that the team is looking at a certain pick, and then they just go, hey, you know what? Let me ban it for you. Because that way you get to force out some things. And most likely GK were already eyeing out picking up the Barrett somehow, one way or another. So you just get rid of that threat across the board.
Yeah. Okay, so this really opens up so much for the two teams, because we're seeing different banning patterns. The Marcel is open, so is the Hirara. But that also means that the Belleric now increases its priority between the two teams that we have, and also the Valentina. There is a smart play. Okay, so the Belleric being banned out, so you're thinking either Marcel or Hirara, right, for Geekay Esports. There is an argument that can be made for the Valentina, but instead it's going to be the Marcel. So are you going Valen Hirara if you're Onic?
Well, Onic has already shown that even up against Don Martel or other teams, you can still willingly play the Vexana. It's still gonna be fine. I mean, there's that funny interaction wherein you see the Eternal Guard come down, but the damage, that whole knockup thing, won't register up until the golden hour goes out. It's just this sudden surprise burst, so they don't even need to rush into it. They pick up the Valentina and the Herrera, that if ever GK want to block this Valentina away from Onic, it might actually end up hurting them in the long run.
For sure. You're not gonna pick that for sure. You're gonna consider either Nolan or Harley or even Guinevere.
Yes.
Immediate pick up on the Esmeralda. That's the decision now for Geekay Esports. Let's run it back. Let's play the EXP lane like we used to, like proper Mobile Legends players from before. Esmeralda versus Uranus. Eternal battle. Why not? They will go for the Eudora instead. Of course, that's the Quantum Special. Onic, how are they going to answer this? They do have an option to pick up the Valentina, but I feel like they will just go for the Marcel. I feel like, apart from that, there is some merit to pick up the Valentina here for Onic if they wish so.
Yeah.
We'll see.
It works a little bit better with and for their lineup instead of GK picking it up for themselves. So it's good to see that they didn't fall into the trap of picking it up. But remember, the Vexana is still an option. Even if you're not thinking about using it with countering something like glue, you don't have to worry about it popping up. But here it is. Something that we saw with another team prioritizing Eudora and then losing on reach. They go ahead and pick up the Melissa.
At muli kami nagbabalik, guys. Welcome back to our Just MLX Games of the Future 2026 Community Cast. Nasa huling serye na tayo for our stream, at least ngayon. And syempre, kasama nyo naman kami. Ako si Miggy, kasama ko si Yenvi, at kami yung mga casters na kasama nyo. And I believe, nagsimula na yung draft natin between Onic Esports, Onic ID, tapos versus ang ating Geekay Esports. So, let's get into the draft na.
Ayun na nga, tol, man. Tatlo agad, nasa second phase na tayo, which is, magkakalaman na yung mga lason nandito. Dito na ilalabas yung mga, ano ba yung pwedeng gawin nating parang sorpresa. But for now, as Onic is denying that Harley, meron naman na silang jungler, so di na nila kasi kailangan pa magdagdag pa ng assassin. So, they also taken out, I think that was Saklint, which is medyo mababawasan yung impact ng marksman dito for the GK. Will Twitch left na baka, mag-Claude or Gringer na lang sila.
Nakikita na rin naman natin yun, no? Nawala na rin yung Pakito, so talagang X na tayo sa fighter gold lane. Kaya happy tayo kasi at least mahaba-haba yung serie yung ating ikakas.
Mahaba-haba.
Mismo. Tapos nakikita na rin natin dito. Ang weird lang talaga, hindi talaga weird for me talaga yung pag nagpipick sila ng Marcel tapos sabay may kinukuha silang setter na pumapasok agad-agad. Yun yung weird kasi parang paano mo na i-golden R kakampi mo rin? Isasama mo sa golden R mo?
Parang hindi siya, well, maganda naman yung golden hour sana pero hindi nagko-complement sa mga setter. Kasi ikaw na mismo yung setter dito, then you will have another setter pa. So parang kinda redundant. It's much better din talaga siguro na follow up na lang yung damage, which is I do agree. At ayan na nga, Granger na nga ginamit nila dito for the marksman as expected with Seno. So this is somewhat very standard sa Geekay. Wala namang masyadong kuskus balungos na dito picks. It's all just a very honest pick. As Onic as well na di na rin sila magtatry ng parang OB strat pa. This is just a good all Mobile Legends that we all love.
Ayun na nga kasi tama naman. You mentioned that na very standard nga naman yung lineup ng GK. And I see them rin pati doon naman sa MSC natin, nakita natin. Hindi naman sila masyado nag-experiment. Pero speaking of experimenting, old classic na to galing kay Kiboy. Nakita na natin, nilabas na ni Kiboy yung Tigreal niya. And alam naman natin, ginagamit talaga ng mga players natin dito. Alam natin, MPL is just around the corner. At dito na sila magta-try ng strats bago sila manlason sa MPL mismo.
Totoo, dito na yan. Sabihin na natin, malaki pa rin naman yung stakes dito on Games of the Future 2026. Hindi biro yung prize pool dito. But yun nga, di rin biro ang mga support ang pwede namin ma-receive dito. So, continue to support Just ML and support the stream by sharing the live. Kung saan nyo mga gusto i-share to, i-share nyo sa mga nagbi-midnight snack kasi malapit na tayo mag-midnight snack dyan.
Yun na nga. Oh,
at yun,
sakto.
abot na tayo ng day 2, ano na to, day 3 na ba? Pangalawang araw tayo dito sa serye na to. But regardless, continue to support Just ML X Games of the Future 2026.
Mismo. And mukhang ready na tayo pumasok sa Land of Dawn natin. Of course, share the screen. Tapos if ever, meron din kami palang GC. If you guys wanna stay tuned, stay updated sa mga Just ML ganaps, doon kayo pupunta. Check nyo na lang or message nyo lang kayo sa ating page para lang ma-secure nga naman yung spot nyo doon. At ito na nga, nakikita na nga natin yung Dora Marcel talaga early on, nakikita na natin talagang, I'd say, okay yung damage nila versus the Dushin versus Tigreal, no?
Kasi madali makakalapit dito yung Marcel, katulad nga niya nakakapagbigay ng konting time para makapag-free hit or makapagbigay ng spam si Onic. So, very standard pa, napaka-ano pa rin, working powerfully right now. Ito naman si Kyrie, lumulubog, lumilitaw, tumatakas naman kasi dalawa lang naman yung skills niya. Maganda rin naman yung combo doon, doesn't have that much of a damage for now. Geekay setting up the pressure on the mid lane. At lalapit ulit si Nolan. Pero nagpalit tayo ng camera tol. Sino kaya magkakabigayan? Mapapaangat nga lang dito si Onic. Si Kyrie waiting for that level 3 at hindi na nga i-go ng Geekay yon.
Oo nga ganyan na talaga, nakita na talaga natin. Alam ng Geekay Esports na sobrang aggressive naman magdalaro talaga yung Onic. So gagawin na lang na kukontrain nila yung aggression na yon. Nakikita na nga natin, hindi pa nga level 4 si Zeno. Wala pa nga siyang fracture. Nagaanap palag kung ganun kung sa bagay, meron naman silang pang burst down pero Kiboy lagi yung nasa harap Siya yung sumasalo lahat ng fracture at yung mga slashes na nanggagaling kay Nolan
Totoo, siya lang talaga yung magiging soak up the damage. Ako na lang, sinabi ko na to kanina sa previous area natin, ako na lang saktan nyo, wag na yung mga baby girls ko. Wag na yung syempre yung mga figure baby girls dito, syempre yung Eudora, pero si Onic naman, well, still very much alive. But look at that, waiting for that level 4 kasi napakasakit niyan later on. But the turtle is up and available. At nagkakaroon ng movement. Sila Shen. Ganda ng ginawa dito ni Lutfi na alam naman niya na di siya papalagan dito ng Geekay. So, nagdire-diretso at no time wasted yung movement dito ng Onic na nakapag taka sila at the same time they're able to zone out their opponents at nakagawa din si Lutfi ng cut sa mga minions. Parang well-oiled machine yung ginawa dito ng Onic na napaka-fluid ng movement nila through the map.
Mismo, I'd call that yan yung maximum efficiency movements na nakita naman ni Lupti, di ba? Na hindi na niya kailangan mag-zone out doon. Sige, hanap na lang ako ng ibang gagawin sa mapa at true enough, zone out nga niya yung minions ng katapat niya. Zone out niya si Aizen. At ayun, mukhang medyo nasasakal na sila sa farm. Nakikita natin, out of in 3 minutes, pahalos 600-500 gold pa lang yan, pero nakikita na natin yung map state kung saan tipong yung Onic na nga yung bumibisita sa mapa, sa side ng mapa ng Geekay.
Totoo, tingnan mo naman, again, hindi pa rin umaalis si Lutfi doon. As long as that they can stay there, kayang-kaya naman niya mangulit lang din. And basically, lessening the threat onto the jungle. At medyo binibigyan nga lang dito si Zan ng kaunti at lalapit niya si Kyrie, although the golden hour will be there. Picture perfect moment, but no follow-up. Ang ginawa dito ng Geekay, dumaan lang si Zeno Bomba.
Bumisita na lang It's true enough, 'di ba? Picture lang, pero
picture lang.
Okay na tayo.
Picture,
okay na, pero yun na nga, napadisengage nga naman sila kasi right now naman yung damage dealer talaga nila right now, just Zeno. Tapos alam naman natin medyo dahil nga sa pressure na binibigay ng Onic Indonesia sa kanila, hindi talaga sila maka-farm. Nasa starve talaga sila at yun na nga yung momentum na kailangan ng Onic Indonesia. Pinakitaan nga tayo ng early aggression ng Geekay, pero pinakita ng Onic yung efficiency play dapat na kailangan pa rin at kulang na kulang dun sa side nila.
Sobra. At tignan mo naman yung efficiency, talagang nabibigyan din si Kelra ng gold. Able to at least clear the wave. Si Kiboy nga lang ay tatulak. Maganda ang kanyang implosion to setups. The stun. Siya nga lang ang unang tutulak. Blood goes down to Kuwanok. Si Baba Yaga naman ay magiging ulam na lang ni Sans doon. Pinaangat at binagsak. Si Kelra sasali na rin sa laban. Going on to the mid. Pero papasok din dito si Lutfi para magbigay ng malupit na engage. Yet, masyado na malayo yung range niya. Sun still alive. Pero yung turtle, inuumpisahan ni Seno. Another golden hour from Shen, pero hindi mapagbibigyan dito si Kelra.
Ayun na nga, sobrang nangyari. Ang rami nangyari doon, pero a whole lot natin kasi hanggang ngayon walang namatay halos, walang nakakuha ng objective, pero bigla-biglaan lang lumamang nga yung Onic kasi medyo natagilid nga sa decision ni Zeno na dapat yung pala mag-split objective take sila. Hindi naman siya nakaka-burst pa masyado ng turtle. Kung sa bagay, dapat nag-commit na lang sila. Ano ba talaga tayo? Maghanap pa tayo ng kills or pick-offs o mag-objective tayo para sabihin mo na lang kung anong commitment o anong gusto mong i-prioritize.
Parang nakakatakot yung word na yan. Ano ba tayo?
Ano ba tayo? Pick-off ba or turtle?
Parang wala pang label yung naging decision nila doon. They decided to just retreat muna tayo. Protect themselves pero hindi pa rin nag-workout sa kanila kasi si Lutfi, hindi tinigilan dito si Seno na nagpa-farm na lang pero pinaano pa rin, zinonat pa rin, tinaboy pa uwi dun sa kanilang bahay. Pero right now si Kuwanok naman will be flickering out onto that angle sa mid lane. Si Shen with the golden hour, frozen moment sa dalawa. Mabibigyan pa rito si Kyrie pero siya ay magiging unproblematic kasi siya ay lulubog at magiging ninja in the night na makakatakas naman. Meanwhile, on the back lane, Lutfi is there para mangulit na naman. Pero masyado na maraming damage output ang dumadating sa kanya. Luckily for them, that's Uranus na Makunachi.
Ang raming nangyari. Nagsimula yun sa golden hour na apaganda kasi halos dalawa, tatlo yung nahuli niya doon. Hindi makagalaw, makadiskarte yung Onic Indonesian nung panahon na yon. Talagang sa oras na yon, it was Geekay's clash to win. But all the while, nakita na nga natin yung kalamangan nga ng Onic dahil nga sa farm na lamang nila, hindi sila ma-burst down ng mga damage dealers nila. Pero ito pa nga, tuloy-tuloy pa nga yung nangyayari dito. Yenvi.
Wow, Aizen, man. At least giving some time para mabigyan pa naman ng buhay dito si Kuwanok to deal those bursts before they fall down. Nagkaroon ng 1-for-1 exchange between Kyrie and the Eudora. Meanwhile, on the top, mukhang ang Geekay naman ay gising na. Gusto nilang pagbigyan dito si Kelra. Si Kiboy ay sasali na rin sa party. Meanwhile, the turtle is alive. Pwedeng i-secure ito ng Geekay Esports for now.
Ito na, medyo may slow. Sumasakit na nga naman yung burst ni Zeno. Pero si Shen, nag-golden hour sa dalawa pero walang follow-up at nakikita na natin. Yun yung actual optimal zoning capabilities ng Marcel kasi look, tingnan mo yun. That is the first turtle na nakuha ng GK all throughout our game at ngayon medyo mag-aalangan na kasi yung lamang ay nasa side na ng Geekay Esports.
Totoo, pag nagtuloy-tuloy naman dito yung Dora at yung si Seno din, masakit din naman at mahapdi yan. At already si Babayaga already secured the tower to the top lane, building the necessary items na kailangan niya panigurado mag-sky persona siya next. I think parang na-piyo ko yata na naka-hunter, inuna yata ni Babayaga yung hunter strike niya. So gusto ko po na niya ng damage before the execution. Right now, yung sakit naman. Si Lutfi ay nangangayaw din, hinahabol siya ni Shen. Pero yun yung moment na pwede siya mag-golden hour, wala, na-cooldown, ginamit niya kasi sa top lane doon.
Ayun na, yun yung gusto makitang opportunities ng Onic. Pero looking at the score naman, oddly enough, yung gold lead ng Geekay Esports ay nakasalalay sa kanilang roam na 1,000 gold lead. Pero may golden hour dito, bro.
Picture perfect na naman on Kiboy, but no follow-up is there. Lutfi may target, pinodone out lang dito si Nolan, pero mabibing wet yata dito ang Esmeralda. Maganda naman ang pagbato naman Kuwanok at nanginig sa kilig dito si Kiboy. That Eudora, akala mo basic hero lang, hindi boy, masakit yan.
Ayun na, ang sakit nga true enough because of the superconductor charges and stacks na nandun. Talagang meron pa kukuryetiin ka pa, meron ka pa pang konting kilig na naiiwan doon eh. Ayun na eh. Napaganon bigla kasi anyari doon. Tapos ngayon, 1.5k goal lead onto the side of GK and the map state has switched around. Ngayon, yung lamang in terms of turrets, Geekay Esports, nasa kanila na yung pacing. Sila nagdidikta. Sila yung may scaling potential, pero ang tanong, kaya ba nilang habulin yung timing nila para ma-shut down ang Onic Indonesia?
If the timing yung pinag-usapan natin dito, dapat hindi na magkaroon ng parang second toss ng GK kasi use this moment para ma-surf nila yung kanilang snowball eh. Kailangan tuloy-tuloy sila dito. They need to maximize their effort as well. Efficient, maganda ang golden. Actually, hindi pala maganda ang golden hour doon kasi nga hindi naharap si Lutfi. But this will force out the ultimate of Uranus nonetheless before that Lord will be started up. Yung naghahanap dito ang GK ng paraan para may bait out pa nila ang Onic, pero ayaw kumagat ang Onic, ramdam nila yung kabad din na doon.
Ayun, buti na lang, nandun nga yung puppet ni Kelra para lang magbigay ng mga vision. Siya na yung magpapavision. Kung walang gagawa para sa akin yun, ako nang gagawa ng sarili kong vision. Nakikita naman natin dito, Lord Dance yung nakikita, pero may sariling dance ang mga junglers natin kasi sabay, meron na silang kaduo sa sayaw kasi biglang binisita na sila ng mga roam nila.
May kanya-kanyang galaw yung mga jungler dito eh. Kanya-kanyang trip sa top lane eh. Yung lab sa Lord sana, pero nagpapatayan tong sila Kyrie at sila Seno onto the top. Pero yun na nga, mag-uumpisa na nga dito ang Onic on taking the aggro onto that Lord. Si Aizen naman ay sumasayaw din, giving that Tango Boogie Chacha on Lutfi. At nakikipagsayawan din naman si Lutfi nonetheless. So, papagandahan na lang ng dito, ng style points.
Yun nga, paganda ng pitik ng ng beewang nga, pero may conceive play na nakikita tayo, YNB.
Ayan, hindi natin nakita yun, men. Si Sans ang hinahanap nila, pero no one was committed sa Geekay Esports doon. Pero tignan mo si Kiboy, naghanap din ng magandang spasyo. That is the conceive play, and this is how you do it. Maganda ang huli nila doon kay Chef, pero the golden hour is there para lang ma-stale ang engage na gustong gawin sa ng Onic ID. Di pa rin naman natatapos si Keller magkumuha ng aggro doon sa Lord, habang si Lutfi is dividing and conquering the position of Geekay Esports doon. Humahati siya sa dalawa. Nakala mong Moises ang pangalan niya, mukhang malalatagan pa siya rito ng falling star mo ni Aizen, but Lutfi is just say, kaya ko yung saluhin, tol. Bigay niyo sa akin lahat. Tanky ako, Uranus to.
Yun na nga. At nakikita na natin yung kakunatan at yung utility nga naman ng Golden Hour. May implosion play nga naman si Kiboy. Apakaganda. Pero pinicturan eh. Apakaganda picturan ko nga. At wala nga nangyayari doon. Pero ito na nga, nagkakabigayan na dito. 1/3 na yung HP ng Lord. At binigyan pa ni Kyrie si Shen. This is the go time for Onic Indonesia.
Implosion pa nga ang follow-up dito ni Kiboy. Makuli pa ng pangalawang kill ang Onic ID. Tuloy-tuloy na sila sa pangatlong kill ni Kyrie, pero mapagbibigyan naman ni Zeno Bomb. Si Seno mukhang puputok na, and kay Kyrie with the maniac. Si Aizen na lang natitira na push ng wave onto the mid lane, pero I don't think that is a good trade for you, tol, kasi nga yung Torres ay very vulnerable na kumakatok sa pintuan ng Onic ID. This is how you set up the conceal play.
Oo nga eh. Kinonceal tapos kukonsilan rin. Ito na si Lupti. Nangungulit na lang doon sa base na nga naman Geekay Esports. Talagang sinulit nila yung kanilang 4-man wipeout. At ito, nakuha nila yung Lord, nakuha nila yung inhibitor turret. Ngayon, bubuksan nila yung side ng mapa ng Geekay by taking that mid-lane turret.
Open na. Ito yung lagi ko sinasabi every time I cast. Don't give the mid lane ever. Kasi napakalaki, as much as possible, huwag nyo muna ibibigay sa early game kasi napakalaki ng parang pathway niya sa jungle nyo. Parang shortcut na yon for your opponent. Nakuhanin yung mga objectives nyo. And just like that, although late na rin naman na nakuha ng Onic yung Onic ID, yung mid lane na yon, sobrang laki na rin naman na nakuha nilang map lead. Map control dito. So, Geekay trying to engage. Mukhang nahuhuli sila doon implosion on the corner of our eye. And Eudora, yung kanyang spark, hindi na nararamdaman. Manhid na ang Onic. Si Lutfi din, nangungulit pa din sa bandang baba. Going through the distance dito ang ating Uranus doon. Gusto pa rin nila pumasok.
tuloy.
Maganda sana ang engage ni Aizen with the falling Starmon. Pero where is the follow-up? Where is their opponent? Where is their teammate? Wala at muna iwan na lang doon si Aizen na sumalo na maraming damage from the Melissa. And I think this is it, Pansit with the spaghetti on the side. Kumakatok na sa Nexus, Crystal ang Onic. They can end the game.
Walang
Pero
katapult.
maubusan sila ng minion waves doon at meron pa namang hininga ang Geekay Esports. Meron pa silang depensa. Kaya pa nila pumalag. Pero mukhang maganda naman ang picture na pwedeng gawin dito ni Shen, just delaying that inevitable. At mukhang di-deny pa nga yung engage doon ni Kuwanok. And Kyrie is still very much alive. Ilang katok na lang gagawin nila daw sa Nexus Crystal. Waiting for that Melissa's basic attack. And that will be it. Game number 1 goes down to Onic ID.
Ibang klaseng pressure. Nagkasalita muna. Medyo nervous ako dun sa pagkaroon ng diskartehan ulit ng Geekay Esports. Pero talaga dun sa dulo, no, UNV, trabaho na lang si Kelre.
Trabaho na lang.
Ayoko nang i-risk. Sige, ito, ano na lang, lock na lang ako. Crystal lock na lang ako.
Well, di na parang aura farm na lang ginawa. Di na rin nag-aura farm pala dito si Canada. Like, andun na eh. Bakit nyo pa bibitawan? Hawak nyo na eh. Yung beat, kumbaga. So, kailangan nyo na talaga ipitik ng konti. And, pa rin, ang laki pa rin ang discrepancy when it comes to that small decision making and yung macro gaming between Onic and Geekay. So, if ever man, sa game number 2, kailangan yata bumawi ng Geekay. Sa kanilang macro din.
Mismo, talagang yun na lang talaga yung diskartehan. Kasi sa pindutan, bigla ako, nakakasabay nga sila. Diba? Kaya. Pero with that being said, no, that secures game number 1. Onic Indonesia secures game number 1 sa ating huling serye para sa gabing ito. Just MLX Games of the Future 2026 Community Cast. Kami nga pala yung casters at kami ulit yung casters nyo pagkatapos ng break na to. Kami si Miggy at si Envy at kita-kits after this quick break.
Make it into the next phase, of course, before getting eliminated by Onic. These are the champions of MPL MENA in GK. Do not turn off the possibility that they might still be able to force game number 3 because we were both so impressed with how they were handling it. It just really took one moment. And you mentioned it as well from the beginning of the draft. We talk about it in the form of ultimates, whoever uses their ultimate first, but then it became of the story of which roamer gets a little bit too overzealous and triggers their initiation a little bit too early. And in the key moment, it was Shen on the Marcel.
See, it's so funny to watch Kara just really literally focus on the pace. And then it actually prompted a lot of reactions from Geekay Esports. And all of a sudden, you can see Quanok here already ramping up. It feels like Onic is kind of prepared for this one. They're kind of expecting it, in fact. Look this, Kyrie dodges the ultimate, even Suns as well. They knew that it is going to happen. They knew that eventually Quanok will be tempted into popping the ultimate. They dodge it and they win the fight afterwards. Win the game afterwards, I mean. And Geekay Esports almost took down Onic had it not been for Keyboy's heroics. And of course, Kyrie just outplaying everyone with the Hirara.
It's been a trend for Hirara games for Kyrie and Onic that it could be very level, very steady, and then just when they find that moment, you get multiple kills onto Kyrie. A double, a triple, maybe even a maniac. I feel like we've seen it a lot more, definitely. And again, it's the understanding of Onic and their timings and their power spikes and the importance of patience. I know this is the meta of just like snowball, go, go, go. But sometimes if it doesn't, you don't get that clear opportunity to get that snowball starting. Sometimes you just have to play it patiently and go back to just a few months ago of waiting for that major power spike or major turnaround point in Lord 1. And that's what we saw from Onic here.
Yeah. Still, when it comes to the draft choices for both teams, I think they are pretty solid. I honestly believe that Geekay Esports have found what they wanted to have. And for Onic Indonesia, that last pick, Tigreal, I think it's more of a comfort pick than it is an actual good pick in that game. I still stand by what I said. It's difficult to play the Tigreal in the presence of the Marcel. And you see how much hard work Keyboy had to do, how much patience he had to muster just to make sure that he will land the game-winning play. He did, however, find it. It looked really good. It looked amazing. It looked cool. But it was difficult, and I don't think that it's something that Keyboy would want to do day in and day out.
Yeah.
Because it's I can feel how stressful it was.
Yeah, it was he had to be a little bit too patient for that. Although he is known for making some very perfect timing, take real plays. When we get back, we'll see the culmination or the continuation, whether or not Onic will sweep it here, or we'll get to see GK force a game number 3 after this break.
Үлкеніздер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
one more win until Onic sweeps up GK Esports in this series and gets a better placement in the playoffs here at Games of the Future 2026. But we might just be left with one more plot twist as GK look ready and look poised to deal with Onic. It all boiled down to one moment that didn't go their way. We talked about the drafts. We talked about their execution. I'm going to be real with you. Let's ask you, dog. Bro, Wolf, you really think GK can force a game number 3?
Mike, answer to that is yes, because Renmar, I have seen stranger things happen in the past 2 weeks, right? I've seen like the strongest teams being brought down without a win for MSC, and I'm talking about Team Liquid. I've seen a team from Europe 3-0 Onic Indonesia, but being forced to a 7-game series up against a team from Myanmar. So yes, Renmar, there's so many things that we did not expect will happen, but happened in the last 2 weeks of MLBB, and GK Esports team from the West, they can actually force the game number 3 after seeing them perform well in the game number 1. Maybe game number 2 is where they finally win against Onic Indonesia.
Blessed be this meta and all the craziness that it has spawned. Still, the community is trying to think of a name for it. Whatever we'll decide in the years to come of what we're going to be calling this era and this meta of MLBB, may the name be as worthy as the surprises that it has provided. Moonton gave, and they provided. I don't know why I'm going down this line of thinking in route, but hey, let's think about what might happen here in this game number 2. In game number 1, we got to see, of course, a quick little trade with the Marcel. No one going for the Valentina, which I like. There's community sentiment about Valentina and her underwhelming presence in the metagame. Despite their, yes, being great ultimates you can take, sometimes it might just be better to look the other way. And that's exactly what Onic did by picking up the Juicin at Red 4. But again, we return to one of the breakout stars of this tournament's draft, which is the Melissa getting prioritized by Onic.
Yeah. And with the first, it even reaches to a point where it's like the first pick for some teams, right? Yeah. So Melissa it seems to be the marksman of choice right now because it just needs to hit a specific timing. Just has to wait for its XP laner to be tanky enough, get its own 3-item power spike, and all of a sudden it's a threat. And the really good thing about Melissa is that it can actually be a threat even when it's pushing and when it's sieging. You saw how Kelra was able to utilize the muddles so that they can easily push. GK Esports decided to ban the Uranus. The Uranus instead of the Barretts, which was banned by Onic, if I'm not mistaken, in the previous game. So I think Onic will not ban the Barretts anymore. They will just maybe take away Marcel, perhaps, and then claim that Barretts for themselves. Okay, no Harley. So they're forcing Hirara as well as the Marcel decision, but GK Esports will be the wiser and will pick up this Barretts instead.
Yeah, that was the right call. You could tell that they were trying to bait the GK into it. But even a slight reaction there from Kyrie, I feel like that's a sign that's like, oh, they didn't fall for it. They went ahead and picked it up. But hell, they still get a tremendous tandem in the Marcel and the Hirara, so it's not really a problem. But GK are quick with it. They go ahead and pick up the Paquito. Let's see if they'll still go for the Eudora or if they'll... Oh, Melissa actually might be great.
Yeah, you already have your Paquito, you already have your Barretts, that is free for you. And I don't think that they will want to pick up the... Oh, okay, so they just pick up the Eudora. All right, Onic.
It's Q-Dora, it's Q-God, man.
Q-Dora, yep. Okay, so Onic, is this Melissa or will it be Esmeralda? So that... Oh, Esmeralda's banned. So we might actually see Lupi play a different kind of hero or a substitute to the Uranus as well as the Esmeralda, but I can't think of anything else actually. So they might change this up. What else is what? It's a Louis. All right. So here's the thought. There was a time when I was working with Onic, right? And that was a long time ago. Coach.
At muli kami nababalik, guys. This is the last series of the night. Nandito na naman kami. Just MLX GOTF 2026 Community Cast. Kami nga pala yung casters nyo. Ako si Miggy. Kasama ko si Yenvi. At eto na. Medyo exciting yung draft natin between Onic at Geekay Esports. So, bato na natin. Tingnan na natin yung draft na yan.
Ayan. So, napansin natin yung draft, mga tol. Something new ang lalabas ng Onic with Louis. Actually, parang marami na rin gumagamit ng Louis kanina. So, this will be a version macro play na nilalabas pa lang ng Onic. Pero, kanina, Boss Miggy, you talk about how Marcel is countered by Paquito. How so? I think para sa akin parang new din eh. Bago sa panrinig ko. So, paano siya directly nakaka-counter ni Paquito?
Okay. So, ito yung logic dyan. Kasi, don't get me wrong, OP pa rin si Marcel ngayon, pero mahirap lang siyang laruin sa ating meta kasi yun talaga yung masakit sa Marcel, hindi kasi siya nag-scale ng HP. Since hindi siya nag-scale ng HP and alam naman natin yung burst damage at may true damage ng slight rin kung magwa-war action naman yung ating Paquito. Doon nalalabas na talaga mababurst down niya yung Marcel. And as much as possible, nahihirapan talaga yung Marcel pumwesto kasi hindi mo alam kung saan bigla susulpot o lalabas bigla yung Paquito eh. Dagdag mo na rin dyan yung Eudora. Sabihin na natin kaya niya mag-build ng kahit gaanong kakapal na magic armor na yan. Basta't ma-burst down siya, wala na rin siya magagawa eh.
So basically parang at least ma-lessen yung threat dito ni Marcel. Kasi annoying din yung passive niya pag dumadash in shot, mapipicturean ka bigla. Eh kahit ilang milliseconds lang yon sa mga players na mabilis yung response time, it's enough. Papicture kung makiligin ka lang ng konti, okay na, pwede na parang pasukan dito, i-follow up ka na rito ng ng Hirara or at least kung sino man yung pwede pang pandagdag dito ng Onic. But for now, tanggal na yung Melistan, respeto ito ng Geekay Esports and even the Sora. Pero yung YSS at Nolan at di na rin binigay sa Geekay Esports. Sila ang nag-back siya jungle ko. So, assuming ang ating mapa is parang either Expanding River or Broken Walls, so, this full force, roam back siya. Well, roam or jungle.
Roam back siya. May may Hirara pa. May Hirara si Kyrie.
Hirara na nga pala, So, hindi, may Marcel. So, saan si Marcel? XP. Or mag-XP na feel ko. XP na lang dito si back siya eh.
Roam Marcel, XP back siya. Ito ata yung pangsagot nila sa Barats. Baka possibly kasi diba nililimit test pa rin nila. So, hindi pa natin alam yung matchup na yan. Pero maganda rin naman kasi with the Baksha. Kung sasamahan niya si Kyrie, mabilis yung rotations, mabilis yung magiging clear time ng Hirara. Pero
actually, medyo maganda to Kasi mas, pa lang, ang pinaka-damage output pa lang nila dito sa early game is si Hirara pa lang. Sino man yung magiging marksman dito. So, if ganun yung, ayan pa, meron pang Ruby. So, rotation talaga to, tol. Interesting. Ang pinaka-damage output talaga nila is Kigellera Gold Lane. So, this is mostly damage, full damage Ruby.
Pero looking at the drafts, before we look at the drafts or talk about the draft, syempre, support the stream by sharing the live and syempre guys, kami nga community cast and of course, gusto rin namin marinig yung yung thoughts and opinions nyo regarding the draft and all. Pero, adding to that, meron din kaming GC, so if you want to stay posted, stay updated to Just ML, feel free to message the chat or message our page para makakuha link to the GC para lang update kayo and of course, marami mga palaro doon, you get to interact with the talents as well. So, yun na nga. So, check that out. Pero with that being said, Yenvi, ano yung sa tingin natin? Ano thoughts natin sa draft na ito?
Ang thoughts ko for Onic is isa na lang talaga. They are testing something. They're using they are maximizing their time dito sa GOTF. Kasi, to be honest, ano na to eh, whichever team wins here, pasok na sila sa susunod na rounds. So, ano na lang to, pinaglalabanan na lang is yung placement. If gusto mong dumiretso agad sa quarterfinals, well, maganda talaga yon, one less series to play with, or for now, use this time para adjust. Maliban sa screen time, yung game mismo, yung ginagawang parang experimenting moment for Onic.
Oo nga, and speaking of experimenting, sobrang experimento nga naman ng lineup ng Onic Indonesia. Pero of course, si Zeno, with the Talos all the time naman nakita natin yan sa MSC, yung Hirara versus Ling. And I was surprised nga na Keldra went with the Ruby Gold kasi nakita naman natin kaya naban yung Melissa kasi kontra siya. Kontra naman si Melissa sa Pakito. In a way, nasa-survive ni Melissa kasi yung burst ng isang Pakito because of her ultimate. Because of that, nangyayari nga lang. Ngayon, nagkakabalagbagan. This is the first time we're gonna be seeing technically a single fighter gold lane kasi alam naman natin tank yung nasa XP lane natin. Pero tingnan natin, it's just a matter of who's gonna scale more in the early game kasi pati ako, hindi ko alam kung ano mangyayari or ano yung magiging itsura nito.
Siguro parang team fighting agad. Kasi walang technically marksman na magbibigay ng DPS onto the backlane eh. Wala kang masyadong protektahan maliban lang dito sa mid lane. So, yun lang ang gagawin nila. Laban. Tapos, syempre, Onic Kings may advantage sila sa rotation nga because of the diversion. Pero yung Geekay naman, they got the burst. So, whichever comes first na lang dito, sino ang mas makakauna ng mga kill. Nag-umpisa na dito si Lutpi. Diversion is there. Kyrie naman, mag-aura farm lang. Wala siya masyadong naitulong, pero andyan naman siya para mag-secure ng pag-o.
Ayun na nga. So, as you mentioned nga yan, Vino, laban-laban o bawi-bawi yung papakita ng Geekay Esports dito. Kasi eto na nga si Sans. Pakasakit bigla ng shotgun na dala-dala ni Sans dito. Pero si Zeno Bomba, eto na nga na may assassination attempt with the Tempest of Blades.
Tempest of Blades will be used, pero nakuha na nga ni Sans. Siya pa ang nakapag-secure ng pag-gong for the Onic, and there will be a trade. Kyrie will fall down, pero happy na rin ang Onic sa kanilang nakamit. Nakuha nilang first blood, nakuha nilang first turtle, so hindi na rin naman masama.
Ito na yung kailangan nila. Biglang it makes sense na yung draft na ito kasi turns out kaya pala double tank yung build or lineup na Onic Indonesia is kasi they're gonna be protecting their damage dealer at alam naman natin hindi low-key, hindi unsung hero or sobrang low-key kasi na nag-scale nga naman yung Luyi. Alam naman natin siya known for the diversion plays, pero pag yung Luyi na yan kasi naka-farm na, ang damage na dala-dala niya talagang sobrang sakit, and sobrang sakit nga naman yung gagawin nila dito kay Baba Yaga. 3-2-1, pinurse down ng isang Ruby, ng isang Hirara, at biglang sumulpot pa ang Luyi ni Sans.
Nakisalata lang dito si Sans. Bigyan nyo naman ako ng assist stall. Sayang yung ultimate ko kanina. Hindi na siya umabot sa laban. Pero Onic, starting off strong, is iniisa-isa nila dito yung Pakito. The Pakito is very dangerous, totoo. Pero kung magbibigay mo siya sa early game, medyo mahihirapan siya makahabol dito because that is Ruby na more or less super sakit pa rin naman ang kanyang sustainability. And right now, Onic is starting up strong on Aizen na hinihigop. Napaka-annoying din kung magaling talaga tumimpla ng passive at ng combo dito ang Louie kasi bigla ka na nang higupin and mababs down. So that is an additional crowd control pa na iniisip mo.
Yun na nga kasi yung crowd control na nga yun talagang na-mess up yung rhythm and flow mo pag pumapasok kasi hindi mo na alam kung paano ka pwesto kasi nakita na nga natin how that vacuum play can really affect yung mobility spells natin at nakikita naman natin yun, di ko lang sure yung interaction pag pumasok si Link sa pader tapos na vacuum siya. Matatanggal ba siya sa wall? Pero baka sakali makita natin yun dito kasi parating na tayo sa ating second turtle of the game.
This is a second phase for Geekay naman. Waiting pa rin sila dito sa kanilang mga burst damage. Seno, untouched pa din naman. So, kaya pa naman niya makahabol. And si Babayaga, dati sa Pakito, conceal play, kakaroon naghahanap sila ng pwedeng mapicturean at higupin si Shen na kanila magiging target. Pero dati sa Beleric na tangke, but look at Pakito, nagtatago. Maladyanoy talaga ang galing. Pero note sa nagad ang ating Shendon men. Pero ito na si Pakito, si Babayaga, getting the knockout punch in. But si Aizen, yung dinosaur magiging extinct. Onic, will be winning that team fight. Maganda sana ang initiation na gustong gawin ng GK, pero the connection was just beautiful for Onic. Si Pakito ay may iwanan na nag-iisa dito sa baba with a flicker out para makaharap siya ng butas, makalayo. Pero higupan pa rin siya ng mga crowd control ni Kelra. And that is done and out for the count. A turtle, attack, a kill, everything goes in favor to Onic.
Yun na nga, lumalarga nga sila para nakita na natin yung gumugulong doon. Talagang Mach 5 yung speed na pinapakita ng Onic Indonesia dito kasi talagang ibang clashing pressure yung nakikita natin. All because of the lineup they're showing us. Talagang hindi natin nakikita. Di na ma-expect rin. Kasi talagang ang sakit na ng damage nila.
Oh, kailan daw tayo ma-offended doon? Natahan si Kuano. Fake angle with the play mula rito sa Ruby, pero the golden hour though was beautiful sana, pero masakit si Kelra at hinigo pa sila dito ng Luyi with a beautiful first kill sa combo. Si Kyrie naman onto the backline, the Hirara dealing the damage, but not enough naman dahil nga si Senobomba ang dyan para magbigay din ng sundot dito sa kay Kyrie. Binitawan na nga lang ng Onic ang kanilang pagiging agresibo and waiting for that minion waves to push onto that mid. Babayaga is lurking onto that bush. Papasok si Kuanok, the stun, everything, the burst damage from Kuanok. Able to shut down si Kiboy, pero may ganti naman sila kay Babayaga. Si John Wick yata ay medyo napupurnada. Kyrie getting the mega kill on the Eudora naman, and Shen will be trading off at least yung buhay dito ni Loot P.
Nakuha na nga nila yung turret doon. Buti na lang nakuha nila yon kasi doon na natin nakikita yung gaano kalambot ang Marcel sa harap ng isang Eudora at Pakito. Talagang pagkasilip lang nila, 1-2 hit punch, burst down na siya. Tapos yun natira na lang kung habang walang tortoise poison, yung isang Loop P, nangyayari, hindi rin siya nakakasalo ng damage. Medyo mahirapan lang both teams natin kung paano sila magpupush sa mga turrets, pero yung nakikita naman talaga natin dito, yung nilalaro nila is the numbers game. Gusto nila maka-pick off, gusto nila lamang sila in terms of numbers para yung advantage nila makakapitalize at masusulit nga nila bago sila mag-take ng objectives.
Ang dali kasi nilang gawin doon because of that diversion play once again. Siyempre, meron kang taga-tele mo across the map, which is ngayon, ang Onic nga is galawan nila, mas mabilis na rotation, much faster game on their side nga. And tingnan mo, kahit ang dito yung Beleric, agal. Di man lang siya nakapagbigay ng counterplay, not even using their ultimate para magbigay mo ng konting effort. But GK is just getting thrown out by the window of Onic right now. Say what you want, but Loot is already onto that heavy engagement. Si Easy naman trying their best maghahanap ng seconds. Welcome! Tumama yun!
Aray!
With a beautiful lubog play at yung Belerica gagamit ang kanyang ultimate, pero pipicture siya muna ng Marcel with the golden hour para mapatigil at mapastel up ang kanilang mga damage output. Pero babalik pa rito si Kelra giving the kill on Babayaga. Si Shen naman din ay tumatakbo na lang. Will the 3 fall down this time at mukhang pinalakol na nila ang puno at ginawang panggatong sa iniihaw ngayon ng Onic. Mukhang may hikot pa si Kuano, yung pangkilig. Eudora is there, pero bigla na lang din nawala.
Yun na nga, yun na nakikita natin talaga. You have to check out kung may replay man mamaya o wala. Ito na lang, sasabihin ko na lang sa inyo. Hindi alam ng Geekay Esports kung sino yung tunay na threat dun sa lineup ng Onic Indonesia. Pumapasok si Babayaga, pumapasok si Zino. Gusto lang nilang markahan at pinupuntiryan nila si Kelra at si Kyrie. Lo and behold, halos lahat ng damage na nakita natin doon ay dahil kay Sans. Yung mga pag-a-attack, hindi mo makikita kahit magkatabi yung si Keldra at si Sans. Si Babayaga, prioritize niya yung mas makunat. Si Keldra naka 506. Pero tingnan mo, 2010 nga si Sans at siya na nga yung nakaka-pre-hit doon.
Halos 90% yung KP niya, men. Napakalaki talaga ng tulong. At si Aizen naman, being a tank, bigla na lang nanlambot sa mga pamaypay dito ni Kyrie. Pero sa madali ko, si Babayaga naman ay gumagawa ng magandang flanking play. Will the knockout punch connect? Hindi, legendary na pala ang isang Kyrie doon. And although di ko alam kung saan nag-teleport si Sans, defensively na lang siguro, leaving GK in the dust.
Yun na nga, na parang narinig nata ni Babayaga na si Sans pala yung problema. Sige, sagutin na natin yun. I-solve na natin yung math problem na yan. Pero, 2 versus 1, matatalo ang 1 na yun at si Baba Yaga kasi laging nandun, naka-stick to 1 si Kelra.
Alam niya alam niya na pwede siyang, kasi si Kelra naman kung siya magpagbibigyan dito, kaya niya i-sustain. Malaki na yan si Kelra. Si Sansaman is medyo siya mababa ang kanyang mobility, reliant on flicker yan, kaya kailangan talaga na medyo may magbe-baby sa kanya, which yun ang ginagawang trabaho ng Onic dito. So, they are playing like it, parang, if you know this term, parang total football. If you are watching Ted Lasso, season 4 pala, malapit na. Ito parang every role na susuportahan ng bawat miyembro ng isang team. If kailangan mag-zone out dito ng isang marks, or rather goal laner for this matter, si Kelra, gagawin niya para lang mabigyan dito ng espasyo si Sans to pre-hit. At ganoon din naman si Sans magbibigay din ng DPS kasi siya na ang magiging damage dealer dito. They are just exchanging roles onto the get-go at nasusuportahan nila isa't isa. Napakaganda ang kanilang mga teams. That's why na Geekay Esports, naghanap sila ng play.
Nako, ang ganda na nangyari doon. Honestly, kung nakita natin, Rat to the Dryer, flicker setup doon, pero saktong golden hour sa Tempest of Blades nga naman ng Geekay Esports at kumakatok na bigla. Yung magandang set na yon biglang nabaliktad pa sa kanila at ngayon, mukhang makakasecure na ng Onic na 2-0 sweep at maniac pa nga kay Kyrie.
Oh my God! Kyrie, man, with the maniac. Isa na lang sana makakapagsabi siya. I think parang 2 beses yata siya nag-maniac dito on this game. If I'm not mistaken doon.
Parang game 1 rin, game 1, tapos ngayon
game 1 pala, game 1. Okay, but regardless, man, that was a dominant win for Onic ID. Marami na nag-expect pa rin dito. They are very experimental in their draft, especially on this game number 2. Yet the experiment did work. And although Geekay, hindi pa rin masama, they are still moving on sa ating susunod na bracket, round of 16. Pero ang Onic naman ay mapupunta sa quarterfinals, which is one less series to worry about. Doon na sila, one step ahead na sila.
Yes. Makakapahinga nga sila, Yenvi. At gusto ko talaga yung sinabi mo, total football ba yung quote na yun? Diba? Total football. Sobrang sakto siya for Onic Indonesia kasi talagang alam mo naman matagal-tagal na sila magkakasama na tipong sige ako na yung mag-a-adjust sa'yo kasi yun naman rin yung pwede kong i-roll, hindi naman ako yung carry ngayon, so susuportahan kita. Yun yung nangyari kaya sobrang ganda. So feel ko yung ganyang klaseng draft, yung mga team na sobrang solid lang yung chemistry yung makaka-pull off and rightfully so, nakita na nga natin with that 2-0. Then that concludes yung ating stream B na ngayon for today sa Just MLX GOTF 2026 Community Cast. Yun ay huling serye natin. Tapos malalaman na lang natin kung ano yung mga match-ups natin bukas. Pero meron pa rin tayong cast bukas. Pero isang stream na lang ata from what I recall checking the schedule. Pero yun na nga pala. Mag-good night na nga pala kami. Kami nga pala yung casters nyo. Ako si Miggy, kasama ko si Yenvi at Kita Kits bukas.
Mistake, just one little mistake and they lost it, and they were giving Onic a huge struggle and challenge in that game. Game number 2, here's Onic bring back an old favorite. Again, we discussed it during the draft and you brought us down a history lane as well early on in the game. The Barretts, very old answer to it. What's the Baksha and the EXP lane? M2 days. But that's when, during the time, you suddenly got more trades popping up in the Lapu, Benedetta, where you can balance either going for tanky or for going for damage in EXP. Up to you which one seems best for the scenario. In this age where the assassins have made a comeback too, you go into this, what almost looks like role-less, formless lineup harkening back to the preset role era of MLBB, where you have Ruby, you have Lo Yi, Marcel, and you have a clear carry in the old idea of it all in the Hirara. But again, if you squint, again, it looks like this lineup is built up for Sans, and it's just Keller was somehow getting the last hit. It's crazy how versatile and how formless this lineup of Onic looks like.
Only the best minds in MLBB can actually conjure this kind of composition, conjure this kind of lineup. And It seems like at first you would think that we're just picking heroes that counters one specific hero from the other team, and then it's a mishmash of counter heroes. But then when you see it in action, it actually has some synergy to go with it. At the end of it all, Kyrie was just phenomenal with this Hirara, and I think that a lot of teams are giving way too much of a leeway for Onic every time they are giving Hirara to Kyrie. You saw that in the third place match. You saw that all throughout the 4 games that we've seen Onic play in Games of the Future. And that's something that you have to be wary of. And I think that we have come to an age where it's now Kelra's time to flex his hero pool. Because I know this kid, he can play so many heroes. And I feel like him with Kyrie and the rest of Onic, with their coaching staff of Onic specifically, he's getting empowered to showcase his hero pool, actually.
Yeah, where it's not just all about the gold laners. Again, he came in at a time where some of the best gold laners that you can play was actually an Alice. So this young man definitely has it in the bag to be able to pull out unique picks in the gold lane. But of course, the MVP of the game, Kyrie, you said it, realize and acknowledge 931 of the GPM, only 1 death, 12 kills, a maniac, 6 assists. You can no longer give this hero to him. It's going to be too much to ask for your team to respond and draft towards it. It's a worthy respect ban right out of the gate.
Absolutely. Then again, we are going to see Geekay Esports. I think that Geekay Esports, again, hold your head up high. I think that you have proven that you can actually match up against the top teams in the region, but you have to be really prepared for your next matches in round of 16. I'm not entirely sure who will they face, but they will be moving on. Additionally, Onic are in a very comfortable spot after winning their 2 games. They're going to be waiting at the top 8, right? The top 8 matches.
Yeah, they're already there. You're going to be seeing the full picture of the bracket in just a little bit. But here's some breaking news for you in case you aren't watching stream Group A to C, where our friends Gideon and Lafel are calling the action there. Selangor Red Giants lost in under 10 minutes to the open qualified team from Kazakhstan, Rune Eaters. You heard that right. This team of players that we are not familiar with completely decimated SRG in game number 1. And that might just change the picture of what the top 8 looks like here in Games of the Future. You were calling back to Games of the Future last year. That's where we started seeing teams like Dianfang Yaguai deliver some surprising results. Remember last year, they made it all the way to the Battle of the Third. They took down teams like RQ Hoshi on the way there.
Right. So surprises are gonna happen, and you have to really respect everyone. But here we go. There's the final picture. Well, not the final picture, but we still are waiting for one last match. Rune Eaters were actually the team that defeated Mongols out there, so maybe I'll tune in. I'll directly tune in after this, after seeing the development of the matches. So you just have to follow our socials, follow Digital Games of the Future, and wait for the announcements later on, because I feel like the matchups for the playoffs will be revealed pretty soon.
Well, we're about to wrap up our day real quick. Wolf, any final thoughts that you'd like to share as we're about to close things out?
Don't try Claude Skyfiercer at home, and maybe try Marcel with the Louis.
Well, that's a good way to wrap it up. Again, on behalf of our entire production team here on this broadcast, thank you for taking the time and the effort to follow our teams. Remember, we still have another broadcast ongoing, so check that out. Games of the Future is still going to continue as we head into the playoffs. Again, my name is Redmar. We've been here with Wolf. It has been a tremendous day. Thank you for all your time. GG, well played.